Look, I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president, but I think she's not qualified to be president. Let's start there. Number one. Fact is that
Are you fucking kidding me? It's the
is that I think
first
I'm a qualified
question!
person to run for president, Vice President Trump.
Oh!
Fact is
First
that
question!
Vice President Trump. And now I want to hand it over to the president of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin. President Putin. He's a big President Putin. President Zelensky. I'm so focused on beating Putin, we got to worry about it. Vice President Trump. Vice President Trump. Vice President Trump.
What's going on, everybody?
I wouldn't have
I hope
Vice
everyone's having a
President
fantastic
Trump.
evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Sunday. It's Sunday, fun day, folks. That's right. Chad, this is the first stream I've ever watched on Twitch. Is this normal help? Yes, this is the introduction, my friend. Maxi type of Moss. Account created in 2020, 12/11. Been on the platform for 4 years. First stream. Welcome. This is how we do it. This is the part of the broadcast, folks, where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button for all the parasocialists out there. What is your vert? Stop lying on Instagram. I got no vert, dude. I'm Lil Uzi Vert. Very tall Bart is currently pooping on your uncle. Okay. He probably deserves, I'm gonna be honest. But yeah, folks. Yo, just want to say thanks. I got a new One Piece tattoo yesterday and had your stream in the ear the entire time. Upper thigh tattoo sucked, but hearing you yell about how dumb hogs are helped ease the pain. What kind of One Piece tattoo did you get? I made a new TikTok. I made a Bilibili account so you don't have to. Let's go, baby. We're fucking going worldwide. We're going to China with our freaking propaganda, folks. Hassan is an open Marxist abroad. Today he made a wish on Black Myth that China would build a high-speed rail for them. Yup. Add Bilibili to the list of accounts. Yeah, I just gotta make one first. Anyway, folks, personal news wise, not much is happening in the world of HasanAbi Piker. I'm still in the midst of Wano. You already know I'm doing Wano fan cam, the only fan cam worth watching. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm in the midst of last night's gaming session got me tearing up. Thank you for making me believe that you do not need to be politics frogs all the time and can have fun watching you slay bosses. No, hell yeah. Yeah, WUKONG Chapter 5 is upon us. I mean, I cooked it and I booked it. You already know what it is. Absolutely destroyed all the bosses because I am part Chinese, as you all know. Please watch this. Consider this video for stream. I found it so moving and truly great. How Vietnam teaches Palestine to fight invaders. Sure. Maybe. Leader Xi, my people yearn for freedom. My people yearn for high-speed rail. Please, Xi. I mean, he's already hooking the bag up for Turkey right now. That's gonna bring in new frogs. Hell yeah. I tried anti-aging TikToks. New Curtis. Okay, we can do that too. You already know. All right. But yeah, personal news wise, I'm in Mono. You know, Wano is like so hot and cold for me because there's just way too much buildup, dude. We gotta fucking chill out with the buildup. I already shot the podcast. I shot the podcast on Thursday night. Extremely good video. 100% suggest. I love that channel. Yeah, New Jubilee. Kirk is in it. Which Kirk? Lord Kirk? But yeah, we what did I do? Okay, watch Wano. Not much else. Didn't play Wukong.
Do you think men can go?
Can 25 liberal college students outsmart one conservative featuring Charlie Kirk? Oh God, they're doing a change my mind format, but this time for like Charlie Kirk. They're just giving him a more prominent platform. That's whack as fuck. I hope the HasanAbi heads cooked his ass. How Pitbull's got a bad reputation. Sure, we'll look at that too. New to streaming, how do you recommend links? If you're a subscriber, you get to avoid the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, the secret 1-minute ad break in the middle of the hour, and you get to be able to send me links, and you get to clip stuff if you want. Did the dog have a gun? Is the One Piece tat I got? Oh, that's kind of sick. A man's dream will never die. That's sick as fuck. Anyway, but yeah, we're gonna do something crazy today. Are you ready for this? We're gonna do something incredibly crazy today because it's Sunday and I'm feeling frisky with it. We got a bunch of cool videos that we can watch. We'll watch the new Will Ferrell trailer. We'll watch all of that. I'm gonna dive right into it. It's Sunday. I want to do more community focused stuff on Sundays. You know, I want to do more community day shit on Sundays. Okay, and what that means is okay, buddy. We'll do some gaming too. Yes. If Pitbulls had guns, they wouldn't have bad reputations in America. Is right. But yeah, this morning I woke up and I wake up and I get my cake up. You already know what it is, obviously. I get my cake up in terms of playing ball. I had Ted Nivison on the courts. He is becoming a solid fundamental player, real intelligent guy, first in the gym, last out type shit. Okay, let me check memes. Give me 5 minutes. Sure. Real intelligent guy. Okay. Real intelligent guy, first in the gym, last out, big body out there, big force, really puts his body. Oh, he's white? Yes, his name is Theodore Nivison. Yeah, real lunch pail type, real fighter, okay? But honestly, Kiev just got nuked, man. Why do people do that? Anyway, real scrappy. Type of guy you wouldn't mind your daughter bringing home, you know? You trying to kill the Scorpion Lord, but always dying on 1 HP was the best piece of gaming content on the history of this channel. Yeah, last night that shit was awful, but then also, guess what, dude? I fucking cooked Scorpion Lord, and then I moved on to the last boss, and I beat the last boss with 1 HP, so like, we brought it back. Also, yeah, there's a real Gamba component out here for all the Gamba heads out there, you know what I mean? Does he beat Scorpinus this try? Scorpinus, he used that Scorpinus. He turned me into his Scorpussy, and he fucked me with his Scorpinus. Best reveal during gaming. HasanAbi's a pro Steely Dan streamer now, I guess. It's true. Kendrick Lamar at the Super Bowl. He's gonna play Not Like Us at halftime show. Yeah, I got the RDC first person to make a podcast video on here. All right, I'm gonna wait for Lil Bear to. I'm gonna blast off. I'm gonna wait for Lil Bear to check the memes. Okay. Does anyone have a good blast off for me? Let's get started. Wukong last chapter. Okay, buddy. Meme review. Fun reacts are back. It's Sunday. Fun day. You see that Kentucky shooting? No. GG's on the court earlier. What does that mean? Technically not the last chapter. What is this? Why is this the blast off image that you sent me? I can't believe you just said that. Can't have shit nice in AZ. Israel exposed. Bro, can we do some fucking fun? Wasn't yesterday supposed to be a fun day? Yes. Oh, because it says blast off on it? Yeah, no, that's a terrible meme to blast off to. Do you get double pay streaming on Sunday? Yeah. Just kidding. This was you losing to that Scorpion guy? That was me last night. You're missing out on that shit. You're missing out on shit like that, dude. Think about that. You don't go to church on Sunday? I do. It's called the Church of Ball. Okay, that's the only church I go to, and I take motherfuckers to church as well. Dude, I balled my freaking face off, won a bunch of games, feel pretty goddamn good about it, you know. Lost the first game, and then I was like, you know what? I'm locking the freak in, and that's what I did. What is this? Sassy Man Epidemic? Oh yeah, this is funny. Like, any new videos like I was memeing yesterday, but like I forget that when I'm joking, when I'm like when I'm behaving in a certain way as a joke, like it can reach a target market, and then it can reach a market beyond the target audience, beyond the intended audience. And I suspect this clip will do that. And Charlie explained it well. Oh my God, dude. Okay, dude. Okay, dude. Here.
I was just all tuckered out, so I said goodbye,
Here.
Moon.
Fuck it. No commentary from Hasan. Okay. Let's watch Moist Critical's video.
And I
fucking hate you guys so much sometimes, dude. Let's watch.
Pulled on
Let's
into
watch
bed
Moist
to
Critical's
catch
videos.
some Z's.
I'm gonna shut
Little did I know.
stupid fucking mouth up. I'm gonna shut the fuck up. I'm gonna let Charlie do the talking. You fucking bots.
I am always 2 steps ahead. This has been
Goes in like HasanAbi, year of vindication continues.
Me and Tyler are friends. What are you talking about?
How did you see this? Hold on.
I know you guys are friends. Don't worry.
You don't have to click that.
Wait, babe, it was one like this big. Would you?
Whoa! She said, babe. I heard it.
No,
She said, babe. No, be quiet.
What about?
Be quiet. Run it back. Run it back.
I'll get afraid.
Wait, babe, it was.
I mean, and look, what is this blast off? Damn, that's a fire blast off, but we missed it. What is my face doing right now? Save it for tomorrow. Sure, we'll do it tomorrow. I hate those thumbnails so much. Yeah, that's like a weird YouTube thumbnail graphic art. This person, Ketty Spikes, for the past, I think, 4 days, has been talking about Ludwig's ass. Okay? As an Indian HasanAbi head, I'm proud to see how, okay, this Indian HasanAbi head, okay, has literally consistently been talking about Ludwig's ass. You have nothing on Lud's ass, I love you. YouTube short. You have nothing on Lud's ass, I love you. You have nothing on Lud's ass, I love you. Okay? Last night's gaming session got me tearing up. Another rare Japan Nippon Desu L, letting a war criminal walk free. Okay? I love you, but you have nothing on Ludwig's ass. And it's like, you have literally sent this so many fucking times. Like, if I scroll up, there's more here. I forget where it is. We've been doing this for a minute, okay? And I don't know why. I don't know why you just keep... Wait, what is this? This Japanese soldier returned to China this week? First of all, that's not a rare... Here.
That's fucking crazy, man.
His butt's crazy. His butt's insane. That's...
Dude, first of all, Lud's got a fat one, okay? Lud's got a fat one. That is true. But if you think my ass ain't fatter, you are literally insane.
real
okay?
chat. That's not edited.
I was watching this whole video with
That's
Cutie,
insane.
and then she saw this, and she like made me.
Shout out for Max Azan.
Palestine, like not saying that. I'm just saying like
Free Palestine. But
Obviously.
oh, that's a new thing.
protests and shit. Those kind of things are like obviously important, and it does something. I just feel like my little chicken.
Free
sandwich
fucking
McDonald's
Palestine,
isn't-
nigga. But anyways, though, nah, you don't gotta talk
Maybe I
about
just need to,
politics
like,
and shit. That's
yeah.
a sign type shit.
But
you
they're
feel
gonna
me?
hate me now because I said that. I just
bro.
want to like know.
Let's go. Free Palestine. He said, you don't gotta talk about politics. That's HasanAbi type shit. Who's more caked up, you, Ludwig, or Sea-Dog? Brother, this is not even a question. Like, I personally consider it crazy. Your new thumbnail is crazy? What is my new thumbnail? I don't even know. I don't do any of this stuff. You are wrong about immigration. Oh, this is a great thumbo, dude. They're taking our jobs. I'm not racist. Who's Greg Steve? I'm not racist. Ultraphonics. Migrants do super crime. Jim Nona dumping mental institutions into U.S. Ultraphonics? Bro, that's hilarious, dude. What the fuck? Yo, that's perfect. Ultraphonics in the chat says, migrants do super crime. Skibbity gyat. Imagine your name coming up on a thumbnail like that. I mean, it's obviously not him, chat. Come on. Stop. I never said that. Big Bear 37. I love that. I love that, dude. The chatter's getting slandered by the fucking editors. Why do you get shit on so much? I don't think I do. The emo boys find love. Oh shit, that's sick. Those are my boys, dude. Jake and Johnny swipe on 50 women. Oh god damn, there's so much good content out here. We got some content. Good content out here. We got some content. We got some contusy. Rare YouTube editor mention. Okay, all I'm saying is y'all are fucking crazy if you think that getting back to the Ludwig dumper situation, I have a bigger dumpy. I work for Boeing. They offered a union contract that would only give us a 3% raise. Please talk about this. Yeah, I heard there's like 30,000 plus employees that are about to go on strike. New CEO, fucking let it rip, baby. Let's go. It's crazy that like the contract that Boeing got back with was 3%. From what I understand, the contract that Boeing workers are asking for is 40% over the course of like 4 years or something. Boeing is out of control, dude. They are so bad. They are so goddamn bad. Like as a corporation, as an institution, they are so ass. Like obviously everybody knows like the fucking, you know, the like random doors falling off and shit like that, and people are hyper focused on that, but it's like, but honestly, the way they treat their fucking workers is so ass, dude. Have fun losing 30K workers labor for an extended period of time. Yeah. Some of the demands I think are like fairly, I mean, all of the demands are fairly reasonable. It sounds crazy when you hear about it, when they say like, oh, we want a 40% increase, right? And it's like, you're like, whoa, what the fuck? That's an insane increase. And it's like, yeah, that's because that's what they should have gotten years ago, and they just never got it. That's number one. Number two, they want like some of the pension programs that they had in like 2014 that were cut. They want that back. That's again pretty consistent with like the rest of the American labor unions that exist that you know have some semblance of power. They're all asking for similar things overall. Also, I'm not running a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. I'm running a 1-minute ad break because I started at the middle of the I started at like 11:20. So just letting you guys know before you freak out over it. Boeing pays the hitman more than their workers. Yeah. And they also want to keep like the production of planes, I think, in Seattle. Yeah, their current contracts have been 1% increase for 16 or 17 years. It's gross, dude. Okay? It's gross. The way that, and by the way that the non-union parts of Boeing operate is fucking abysmal. Okay? If you think that the union parts like demanding fair wage increases after years and years of stagnant wages, if you think that's one thing, now think about the other thing, which is obviously the non-unionized elements of Boeing production that are even worse. All right, let's look at this, and then we'll get to okay, buddy. I saw a
Japanese rapper doing this. The fuck you mean? We have gun control. Okay, so I saw a Japanese rapper doing this.
That's a HasanAbi head. She's dope. That's the Japanese HasanAbi head. This is the fan cam that you wanted me to say.
Gentle I try to be, but not in the bedroom. I'd like to be dominant. Swear it's just right for you. Like this pussy designed for you. 10 out of 5 on you. I look nice on you. Open my some of y'all need to be sterilized, dude. God damn. That's got 60,000 likes, bro. That is insane. You find like my old podcast and shit, and then you put crazy shit. You just make these crazy fan cams. What is this? Notes? Studying?
To find a Chinese lesbian girlfriend, move to China, move to Chongqing, move to Shanghai, move to Chengdu.
Why is this serious,
Because there is a total of 5 million lesbians.
Damn, bro, they got everything in China, bro. They got everything in China. They got like, if you want industrial grade glycine, you know where to go. And if you want industrial grade lesbians, 5 million of them, you know where to go too. They got like tier 1 cities, tier 2 cities, tier 3 cities if you want. They got it all, dude. China's got it all, baby. It's crazy. It's crazy. What is this? The fuck is this? That old podcast was literally the one reason I got introduced to you. Nice. More China propaganda. The fuck? Oh yeah, my next Sunday on CNN, baby. Let's go. Next Sunday on CNN, baby. Donnie O'Sullivan.
Next Sunday on The Whole Story, how does a Bernie bro become a pro-Trump, pro-Putin social media superstar?
I've been to Russia, I've been to China. Their major cities are much nicer.
Donnie O'Sullivan meets the terminally online young men of the disillusioned left.
MAGA communism. You know people watching CNN are going to say, you're crazy.
And star influencers trying to stop the spread of misinformation.
I want to make sure that they're not falling down this right-wing rabbit hole.
The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper.
Whoa! Whoa! Let's go, baby. Woo! Sheesh. They got that guy balling, but not you. I know. It would have been too hot if they got me balling up in there. Yeah, they are left their fucking mind. Hasan could never be balling. I'm always balling, dude.
I always be balling. God damn, we're on CNN, baby. Mama, we made it. There's something so funny about like being like, I'm a MAGA communist. That's why I like Donald Trump and Russia. Like two people that could not be further away from communism and socialism in general. That's awesome. Two of like one guy who's maybe a fake billionaire, maybe a real billionaire, who knows? And then another guy who definitely is probably one of the wealthiest billionaires on the planet. Just completely incomprehensible ideology, dude. Okay, here, baby hippo. Why is this? Dude, how does that work? How do they become such death machines, dude? How do they become such monstrous death machines? I honestly still, I don't care, dude. I will never believe that like hippos are bad or evil or scary. Like, I just don't. They're raised to watch Tucker Carlson. That's what happens to every hippo. In every hippo's life, they're little babies and they're fun and they're cute and they have a great time. And then they watch Tucker Carlson a lot. Bro, you would die if you were a caveman. 100% you are correct. You are not even remotely wrong on this. I would absolutely fucking die because the first sight of a bear, dude, the thing is, I like animals too much. Okay. 100%. And like one of the greatest aspects of like civilization has been that, honestly, aside from all the death and destruction, like we've basically moved humans away from where animals are, or rather we've moved the animals away out of fear of humans. I would literally get fucking murked. I would get one tapped. The moment I get out of the cave, I see a fucking bear, I'm beelining to the bear like, oh my God, what a fucking cutie pie, to get just absolutely destroyed. You know, bear is like feasting on my guts and shit. And I'm still like, no. That's what she used to look like, man. That's crazy. Oh my God, I'm going to die. Oh my God. I have to go grab Kaya. I have to go give her a big old kiss. I took her to the park this morning. It was so hot. She was dying a little bit. That's a little puddle, dude. I love my dog. Difference in portion size in the UK and USA. Yes, I know this already because I grew up in Turkey and I experienced the difference in portion sizes firsthand when I came to the United States of America, and I could not believe it. By the way, this is like improved. Like back in the day, it wasn't even this big, I don't think. The most legendary 3 Michelin star restaurant in Japan. That seems fucking sick. All right. Oh my God. Hold on, I gotta grab Kaya. Dude, can you believe it? Like that fucking thing right there. That fucking thing right there is this thing. My Lord. It's crazy. Anyway, I mean, you already know how much I love dogs, or bears specifically, not even dogs, because I got myself a whole ass bear. What's going on, everybody? This is, when I brought Kaya. Look at her little legs like kicking, going like that. Don't know if it's important or not, but I saw an article today on AP that the Turkish president vows to purge military graduates. Yeah, I saw that. I didn't see that article, but I heard about like the military graduates graduating from military school doing like a fuck you to Erdogan, basically, like refusing Erdogan a little bit, saying we're Mustafa Kemal Atatürk's children. Yeah, they got hella mad about that. How much weight did she gain? I mean, she's like 100 pounds. Back then, that was like 20. Stop sending me that fucking ball game, dude. I know exactly what video this is.
He said, hey, what's up? Hey.
Dude, I played against a dude like this today. There's this one guy who's a real yapper, okay? The worst part about this guy, this exact type of guy, is that when he's on your team, he's straight dookie, okay? Straight ass. Like, he doesn't defend his player. He's not explosive. He just kind of sits there. And then when you actually give the ball to him, he makes those shots, and then he takes those shots, but he doesn't make those shots. And it's really fucking annoying. And then something happens, right? You lose, teams get swapped out. Now he's on the opposing side. All of a sudden, he's just dropping straight fucking dimes, dude. Absolute. He goes from bombs to fucking the wettest dude on the court out of nowhere. And you're like, what happened? Like, where was this shit? Where was this shit when you were on my team, dog? Why the fuck did you suck ass on my team? And then you come up against me and all of a sudden you're just dropping buckets, dude. Making good passes. All of a sudden he's figured out his fucking footwork. He's good off the ball. He's doing movements. And worst of all, he's just splashing. And I just hate that shit. I'm like, come on, dude. I'm a unk myself. This is unk on unk violence. Okay? There's a pro-Trump poster in Latin because they thought Latinos, Latinas spoke Latin. What? Legales Hispanici et Latini Familia Opera Securitas Vota Pro Trump? They think like actual Latin? That's crazy. That's awesome. Bro, how are you honest to God gonna tell me racism is not funny as fuck? I don't know if this is real or not. I really hope it's real. It's gotta be a fucking meme. But like, when I see shit like this, I'm like, come on, dude. Racism is fucking hilarious. Okay? It's hilarious. How are you gonna sit here and tell me racism is not funny when you see shit like this? Hispanici is Latin at least. You were right again. Kamala is seen as Biden 2.0. More than 6% of likely voters said the next president should represent a major change from Biden, but only 25% said the vice president did that change. The year of vindication continues. Where are my liberal naysayers now? More than 60% of likely voters said the next president should represent a major change from Biden, but only 25% said the vice president represented that change, while 53% said Mr. Trump, the former president, did. Only 25% of voters think the incumbent represents change. No, that's not the correct way to analyze the situation. The correct way to analyze the situation is that they want change. Liberals want change as well as Republicans. There are a shit ton of people that want change from Joe Biden. This arc is the only funny thing in his entire career. Yeah, this is pretty funny. The Russell Brand praise Jesus shit. Like, he's like an annoying Jesus guy. He used to be like an annoying, sweaty fucking British guy who sometimes said like cool shit about communism. And now he's like a completely fucking annoying Jesus guy. He's praying to make the allegations disappear. It's fine. How much do you think he's getting paid by the Russians? Dog, not everyone who is this kind of dumbass is getting paid by the Russians. Okay? Make no mistake. A lot of them are, as we found out, but not every single one of them are doing that. Some of them just do rapes and then get outed for doing rapes and then make that right-wing slant. Others recognize their career is about to die and then they also personally make that right-wing slant. There are many different reasons as to why people make this right-wing slant. Okay? That's like, it's not always just like Russia dropping fucking stacks of cash, because the reality is Russia doesn't have that kind of money. Okay? They don't have that kind of moolah to just fucking constantly pump every single right-winger. You have to understand the broader marketplace. There are plenty of dumb fucks that are begging, demanding that there be more people in the entertainment sphere that pump this kind of bottom of the barrel, lowest common denominator, bullshit right-wing fucking sentiment. Okay? That's it. The rumor is that Elon is getting indicted by giving a Russian general a Cybertruck. You mean the fucking Chechen dude? I forget. But yeah, they do spend hundreds of millions though. They often don't directly pay though. I don't think they spend that much because I don't think they're fucking guapped up like that. Yeah, Ramazan Kadyrov. Yeah, nothing will happen to Elon Musk. He's a literal fucking defense contractor. Chill out. By the way, it's been 112 days since the last OK Buddy. Jesus Christ, almost been half a fucking year. The number of grifters who go through a Christian rebranding to save their careers is notable. Milo Yiannopoulos, Roosh, the Return of the Kings guy. Russell Brand has always been religious but went from left to right. Yeah. It's way cheaper than you think to bribe someone. No, my point is, guys, my point is this, okay? And I need you to understand this. My point is, there are other factors at play here. So don't miss the forest for the trees because you fucking hyper focus on like one aspect. There are plenty of dumb fucks also surrounding us that are like begging for this kind of content. Okay?
England played Ireland in Dublin yesterday, and the Irish chanted Lizzie's in a box as they were leaving. Nice. Mr. Abi, please react to the Destroy Lonely album. No, the only thing I'm going to react to right now, we're going to get started on this. We're doing something crazy. Okay, buddy, Donny Sullivan. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We're doing Okay, buddy, Hasan. We haven't done it in a while. We're doing Okay, buddy, Hasan. Right. Where the fuck are the songs? Here it is.
I'm an incel myself, so do you know what that incel is? Involuntary celibate. It's like a community of people on the internet who can't get laid, and some of them go out and like kill people.
Okay, buddy.
I'm not saying I'm cringing.
Okay,
I'll
buddy.
explain it later. The virgin is the incel. Involuntarily celibate, who never gets laid. He's like unable to get laid. He's very nerdy. He has terrible posture.
It's been 112 days since I did Okay, buddy. Why?
Holy shit, dude.
This is a 4-year-old video, dude. Early Okay, buddy. They said it couldn't happen.
This is a short ad break.
So yeah, the crazy lore question is that voice I'm cringing right now actually Mr. Mooten? Yes, it is. It is. I always thought it sounds like him. Don't judge me for knowing that name. Yeah, it is. Old HasanAbi has no. Mr. Mooten used to also run my Discord. Straight up. Sort by new. Okay. Sort by new. No, we're not going to sort by new. First, we're going to do hot, and then we're going to do new. Because it's been 112 days since I fucking touched this god dang subreddit. Okay. We're going to do it now. We're starting. It's Okay, buddy time. All right. This YouTube thumbnail is crazy. We were wrong about immigration. Dude, this YouTube thumbnail is not crazy. No apology. Wait, what? Apology for what? Why is Hasan dodging my question? Wasn't your whole channel and political view categorized as propaganda and less reliable than Joe Rogan ever? Wait. Yeah, it was. By an absolute dumbass. I'm not dodging your question. That fucking absolutely zero people care, especially in like regular mainstream media, about some fucking dumbass spreadsheet that you found online, especially when you got, I guess, so excited to talk about that spreadsheet to be like, oh, Hasan looks like a fucking misinformer here. He's like Alex Jones. If you look at that actual media bias chart and reliability chart, it puts like Daily Wire in the center, which I suspect you might not have such a, no need to be butthurt. I don't think I'm the butthurt one, especially considering that you watched a CNN docuseries present me as an literal fucking person who tackles misinformation online, got upset, brought up a fucking spreadsheet in the midst of me looking at a fun Okay Buddy content Okay Buddy content seminar after 112 days of not looking at these fucking community memes. You are a sad person. It's Okay Buddy time, baby. I'm not gonna ban you. Enjoy the show. That's crazy. All right. I'm gonna be honest. This YouTube thumbnail is probably one of the best we've ever done. An absolute dumbass can use his super autism to craft an infographic and people think it will be the equivalent of peer-reviewed analysis. Yeah, I know. Are you gonna cover Charlie Kirk debate with top TikTok debater Parker? No, but I will. Eventually we'll get to that. Marker portrait of the guy / progress pics. Oh my god. Damn. I look like fucking the last gear of Luffy on this one. This is fire. You did this with a marker? That's incredible, Lonely Viking. Holy shit. Bro played ball with Hasan once. It's real, bro. Chat, is this real? Yeah, it's real. Blackboy Max danced to me singing Red Sun in the Sky. It's real as fuck. Every podcast got the bookworm, camera nerd, alcoholic, Greek. Name of the song, Red Sun in the Sky. Okay, bro. That's bullshit. Yin Tiger fighting Hasan. Hasan fighting Rock Solid Chatters. Bro, let me tell you something, okay? Still beat though. Still beat. Ending xenophobia with Kaya. Xenophobia? That's not how you write What the fuck is xenophobia? That's not how you write xenophobia, chatter.
I made you this, and I
My cat is a gamer. My cat is a gamer frog. Wait, bro, this is how we win. Sino equals dog. Oh, xenophobia is. Wait, what? That's a real thing. Xenophobia is an extreme fear of dogs. That's a real thing. Why don't they just call it dogophobia? The fuck is xenophobia? Xenophobia is hatred of Chinese people. I know. I thought they were saying like because Kaya is Chinese. Of course, Turkish God doesn't know a word of Greek origin. Canines, you dummy. That's insane.
Where does it say?
Top of the hour, and it is literally top of the fucking hour. That's crazy. What? Oh my God. Nice to meet you. The only promise that he made that came true was at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. I told you that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and none of you listened. You get one ad break with me at the top of the hour, one secret one in the middle of the hour, because at the top of the hour, the skibbity dope want you to see the ad break. This is what my fucking haters don't understand, by the way. That at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, which you can avoid. And none of you heard me out. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. $6 is all you need.
Wait,
by connecting your Amazon Prime account through Twitch account, you get one free Prime subscription a month. You can avoid. And none of you heard me out. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. $6 is all you need. By connecting your Amazon Prime account through Twitch account, you get one free Prime subscription a month. And yet there's still a free one, obviously, in the form of a Twitch Prime. Twitch Prime is free, or by getting gifted a sub. If you're lucky, Jack, you can also gift subs. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Here it is right now. Here is the 3-minute ad break now. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. You can't catch me. You can't. I'm too slippery, dog. This is why we had to clamp down on the double baits. There is a literal camera crew in here in this room right now with me. That's the most cringe thing I've ever done. I just did this intro for all of you in front of adults. Yeah, you're good. Told you. They're in here. It's crazy. Where's the NBC I'm probably vid? Gonna lower it back, yeah. But you're back. You're stuck. What? They already dropped their NBC article? How did they do it so quick? As more young men use a hair loss drug, some doctors caution about rare side effects. Bro! That's real fun. You did that in front of NBC. You did that in front of NBC. Hasan, you were attacking people like Eddie Liger while going 100% in on Kamala Harris and helping a corporate-owned CNN hit piece. Shit is fucked up. I'm attacking people like Eddie Liger. Dog, if you're a MAGA communist, I do not agree with your worldview, okay? Yeah, dude, I'm a fucking DNC operative. I'm owned and controlled by mainstream media. Look, I'm literally drinking out of the fucking the look at this. Look. Do you see this? Who are you, George Orwell? That's hilarious. Yes, dude. Yes. And the real Stalinism is MAGA communism, okay? Bro's baiting hard. What was his reaction? Did he laugh? They did. They loved it. Funny chat. It's real funny, dude. You guys are so funny. I don't even personally have a problem with Eddie. I think like the party that they fucking put out is like a little sus. There's always so many like splinter fucking there's so many splinter parties and shit. But like, yeah, Jackson Hinkleding is a grifter of the highest fucking order. He's a creator for Kamala, and we will respect him. Yes, I am a grifter DNC operative, okay? That's why I routinely shit on the Democratic Party, and that's why so many of the Democratic Party's like most loyal servants and soldiers come in here to tell me I'm actually in the pocket for Donald Trump, okay? That's how it works. Funny, haha, we got guests here. and you're embarrassing me in front of the guests. How dare you, chat? Why do you talk so much today? You usually say fuck mainstream media and then keep quiet for 6 hours. Yeah, that's literally what I say. You got it right. Have you talked about the NBC guy about Cussy? No, dude, shut up. Shut up. Stop. I'm gonna stop reading chat if you guys keep doing this. Okay? Hasan keeps asking to take the mic off so we can scream at chat like a cop turning off his body cam. 100%. Like, the moment that I take this microphone off of me, I am going to unleash one of the largest band waves you've ever seen, okay? I am going to say things that might get me banned off this platform because y'all are being so fucking annoying right now. It's crazy. I hope that doesn't make it into the cut. There's just like, it starts off, the NBC thing starts off as a puff piece, and then it turns into just like, this 33-year-old man has cultivated an entire community of 30-plus-year-old white men, many of which are gay, and he just yells at them the entire day. What's on your mug? I think I can't remember if I got this personally, but it's to commemorate the ascension to the throne of His Majesty King Charles III, September 8th, 2022. King Charles III. It's on my mug. I love the royal family. I love the monarchs. All hail the king. Collection of blast-offs. What the fuck is a DI? Ludwig after combine 5 points with Hasan. Hasurdo, Elden Ring, Vorboss, Gamer, Levers, and Shambles. Live now, Rolana dies today. Work of a dreamer, hopeful of the Elden Lord's return. The Elden Lord will return. Today's the exact 2nd anniversary of Lizzie's death. Oh shit, goddamn. Fear and microaggressions meme.
What do you guys usually talk about on the podcast?
Well,
a little bit of everything.
We talk about, we have like a dynamic between like the four of us, and it like I always tell people it plays out like a dysfunctional family sort of thing. So we go out through our weeks, and then we sit down on Sundays or whatever day we decide to film. We just talk about it, and a lot of it is berating me for being gay usually.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
you're the gay one.
I'm the gay one.
Yeah.
Oh, you couldn't tell, right?
No, I really couldn't tell.
Bro, that's
he
what I'm
didn't mention it because I thought it was a gay Mormon, but he said it was just a gay
No,
guy.
no, I said a gay guy and a former Mormon.
Well, you had to brief them.
Just assume that you're like doing like some type of like dark humor bit.
He says, you say the F slur?
Yo, if you get him started on the Vikings, like you will.
Oh yeah,
no
I'm a huge
one
Minnesota
clocks
fan.
him as gay.
I code switch though. If there was a girl in the room or another gay guy in the room, you would probably be like, oh.
You watch something like the Game of Thrones and just like, you've been gay.
That would kind of be whiplash if I just started like talking about sucking dick like right in front of you and you had no idea.
Oh,
I'm just glad we've like.
This edit is brutal, dude. Okay, first of all, this is not what actually happened. They were super chill about
finally
it.
Ran into you.
They were
it's
very
hard.
funny.
Everybody like walking through. I'm like, he's gay. He's gay. He's gay. I don't know who's gay. And then
you know, I look back and I was like, damn, I like made out with somebody when I was 10 years old, like, you know, and it was another guy, and I just moved past it somehow. I was sleeping with men and telling them that I wasn't gay.
I know friends that like joke like that, and I just like.
How did you meet Hasan? How did you figure out about him?
He was a dick. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Yeah. He changed the trajectory of my life. He'll always like try to get me to freestyle or be like, "Oh Pat, let's see one of those dance moves." Like, what the fuck?
We play basketball.
Hasan's like really good at not being racist.
When you look at him, did you expect him to be a little racist?
We get there. There's 5 horses. I'm a horse. Pat's
There's
a
not
horse.
a lot of black people in Turkey because, you know, the Ottoman Empire didn't participate in chattel slavery. They only enslaved white people, which was pretty cool, I think.
He hates white people.
The last night, dude was just like, I just feel like you guys could like name more and go a little harder. And like at this point, like, you know, people have seen us, like our peers have seen us in these costumes, and you're lucky we're walking out on the stage, like. So we're pissed, like, bro. We're just talking, like, oh, I got something for him, and like, I don't let stuff go.
This is a terrible edit, dude. This is a lethal edit.
Nay, go hard. That's what he's waiting for. I just start fucking barking as loud.
I was dying.
Technically, but it's not like a dog. You know what I mean,
like, bro? One of our co-hosts, co-stars, got he got rode.
He got rode. Like a dude. It was called Equus.
So I was a show jumper, like a professional equestrian show jumper. That's what I did until high school. And then my horse died. And
sometimes, like unracist people do racist things.
Yeah.
Should have got white horses.
He's barking.
I can't believe they edited the entire episode, bro. That's fucked up. I'm really sorry. like, you know, all the police brutality. That's nasty. That's nasty.
I know it may not look like it to you guys.
That's nasty work. You cannot do that, bro. That's nasty work. You can't do that. It's me making fun of. Fuck you,
But I'm a
chatter.
Lebanese American.
Oh my god.
You Lebanese for real?
Yeah.
Lebanese and gay.
Yeah, you wouldn't even know.
Yeah. That's nasty work. It's so nasty. I'm going to go to YouTube and like it. God damn. Fear and is a popular podcast similar but lesser known to the popular The Yard podcast hosted by Ludwig Ogren and other white content creators. Fear and is hosted by popular streamers HasanAbi, Piker, Cutie Center, Will Nevin, defunct game show host Austin Show. Bro, cook me in the fucking description. Hey, yo. I can't in good conscience like this. Okay. It's fine. I'll fucking like it. You called Austin a defunct game show host, so you piece of shit, dude. You fucking cook my ass. Gaming frogs are eating good right now is true. Gaming frogs have been getting fat as hell, dude. I've been playing games. I've been even playing games like early in the day too. Gaming frogs are fatter than they've ever been.
We are live in not just a simulator, but a real 737 aircraft. And I am your captain, Austin Show, joined by my lovely first officer, and who has never flown a plane before, Hasan Piker. We are.
Oh, because I fart on planes. Oh, that's why. I was like, what the hell? What was this like stupid fucking fart humor? And then I remembered it's because I said that like I fart on planes, and I think it's fucking crazy that people don't. You're a piece of shit for doing that. No, I'm not. I will stand on this. I will stand 10 toes down. This is a normal thing to do. It's actually one of the most liberating things you can do. Okay. This was a fire Jujutsu Kaisen, Jujutsu Kaya post. Okay. Respect. Used that for a blast off meme yesterday. The Mahdi is too humble when he says he is the Mahdi. Even more reason to know he is, as is written. Hassan al-Ghaib. JoJo Part 3 spoilers. Joseph Joestar pranking his grandson by pretending to be Dio Jotaro. Okay. Okay, chatter. Okay, JoJo edits. High effort meme, never forget.
QAnon Republicans are like, what the fuck?
What's going on, everybody? Oh, shit. Uh-oh. I fucked this up. We're back. I mean, I'm not even doing an intro, you know? I just wanted to have you experience the joy of the late, the 2020 Kamala Harris by Satch K-Hive song. We're live, folks. We're back to the desktop portion of the broadcast. You already know what it is. We're here. It is. Is there an issue? Oh, okay. What? I mean, sure. Okay. Yeah. Folks, we're live a lot.
I can't believe I went on for so goddamn long, and none of you motherfuckers told me what was up. Like, did I just like what happened? How did I not see? We did. You were yelling at us.
We're live. Let me see what I look like on this. Does it look good? Or is it blown out a little bit? It's a little bright, right? I'm looking at it on the regular. Oh, there it is. That's perfect. Folks, what's going on? Folks, real voice? Oh, where is it? Chipmunk voice? Oh, wait, fuck. We hit a bunch of buttons on this, I think. Shit. What? Chipmunk voice. Yeah, I don't know how to fucking... In the transfer mode? What does that even mean? Is it fine? Is it fine now? Did it get fixed or no? It's fixed? Alright. Okay. Folks!
Dude, you know what? Aside from the chipmunk voice, it is kind of crazy how can I just say I am not the smartest guy. Okay, we all know this. It's not a secret, right? Having said that, the amount of work that I've been able to put into this like remote desktop setup is wild. Like, obviously this is a silly time to say this because, you know, chipmunk voice and all, but like, dude, the fact that like we were at the DNC, like it is kind of crazy. We were at the DNC inside of the room, right on top of the fucking band. Okay. And even then, like the audio was like pretty nutty, you know, the production was pretty solid. And you guys got to see like how the sausage is made a little bit, where you saw the background stuff, you saw us like making it and breaking the setup and stuff. It's low-key, I don't know, it was low-key kind of crazy. Shouts out to March as well, for sure. March did 90% of the work, Walt. Okay, guys, yes, March is a goddamn trooper, okay? Braver than the fucking Marines, but like, I put that fucking production together, okay? Come on, dog. March is a real one. The fact that he just like fucking is a ride or die across the board, and I could put him through like the absolute worst. I could put him through the absolute worst situations. Like, there's no other person I could do that with. But like, still haven't forgiven him for going to Auschwitz alone. Yes.
It's me, Joe Biden. Vote. No, it's still broken. Dude, chat, stop now. There's like 50,000 people in here. God damn, stupid children in the fuck. Like, I'm about to fucking interview some goddamn politician just like chipmunk voice. Fuck is wrong with you? Okay, we're good. I'm just yelling. Don't worry. The more comfortable I get, the more I'm gonna yell at my stupid ass community. What's up? Oh yeah, I won't be loud.
Oh my God, there's chipmunk voice in the background for the singer too.
I'm sorry, I won't yell like that. Y'all are annoying, chat. Why do you have to be like that? Anyway, all right.
Oh my God. You did tell me. I was wrong. What is this? Got Zin? Full of Zin? What the fuck is this deep fried ass meme, bro? Jesus Christ. DNC in 2 photos. Day 1, day 4. Imagine if Chad never told you and you had to do the whole AOC interview like that. First of all, the AOC interview never happened. So at DNC day 2, lol, I wonder who the main character is. Can't believe this happened yesterday. VP nominee Tim Walz delivers DNC address.
Thank you, first of all, to Vice President Harris. Thanks for putting your trust in me and for inviting me to be part of this incredible campaign.
It's done. It's muted. It's green, right?
It's the honor of my life.
I think it's muted. I hope it's muted. Or else you're gonna hear a fucking healthy ass stream.
Thank you for your passion. Thank you for your determination.
Oh, you added fart sounds to it too? You're fucking you're a bad person for that. You're a bad person for that. For those of you who don't know, I fucking thought I muted my goddamn microphone at the DNC to piss, and 60,000 people heard me fucking piss in the bathroom. And for the record, I thought that it might not have been muted, which is why I didn't fart. Normally, I would definitely fart while I'm peeing. This is why he was kicked out of the DNC. No, never knew he was this good at Beyblades. Bro, I cooked on Beyblades. Okay, Beybussy.
What am I playing against here? This war is not just about Beyblade. It's about who the real otaku is.
Don't take a fall.
We are the real otaku team.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Oh! Maximum fuck yous. Oh, wind him out. Wind him out. Maximum fuck yous. Let's go. Keep
Treating 50K people like they're the bros in the PlayStation party you piss on the mic is insane.
Go.
Dude, Beyblade was crazy. I never knew I had it in me like that, and I never knew that I would be into Beyblade like that, but it was awesome. I drew the pack. This is fire. Looking real ottoman. Kaya with the pearly girly. God damn, you look so brolic there. Bro, I don't look brolic. I am brolic, okay? Random sketch collage during a 3 a.m. caffeine-induced artistic burst. Top of the hour ad break. Okay, well, it's not, but streamer like Mindcam Kardutzian, we've already listened to this before in the intro. Me in Cussy, inspired by a post I saw a while back. What the fuck? European Euro HasanAbi heads. Where the hell is Kusi? The one leak is real. Aiden Ross, king of the pedophiles. Oh, it's in France? Okay. Aiden Ross, king of the pedophiles, offered this and more before being executed for FEC violations.
Bro, I would pay $1 million. Whoever finds the shit on him, $1 million, swear to God. I locked. I'm praying, bro.
that you're not mistaken. If your eyes do not deceive you, that is Aiden Ross praying to God that I am actually a pedophile. Okay? Which was so insane that even like people in his community were like, dog, what the fuck are you saying? Okay? What an incredibly insane thing. Dude, Kick is fucking wild, brother. Kick is crazy. Most sane Kick streamer. Aussie scum art incoming. I already saw it 6 minutes ago, and I immediately reposted it. Look at this. Look at it from the good side. Bir şey bulamadılar. Ulan ne bulacaklar amına koyayım? Öyle bir şey yok çünkü. Why don't you stream in 60 FPS? I don't know. Why do you care? Oh, it's because of the fucking... Oh, I wonder if I could change it now. I probably can't, but yeah, it's locked in. I just realized the reason why I'm streaming in 2997 is because I was shooting something with Twitch for a Twitch ad, and I guess I forgot, but I can't restart, so it is what it is. The human eye can't see more than 20 frames anyway. No, I didn't lash out of the chatter for no reason. It is still irrelevant. Who cares? $29.97 is I think just what they are filming the commercial in. Kaya demands an end to politics on OK Buddy. Is there politics on OK Buddy? Is relevant during gaming? Chappelle remix? What the hell is this?
Welcome a woman into your life. Actually, no, you Twitch stream all day.
Yeah, I yell into my computer for 8 hours a day, so
yeah, you're fucked, bro.
Great.
You'll never find love.
Can I fuck the cake after too? I'm just gonna like do this while I'm churning it, like. Yes, I would have sex with an alien. I don't care. I would have sex with an alien even if it wasn't safe. Okay. I've played too much Mass Effect and I watched too much Avatar, not The Last Airbender, but like James Cameron's Avatar, to say no to that. I can't lie to you. Okay? I think that's a valid thing to say. Post win, but before the big loss, OC original content fan art. Damn. This is like the You Alright White Boy remix, you know? What is this? Anyway. Anyway. All right. Anyway. God damn it. I hate that like Brandon says anyway so much that anytime I say anyway, you guys start saying, oh, it's just like Joe Biden. I say anyway a lot. I do. Okay. I say anyway a lot. Anyway. 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 Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Anyway. 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 Damn, it's a pop. Anyway. 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 Most of these are from this year, by the way, which is kind of crazy. Still hating on the country that made you successful. Mud cause bud. Mud equals mad. Bud equals banad. I'm fucking falling asleep. I pulled up a hater and I'm falling asleep. I think this was this in England? Anyway. Anyway. We gotta put this in the intro music. Anyway. Anyway, everybody, love you all. It's an honor to be able to serve you 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour for so many years. Huh? That was incredible. It's from fucking 4 weeks ago, bro. There's some absolute gems in here. Kaya on the wing. It's good. Private plane socialist strikes again, breaking in a stunning new leak. This photo of Donald Trump and Kevin Roberts, the author of Project 2025, flying in Trump's jet resurface. I'm not in the jet. Chill out. I am going to literally put myself in a Mark 84 rocket and slam myself into the pavement. That right there, that's an old school. That is an old school OK Buddy style meme. This right here is like one of the most like OG OK Buddy style memes right here. Okay. Look, I found a new DLE at your mom's place. What is this? How, what, do? Hassan Gesser prerequisites. Read the whole of Das Kapital. Watch every HasanAbi VOD optional. Convert at least one person to communism/socialism. Gameplay. Watch the clip shown on screen. Guess the creation date of the clip by dragging the slider or using your arrow keys. Submit your answer. You have 5 guessers. What the fuck? Beware, comrade. Due to the length of the list of clips, 95,000 plus, it is impossible to check if every single one is TOS friendly. Please check yourself before showing on stream. What? It's like a daily? BB No Money and Young Gravy are here. Barbie review Hunter Biden plea. Coup in African country I can't spell on Twitch. What is?
The most views out of anything. Woo! All right, that's it. That's some gravy content right there.
Right, dude.
What the fuck? 71. What the fuck? Look. Oh shit. Okay, we gotta click away. I don't want to get fucking.
Wait,
oh, this is
yeah,
when
I know. It hurts your feelings. Historic or
Dude, wait. Wait, why? You can just like look at the date of the clip. No, you have to guess the date. What is?
The most views out of anything.
Shit, there's nothing that actually shows what date it is. God damn it. Bro, I have no idea, bro. I have no fucking idea here. Well, it's not September, but it's probably this past year.
Well done, comrade.
Oh my God. Oh, there's only one? I got it. That's crazy. That was totally random. That was literally random. So that's it? Like every day there's another Hasan guesser? Or can we do more? Oh, there's only one today. It changes daily. HasanGuesser.net. That's so sick. Okay, we'll bookmark this. I'm gonna bookmark this. Wait, how do you bookmark again? Oh, you put the star. Okay. We'll do a Hasan guesser every day going forward. That's crazy, man. Dress to impress. That would have been way doper. If I have the capacity to literally change the trajectory of a election, then don't you think it's idiotic for the Dems to not listen to me then? Let's say 37,000 people are currently watching me. Every single one of them is an American. Change the trajectory of a election, then don't you think it's idiotic for the Dems to not listen to me then? Let's say 37,000 people are currently watching me. Every single one of them is an American who's registered to vote in a fucking swing state, right? Don't you think that the Democratic Party should listen to someone so powerful?
Ties in this bitch. Drop like flies in this bitch. I cut ties in this bitch. I'll cut ties in your face. Yeah, cut you like a lace. Nothing I do could be replaced. That's why I live in outer space.
Why is the last subreddit that I was on Brett Cooper? Because I never go on actual subreddits, and like I never go on Reddit. And then the last time I did that was to call out the main moderator and the creator of the Brett Cooper subreddit, Weeby. Trump Glaze.
He fights. You wouldn't want to have him against you. A little bit true with all of these people that you're showing. There's a good one.
Hasan, genius, out of nowhere. He gets those top of the hour ad breaks in. You don't even see it coming, but boom, there they are. It's brilliant.
Using Donald Trump AI voice to hit a fucking top of the hour ad break debate exactly at the top of the fucking hour is nasty. Okay? It's nasty. It's a nasty business that we're in. What we're doing here is fucked up. Okay? I am upset. That's the president who was almost assassinated, and you are using his likeness for your purpose. And I think that this says a lot about American democracy, where we're at as a society. Okay, and we shouldn't do this. We should not do this any longer. Okay, we should really reconsider our priorities. We're really fucking up the bag. Okay, former president and current president and the next president, as a matter of fact. The 3-minute ad break is here, though, as Donald Trump correctly called out. If you no longer want to see it, $6. You subscribe, get a bunch of amenities. Let me guess, Ukraine is the enemy of this country. Ukraine is the greatest enemy of this country. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Read my last 2 messages. Let's see what the fuck this person is saying. Hey, buddy, no homo. Can I come take you out for a dinner? Only because you have got to stop eating all the crap you eat on stream. Shut the fuck up, Hasan. Jesus Christ. Let the cops do their jobs while a fucking douchebag like you gets away with this shit. Someone slap the Zionists with a siren for me, please. This is what leads to your downfall. You could be such a revolutionary, yet you appear to be too concerned with your public persona than actual change. Dang. And you just missed my comment with that pause. From Lovers to Enemies arc for this guy. Bro's an anime villain, dude. Bro is the main character.
Really, tremendous strategy, very clever.
Kai reacts, One Piece card openings. When a song pulls Miss All Sunday, Don Quixote do Flamingo, $180 Nami. Is Kaya dead? Yeah. Breaking news from LA. Food poisoning outbreak in LA. This was such a fun stream, dude. This was such a fun fucking stream. First Reddit post. Oh God, TikTok kept muting this, so I'm posting this here, though I might need to redo it sometime so that is not shamelessly glazing, bro. And try again. Why was TikTok muting it? This is sick. That's actually fire. That's a sick ass edit. Only because I'm balling. Like a lot of my edits that just look hot. But sorry, Joe. Sorry, gotta go. Joe Biden dropped out. Explains how he got home and went live so fast. Yeah, I jumped into a Mario pipe. No one. That one Turkish guy at the Olympics. Dude, these are some old ass memes at this point. Merch shoot Turkish fan cam. Bro, where did you find this photo? Bruh. I don't even know. This is in Ankara, by the way. This is Ankara. Dog, did you take this photo? Like, I don't even know where this photo exists. Like, you got Murat in the fucking corner looking like a baby. You got me looking like a baby too. This is so crazy, dude. This actually is, god damn. How the fuck did you find this photo, bro? This is scary shit.
Shout out to all my Turks.
Saydım 1 2 1 2 olduk şarkıdan zanlı tek özgür olduğum an bu dilimden çekeceğin var bilir sözlerim kung fu kung fu.
POV, you told us on your Turkish chatter. This is fire. Chatter had to hit up the M-HUD for the CIA archive. Yeah. Hasan, the older sibling, how he's taller. Wait, what? Of course I'm the older sibling, and being taller has nothing to do with that. Sometimes this community does end up shocking me because, like, you know, sometimes it's like fine. You'll find a fucking photo that like I didn't even know existed. You know, this is one of those moments. A hostile tat. Shouts out to the chatter. They got the hostile tattoo. Basketball career is over. Surfing season is upon us. No! You weren't kidding about how dreary Ankara looks? Yeah, Ankara is ass, brother. Basuketuboru. HasanAbi. I use this as a blast off meme as well. Big man in the kitchen.
Is this a thirst trap?
This is a thirst trap.
Oh no. No. Nope, you're just mixing your dry ingredients.
Yes, chef.
Alright, 1 second.
I will keep humming the bowl, chef.
No!
This is how I'm doing it. What's up? Oh.
I'm gonna kill myself.
Oh, it's so. Oh, I love being a sexy chef. What? Oh, I thought you guys liked it. I thought you guys liked this shit. That's what the sexy chefs do. I'm a TikTok chef. Play some sexy music.
Is this a...
Cutie's gonna be so mad she's a part of this. I mean, she was literally there when it happened and was mad IRL. Airplane political activist Austin show. I'll do the theory and I'll do the praxis. Stop, brother. Oh, brother. This is exactly the type of meme that appeals to, like, maybe not even everyone in this community. Okay, like, you have to be so invested in political memes to know who the guy on the left is. Okay, the guy on the left is famous for always like wearing MAGA merch at airplanes and at terminals, right? Like, he just goes to different terminals and just sits around and is always just like, look at me, I'm a black guy who's MAGA. Okay, I've shown him to you a couple times. He's just, I mean, I think he's really funny. He always thinks he's doing some shit. Okay, he's always like, oh, you like that? Oh, I bet you like that. Yeah, I'm voting for the felon. And he's got that one photo. This is the one fire photo he ever took. So he just has that face in all of the photos. I'm not even American. Why do I know this guy? Because you love politics too much. And Austin, obviously, if you listen to the podcast, is constantly fucking shit up at airport terminals, at airports. So, like, you know, He's basically the less gay version of the guy on the left. The millennial left, 1980 to 1995, thinks liberals are leftists, loves Harry Potter, higher taxes will solve climate change, unironically believes in electoralism, thinks systemic forms of discrimination can be solved under capitalism, believes communism killed 800 bajillion kabillion. Class, like income amount, product of Cold War propaganda, listen to Pod Save America, the Nordic countries are socialist, loves Obama. The Zoomer left hails Garfield as a proletarian icon, class conscious as fuck, will not hesitate to call you a lib, Red Lenin, gets teary-eyed singing the Internationale, denounces Chapo Trap House as liberal, makes the bourgeoisie genuinely nervous. This is such a 2016 meme. How the fuck is this meme in existence in 2024? Okay? Bernie Sanders, an imperialist like the rest, constantly agitates for revolution, some kind of Marxist. Like this lame-ass meme. This lame-ass meme is literally a 2016 meme, okay? Which is inherently a millennial-style meme. I haven't seen shit like this. I have not seen shit like this since left book days, you know? Climate catastrophe looms large over psyche. Hails Garfield as a proletarian icon. Look at the top. 1996 to 2020. Yeah, I mean, this is like born. Okay, I'm still going to give it up, dude. Gigantamax Hoschamp. When PK Ray used fly, it's very super effective. Yeah, dude, he fucking cooked my ass. Zoomers will make the bourgeoisie nervous after their nap in the sensory deprivation room. Please don't clap. That will cause them to become overstimulated. That is the most 40-year-old ass shit you've ever said in this chat. Michael from Pennsylvania, also known as Central_Committee. This is the most 40-year-old man that anyone has ever been, okay? This is the most 40-year-old man anyone has ever been. This is the most screaming at the clouds old man ass take, okay? All these Zoomers, they nap in their sensory deprivation rooms. They're not cut it for the big. They're not cut out for the big leagues. Oh man, that was the closest you've ever gotten to fucking Bill Maher ass sentiment right there. Do you think different breeds of dogs are racist towards each other and that's why they get into fights sometimes? No. Turkish cuisine supremacist. Northern Lion. Hey, Kate, the game said I was a gastronomical genius. Shirahiko, what? How am I not on the list I play every week? HasanAbi. This looks like insert Turkish dish. Unfortunately, the rish is not a dish in this game. Dude, I can't read anymore. I don't know what happened to me. I feel like my brain is... I feel like I'm devolving the more I stream on Twitch. Happy 33rd, Mr. Himbo. Aw, thank you. Old man be getting older. Happy birthday, Hossie.
What's up, gamers? I'm here today on a not-so-chill vid. I want to let everybody know out there in YouTube land that I'm sorry. My actions were unbecoming of a gentleman, and I didn't know that what I was doing would impact the people around me and the greater nation at hand. You know, when you come up with a dope idea like that, you never know that it's going to spiral out of control.
Come on! We need backup!
So the officer.
This is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
No! What's up, gamers? I'm here today to make a very solemn apology. I didn't know I was fucking my sister.
While you all got well-paying jobs, I watched anime. My name is Miss Kiv, and today I would like to be your president. Why? Because tomorrow is not guaranteed, but today is. So I would like to be your president to make sure that you are in the present with me, your president. Thank you.
Ain't nobody from New Jersey's ever allowed to be anywhere near the executive office, okay?
Thank you guys for watching, and thank you for being here.
Does look like we're gonna have an ad hoc.
I'm sorry, guys, for what I did. I feel really, really, really bad. I'm really sorry. I won't do it again.
Well, guys, it's true. You caught me. I have.
Okay, Tectone is the most, like, out of all the OTK people, even beyond Asmongold, Tectone is the most likely to be at January 6th. Okay, straight up. Like, he is the most likely to have been there. And more than Asmongold, because Asmongold doesn't leave his house unless it's to get fucking Dr. Pepper, and that's pretty much it. Tectone, on the other hand, straight up, dude. Like, he was, I'm a firm believer that he was there. He was at the fucking Capitol.
I've been fucking every VTuber I've ever met. I watch anime.
What's up, gamers? I'm here today to make a very solemn apology. I didn't know I was fucking my sister.
What is that?
What's up, gamers?
Low effort meme, but first to market. Joe Biden dropped down. I have to stop myself every time. Look who's in court right now after using Hasso. Okay. Chat, is this real? Ice cream sandwich recalls update. FDA sets highest risk level. I hope it's not real because I would be dead. Okay, because I eat an ice cream sandwich every night. Venom Piker, Big Trump is building an army in MAGA Haven. I would do it. I would do it for him. It's the protein ones. You're good. Wait, what? Kaya is a anarchist. It's no longer available. Funny rage moment. Man, I hate it when men make gay porn and then I find myself on OnlyFans browsing through the gay porn section and then I just take my wallet out on accident and I input my credit card information and then I just unbuckle my pants, unzip my zipper, and I just start dropping hot fucking loads to the gay porn. I hate when that happens. Why did the society make me masturbate to gay porn? I hate it. Stop tempting me, temptress, with your femboys and butt stuff. Twin Peaks nacho cheese puffs is mid, bro. What flavor do you get? No, that flavor is not mid. I think it's great. It's got great macros and it tastes pretty good. Made a little something. Hell yeah. Every hardcore homophobe ever. Bro, it's been so long. This is from 2 months ago and I can't even fucking, half the TikToks have been blasted into orbit. We're almost at Vice President Trump. Can you play it again as a reminder? I dropped it the day he made those remarks. No. We literally play it in the beginning of every fucking broadcast, Megaphonics.
Come, more like Kamala Harris. She wants to make you never come again.
Do not come. Do not come.
We need a new version of the Kamala Harris with a "do not come" in it. Honestly, look at
Bro,
those
I do not
tweets.
have chicken legs. Come on, guys.
That's crazy. I don't think they realize how big my goddamn legs are. I'm just long and tall. My biggest issue is that I have strong legs. That's crazy that this person is... Park Jung consistently slandering me, okay? Consistently slandering my ass, okay? That's crazy. Where the fuck is it? Where's the goddamn chicken legs one? Bro, I do not have chicken legs. Tall. My biggest issue is that I have strong legs. It's just that I'm too tall. Bro, I do not have chicken legs. Come on. Bullshit. Bullshit. Just keeping it on your tippy toes. Bullshit. We've encountered an error. Please try again later. No, Cell, don't do it. He doesn't even have Uber Eats. It's time to destroy the himbo. So stupid. True story, unfortunately. My American philosophy professor explaining why Ayn Rand isn't a philosopher for the 4th time. Me, who was unfortunately a conservative shithead at the time. It's good meme format. I knew the Pierce segment reminded me of something. Soy American beta snowflake gets triggered by anti-imperialist alpha male. Tries to cancel free speech. You rarely ever get a beautiful memetic moment like that. You know what I mean? Rarely ever do you get that perfect meme moment. But we did get it. Oh, there's some new ones in here. I just refreshed. Let's see. Home of Hoscord. I am always there. I'm always in the fucking corner peeking. Okay. Sometimes I'll just drop in on the convos. Our basketballing king.
For HasanAbi!
Uh-oh.
Give it up for HasanAbi! Give it up.
There we go. We did it.
She thicker than peanut butter. Jelly shit gon' make me bust open like an egg with confetti. If you say you won't smoke, I push over something heavy. We gon' hit a drive by 4 deep in the Chevy. Springfield, hollow tip, run right through his belly. Big machine gun, I ain't talking about kill it. Got the trap jumper, you can hit me on the telly. Just bust down the pack. They be like, why you smell it? She thicker than peanut butter. Jelly shit gon' make me bust open like an egg with confetti. If you say you won't smoke, I push over something heavy. We gon' hit a drive by 4 deep in the Chevy. Springfield, hollow tip.
I think it's kind of crazy that people still try to act like Ludwig has a bigger ass than me. He does not. Okay. I hope that the thick ass, who has the thicker ass conversation could be ended here. EU pains. But if you're going to leave, you don't want to watch gaming, just leave the tab open. You know what I'm saying? Leave the tab open, chat. Support the stream in the middle of the night.
Why did you make me do this to
Yeah, sometimes you wake up in the middle of the night to Shubai. He was eating the pod. Believers, capitalism believers. Toxic gets drink advice. Diet cock is ass. I'm trying to find this for the first time. How do you live with this? Yeah, I don't know about diet cock. You should probably get the regular cock, honestly. Hell yeah. You used to wake up to you raging in the war zone. Good days. Yeah.
We are.
Okay. We've done almost 2 hours at this point. Okay, buddy. I think we've done enough. We've done enough. Okay, buddy. We can get to some fucking reacts, I think. What do we think? Can we get to some reacts, chat? Do you think we can get to some reacts or no? More? Oh man. I think it's time. It's time we move on from okay, buddy, but I'll do this weekly. Okay, this will be a weekly occurrence. Saw this cartoon in a Disney stream flash, and this stream meme flashed before my eyes. Oh god, he's going for the aux cord. Kid Rock. He did the damn thing. Yeah, we're gonna get back to Elden Ring. I promise. God damn, this is fire. Park Jung, criminally underrated memer. Okay, check out this dude. RC Pinto. Do you want me to fucking delete this dude? Are you joking right now? You want to come in here on the day of my daughter's wedding and talk to me about fucking Portugal, dude? Portugal news never. Read my lips. No more Portugal news. Portugal is done. Portuguese is done. I'm not even listening to Brazilian funk house music out of solidarity due to what Portugal did to Turkey. Okay? Some of which was, you know, Turkey doing it to Turkey, but still, Portugal is over. Okay? Complete shutdown, complete lockdown of Portugal until we figure out what the hell is going on. This is crazy. I love it when Hasan does sports talk. What? I hate to do this, but I think Portugal has a pretty solid approach to this behavior. Are you happy? Portugal news, dude. Portugal news now. Portugal news tomorrow. Portugal news bullshit. Forever. Shout out to Portugal today.
Woo, let's go. Get fucked.
Turkey. That's bullshit.
Woo.
I never
Smoking
said
on the
that.
Pack. Here, have some. Have some of the
Turkey.
pack. He's having some.
This is bullshit.
Woo.
This is bullshit. Don't show. No! At least I. Have you never played football before? Stupid fucking Turkishness. Don't know anything about real football. Bro, this guy just posted my fucking reaction to his meme that we already reacted. Bad news. Bad news. I promise. 3 months ago, how it feels to be a gaming frog lately. You know what's crazy? That's when I wasn't gaming. I missed both Elden Ring and also fun content. And I unfortunately will not be able to deliver either. Gaming content is back and better than ever. Okay? Bigger than ever. Don't mind me. I'm dumb maxing. Creepy Yoda. No. Basketball stats. Some HasanAbi stats during basketball charity stream. Disclaimer. I am stupid. 3-point field goal percentage. 28.98%. Excluding challenges, grannies, and overhead throws. Only normal shots. What the Sigma? What the Sigma? I did that. You better not fucking betray us. House Republican push a link to government funding to a citizenship check for new voters. Wait, what? You better not fucking betray us, gaming frogs. Again, we can only come back so many times. First of all, that's not a real thing, okay? It is you need to go back to Disney, bro. Don't worry, we're doing Oogie Boogie Bash. If you watch the podcast, you'll know that we are going to be doing Oogie Boogie Bash. Hasan, you are a 33-year-old. What the Sigma? What the fuck happened here? Repo Man, Brooklyn, New York, an Italian dude not letting you get this truck. Keep up the payments.
Dude, put my fucking truck down now. This fucking truck down. Get the fuck out of here. Get down, you motherfucker. Put the truck down. Put the truck down. Put the fucking truck down. Get the fuck down. Get that fucking truck down. I'm warning you, motherfucker. Get the fuck away from this truck.
I'm warning you, motherfucker.
Get the fuck out of here.
Uh-oh. You can't do that. Oh,
fuck
shit.
Him. Nobody's taking this truck from me. Yo.
God damn, he just fucked up the whole block, bro. Well, ain't nobody wants the truck no more, I'll tell you that. Why is he still driving? Where is he going? Is his truck, he's like, yeah, truck for truck, dude. He came in, he took the repo truck and he's like, it's my truck now. Is that what happens? He said, ain't no one taking this truck from me. And when he said that, he meant like new truck. He's like, I'm ditching the old one for the new one. He went nonverbal. Yo, okay, that's a funny Megaphonics meme right there. Okay. He went nonverbal. Yo, okay, that's a funny Megaphonics meme right there. Okay. He said new truck, honestly. Yeah, the guy literally was like, new truck, actually. He's counting the damages in his head. That's the silent. Don't worry, none of these people need their side mirrors. Bro, what do you mean the side mirrors? He fucking flipped his actual truck on top of another car, I think. This might literally be, is it wrong to support this? Yes, chatter. Yes, it is. This might be the most divorced dad post I've ever seen. I've never seen somebody be this divorced online in my whole damn life, dude. He fucked up like 10 cars on the way out, and truck. He flipped his truck.
Call the police, man.
This is the truck driver who's doing it now. The truck driver whose truck was getting towed tried to beat the shit out of the tow trucker and then stole his tow truck and then just drove off into the sunset and said, new truck, who dis? Okay. Anyway, we got a lot of fucking reacts. Line the fuck up, okay? Line the frick up, dude. We're gonna do those reacts. Don't you worry about it. Starting with Charlie Kirk. 25 liberal college students. Can they outsmart Charlie Kirk? I gotta pee real fucking bad. I'll be back in a second.
Yes or no question?
Hold
I
on.
think that a person who is assigned male at birth, I don't think they
Assigned male at birth, so people are not male at birth?
I think that a person.
See, your evidence that college is a scam, my friend.
So what do you say in some cases women with IUDs are murderers?
Of course not, they're not murderers.
So what's the difference between an IUD killing a conceived zygote and like a mother going to Planned Parenthood and killing the fetus in her womb?
That was actually the best point somebody made.
It's not about the cells.
No,
It's not about. No, I'm
I know,
speaking. No, I'm speaking. No, I'm
we're both
speaking. No,
bunch
I'm
of cells,
speaking.
okay?
No, I'm speaking. No, I'm speaking.
Want to say it one more time?
No, I'm speaking.
Hello, everyone. I am Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning Point USA, and I am surrounded by 20 woke college kids. My first prompt is, abortion is murder and should be illegal. All right.
Can I maybe go?
Okay, hello, what's your
Hi,
name?
Juliana.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Can
you.
we get our terms right first?
Yeah.
Okay, abortion is the forcible ending of the viability of a being in utero, otherwise known as a fetus. Do we agree that's what abortion is?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, great. And then murder is the intentional taking of life, different than killing or sudden death. So murder would be the intent, with intent, taking another life. Do we agree with that?
Okay.
Okay, and then we agree that
fuck ads, I'm missing this video. Okay, let me restart this. Okay, Jubilee. I personally think this should be illegal. Okay, not abortions is murder and should be illegal, but the fact that Jubilee did a change my mind video, but with Charlie Kirk, giving Charlie Kirk a platform like this, but we're still gonna watch it. We're not gonna restart it. We're gonna watch it because I heard that like there's a lot of college students that have just like cooked his ass a bunch. Okay. And I do want to see it. The concept of rushing to the chair is weird. Do it by random choice. Sees intro, sighs, and opens comments. That's literally what I did as well. I wanted to see. This is not getting anywhere. It's more like bullying. I can talk faster and louder than you. Like, do they want to hear the other person or do they just want to be heard? My beat friend lives in Texas where she was 11 weeks pregnant. She found out her baby didn't have a heartbeat. Her baby had been gone for weeks, but her body held on to the baby. They called it a miscarriage. The crazy Texas laws made it so that she had to wait to bleed before they interfered, even though her baby was no longer alive. She told me nothing could prepare me from having my body be my baby's coffin. She wanted her child, yet she needed an emergency abortion to keep her from going into sepsis. They finally gave her DNC after she started bleeding. Those laws put her life in danger. Yeah, that is the reality that conservatives have brought about on the American public. And that is the reality that Charlie Kirk refuses to acknowledge and also defends. 20-1, at least one HasanAbi head ratio. Oh, for sure. For sure. Not a fun react. Oh my God, dude. Chatters. Just because it's Sunday Funday doesn't mean that this is not a video that I normally would have time to fucking cover. Okay? Shut the fuck up and buckle in. All right? I want to watch this video. I think it's fucking fun. Oh my God. 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 Bye. Okay. Here, take a day off. When I say Sunday fun day, I mean I want to do like regular old school reacts, okay? I want to do regular old school fucking reacts. Y'all are so goddamn annoying. Shut the fuck up. One of my least favorite fucking things is when chatters will be like, this isn't fun. This isn't fun. Okay, just fucking leave then. I don't know what to tell you. Okay? I always explain to you, you don't know what's good content, okay? Until you see it and you watch it and you go, okay, you know what? This was good. Just trust the process for once, okay? Please.
That murder in general in society should be illegal.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
So yeah, no, I do want to preface that I'm a Catholic.
Okay.
So I think one really important thing that the Bible says is to not judge. And just going back to the topic, I think there's a big difference between, you know, cells in utero than a living, breathing, existing being. And while I do believe it's murder, and that's just my personal belief, right?
The fuck?
I don't believe in telling people what to do with their bodies. That's not up to me, and it's not up to us as well as Christians
But
to judge.
should we prevent murder in society?
For sure, yeah.
Then
I
it
mean,
should be illegal.
but I think that it's really different, right? Because
I can't believe she came in hot with the, I think abortion is murder, but murder should be allowed. That's a crazy way to start this process, yo. I swear to God.
you know, these people aren't.
Sorry, nice to
No,
meet
it's
you.
okay, nice to meet you.
Okay, what's your name?
Naima.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, can I just ask, at how many weeks do you think that a fetus is viable?
She looks like she's gonna yell at me for drinking Coke at a Palestine protest. I swear to God.
Well, viability and moral worth are two different things.
No, but I'm asking you, at how many weeks do
Well,
you think
at
a
about
fetus
20
is viable?
weeks, a baby can survive outside of utero.
So it's actually 24 to 26
Well, it's
weeks?
20. The youngest ever in a NICU unit actually happened in San Diego, not far from here, and survived at 20 weeks.
Okay, so under Roe v. Wade, 93% of abortions happened in the first 13 weeks of pregnancy. That's 93% of the abortions happened well before a fetus is technically viable
For
as
sure.
a form
so
of life.
Let's go into viability. So what is it about, let's say, a 6-week baby that has a heartbeat, its own DNA, fingerprint, brain?
It doesn't have viability outside of the womb. Shut the fuck up. And the real counter to this that conservatives will always engage with is basically not this like fake science shit, but what if medical advancements made it so that viability actually outside of the womb existed in fucking 6 weeks? That's what you're supposed to say in the hypothetical. It's still a fucking stupid ass counter argument, but it doesn't matter. There is no viability outside the womb in a fucking 6 week fetus style situation. There is no real heartbeat in that situation.
Brainwaves that is less moral worth than an 88-year-old right now with dementia in a home down the street. That person requires assistance, requires help. Why is it that
a 6 week fetus is not like a person who lived a whole life but now has dementia, dog? What a fucking psychotic argument. To which you can always turn around and counter. You can always turn around and counter with the whole fucking in vitro fertilization conversation. You could just be like, in a fucking in a fire in a hospital, okay? You got five babies, okay, outside of the womb. 5 babies outside of the womb. They're in a fucking crib, all right? On the other hand, you got 5,000 fertilized eggs sitting in that room. Which one do you save? Do you save 5 babies or do you save the 5,000 fertilized eggs? If you truly believe that it is a life, the utilitarian argument is you have to save the 5,000 fertilized eggs. Now, here's the thing. The reason why this silly counter is actually very successful is it directly hits a conservative in their exact line of argumentation. Okay? Conservatives are very dumb. Okay? You don't have to make like a really coherent and clear and not hypocritical argument in this situation. As a matter of fact, using if you want to like actually win the debate, which, and this is why I always say debates have nothing to do with like actual truth, but instead like who is rhetorically better, you should always appeal to anecdotes, use emotion. That's what they do all the fucking time, and make these kinds of like hypothetical counter arguments. Okay.
make these kinds of hypothetical counter arguments that will gum up the works for them, because he doesn't want to look like a fucking weirdo in that situation. Okay? Because the broadest watchers of this debate in that counter argument are going to be like, of course you saved the 5 babies. Of course you saved the 5 babies. All right? No, you're not going to save the 5,000 fertilized eggs, obviously, right? That's one thing that you can always fucking hit them with, and they will look like idiots, okay? Would you agree to be surrounded by 25 conservative college students? The only problem for me with doing these like Jubilee style videos, because they've asked me a bunch of times to be on their stuff, is I can't take a whole day off from streaming just so I can do like a Jubilee video. You know what I mean? It's not worth it for me.
The 6-week baby is of less moral worth.
Well, first of all, it's not a baby, it's a fetus.
Well, what does fetus mean?
A fetus is in utero.
What does fetus mean in Latin?
What the f? I'm sorry, is this
It means little human being.
Ew! Look at his face! Yo! Her reaction is so perfect. Yo! Yo! You look gross, dog. Yo, debates, again, rely on aesthetics, okay? Debates rely on aesthetics heavily. When you look like that, you're losing the debate, okay? You look like a skinwalker, dude. What the fuck? Yo! Fetus. This is such a stupid fucking argument, dude. Oh, the fetus means little human in Latin. Okay.
Ooh, his smile is very creepy. Okay.
Smiling is creepy?
No, your smile specifically.
Got it.
But let's
yes.
go back to we're losing track here.
No, but what species is the fetus?
Oh, he got mad. He got flustered. He got mad and flustered. Oh, so another thing, before people say, ad hominem, fuck that, okay? When you're debating someone, you're not actually debating on the principles. You're not debating on the fundamentals. You're not debating on the truth, okay? You are trying to make them look silly. That's what it is. Anyone who debates consistently, if they try to fucking tell you that it has nothing to do with that and it has everything to do with the truth and arriving at the truth through the Socratic method or whatever the fuck, like, no. It's all bullshit, okay? It's all aesthetics. It's all about aesthetics. It's all about optics. It's all about trying to get, let's say, the 20% that is in the middle more to your side, okay? That's it. That's all it is. And one of the best ways that, in my opinion, conservatives or like all the alt-right fucking losers used to do this is by debating on issues that pertain to, let's say, like denying the humanity of black people. If you're like a white teenager and you're an edgelord, you can always make black people look hysterical when you debate them because you have nothing to lose in that argument when you're arguing on the boundaries of whether or not black people are fully human or not, or whether or not trans people are fully human or not, right? The other side is always going to be a little bit more emotional because for them, there's a lot at stake. For them, you're literally saying that they're subhuman, okay? So conservatives used to do this with regular frequency. They still kind of do this. It is ultimately something you should use against them regularly, okay? Just piss them off. Just, subtle jabs in a sea of like actual coherent arguments, counterpoints. It works well. Don't let anybody tell you that it doesn't work well. That was good.
The fetus is not a species yet. It's technically classified as a parasite until it is viable.
So,
now, I want to talk to you about something very quickly.
I can't,
like optics-wise, I would say that calling the fetus a parasite is not the best argument overall, for sure. But anyway, let's continue.
Are you saying a baby is a disease or a tumor?
A parasite is not a disease and a tumor. Those are not the same thing. A parasite is defined as something that cannot survive outside of its host. A baby, before it is viable, cannot survive outside of a woman's womb.
Got it. So let's extrapolate that.
It is not a living organism.
Are old people with Alzheimer's?
That's why people immediately hit the red flags. They're like, when she did the parasite, she's not wrong. Medically speaking, she's not wrong. The fetus obviously functions as a parasite. It's just optically not the best argument. Sometimes you just got to like stay away from, even if you're correct, right? Sometimes you just have to stay away from using certain language.
And depending on who you're talking to, another good argument you can make, if someone is like a libertarian, right? And they are firmly committed to like, castle doctrine or whatever. Even if you don't fucking believe in castle doctrine, even if you think it's a fucking idiotic argument, you can also use that in terms of the abortion, debate as well. That's another one that you can use, because you're taking their worldview, you're taking their own moral foundation and using it against them. Because when you talk about like abortion, ultimately, you can make that argument even from that framework where, you know, you can use their logic against them to be like, listen, if this is an unwanted pregnancy, okay, termination is valid. You don't want to have this thing strapped to your fucking body and be forced into carrying this pregnancy to term. So that's one of the things that is definitely important to recognize. Another one is always talking about like medical freedom. Tim Walz does this very well, as a matter of fact, talking about how, like, even from the perspective of like denying people, this is something I talk about quite frequently, as you guys know. It's one method I love applying to these conversations, where I will say, this is a medical procedure that is readily available, that should be readily available. Just because you don't personally like it doesn't mean that like a doctor and a patient can't make this medical decision. One, they know more than you. The doctor knows more than you. The patient knows more than you. Two, you're actually getting the government to be involved in something that it should not be involved in. Okay. Another great question for people who say abortion is murder and should be illegal is obviously extending their logic into pregnancies born out of rape, pregnancies born out of incest, pregnancies born out of situations like that, where there's medical complications beyond, right? If you truly believe abortion is murder and you believe murder is unconscionable and unacceptable in every circumstance, you can't just fucking say, no, actually, we should have some allowances for abortion when they're born out of like when a pregnancy happens as a consequence of incestuous rape, for example, like pedophilic incestuous rape. That is something you can literally ask them about, especially because it is the reality. It is the reality in red states where they have absolutely restricted abortion, and doctors have a hard time carrying out these procedures because they are terrified of the legal scrutiny and the prosecutions that might come down their way if they do a medical abortion. Yeah. Taking the conservative argument to its furthest conclusions could justify forced impregnation and rape. Exactly. So that's something that you can also apply, something that you should always use as well. You literally should be like, listen, if you think abortion is murder and murder across the board is unconscionable and unacceptable, why is it not murder if California is doing it? Your president that you love, Donald Trump, said, it's a states' rights issue right now. Okay, so murder is okay in other states, but in some states murder is not okay, and even in those states, it depends on if like the murder is happening to a victim that is born out of like a pedophilic rape situation. This does not make any sense whatsoever. That's why when you walk Republicans down the abortion is murder conversation, it ultimately Scum Art made a fucking Charlie Kirk. Oh God. Scum Art is in the chat. He's unsubscribed, so we couldn't post it, even though he's been subscribed for 13 months. And I just saw his link. He posted this. God damn, that was fast, dude. Freakish. Anyway, let's continue.
Dementia that are being assisted every day, are they parasites?
No, they're not parasites. They're human beings who are on the brink of death.
Got it. So they're
not going to be able to survive.
My 4-month-old that requires mom's breast milk and requires daily changes and feedings cannot survive without its own. Is my 4-month-old a parasite?
Your baby can breathe on its own. Your baby can drink water from its mouth to its stomach.
But it cannot.
Your baby can eat
it hunt?
food.
Can it gather? Can it reason?
But that's not what qualifies something as being a living organism. Being a living organism simply means, can you survive outside of a womb, outside of your host?
Got it. So I just want to make sure I'm clear. Why does that then equate to moral viability?
It equates to scientific viability.
Why? Under what standard?
Because it is not alive, and you are advocating for the rights of something that is not technically a life.
Got it. So what is something
while
that has
sacrificing the needs of the human woman who is alive.
Got it. So, but a mom can survive.
Yes.
Without the baby in her.
Uh-huh.
Right?
Yes.
The baby cannot survive without the mom.
Yes.
But a mom cannot survive without her lungs. So it's not her body, it's in her body.
What? What? Okay. This is when you know he fucking he floundered. Like he didn't have a good enough argument. Like he didn't have a good enough counterpoint. So he did confusion. Okay. In a lot of instances, it might be effective, especially if the person is not like, if it's the type of talking point that you've never heard before, that you've never really encountered in the wild, you're like, what the fuck does that mean? Like, is this argument that like lungs are parasitic?
It's a mom
like,
baby
what the
in
fuck?
her.
Uh-huh.
So, but a mom can survive.
Yes.
Without the baby in her.
Uh-huh.
Right?
Yes.
The baby cannot survive without the mom.
Yes.
But a mom cannot survive without her lungs. So it's not her body, it's in her body. It's not her
I
DNA,
know.
so it's not her choice. So it's
It actually is directly her DNA. It is 100%. It's 50% of her DNA.
half her DNA. He's gonna win, I'm telling you. This could take a while.
Okay, first of all,
Do we have our terms correct? We agree?
Actually, no. So first of
Okay,
all,
got
I
it.
would like to refine our terms. I
Got
have
it.
2 points to bring up after that, though. So you define murder as like intentionally like killing a human being.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a very poor way to define murder, because if someone were to like break into my home and point a gun at the heads of me and everybody I love, and I
He's doing it. He's gonna do it. He's gonna do the libertarian argument. He's gonna do the fucking castle doctrine. Let's go. Okay, good.
intentionally kill them to prevent them from killing my family, I don't think I murdered them. Right?
Oh my god, this motherfucker is such a TikToker, both from the hair all the way to saying unaliving. I'm losing my mind. You can tell this motherfucker's a TikToker, bro. Immediately he dropped unaliving in real life. You skibbity toilet ass motherfucker. I swear to God, dude. Holy moly. Oh, it's a good argument though.
So I would define murder as the unjustified termination of a human life.
You're making a good point. Let me further clarify that. So self-defense is very
Dean
warranted.
is a good kid though. I mean, yeah, he came in hot. I like what he said.
Exactly, right?
But I can see where you're going to go with how that has to go with abortion, but we can go down that journey in a second.
Yeah, so I mean, like, I kind of do want to give you my argument insofar as why I'm pro-choice, why I think it's justified. But first, I think that, you know, your position is quite absurd, right? Because you're saying that it is murder to kill a human being, right, at any point in development, especially when it's in the mother's womb. My question to you would be, well, does this make women with IUDs murderers? Because it is the case that in some scenarios, an IUD will allow for conception to occur, meaning there's a unique human life there, but it will prevent its implantation, intentionally killing it.
Well, no, preventing implantation is not necessarily the same thing as terminating a fertilized egg. For example, if you take Plan B, it's not the same thing. Preventing the production of progesterone is not the same thing as
Oh, hell yeah, dude. The reason why he has to say this, is because Charlie Kirk is an operative for the Trump campaign. And as an operative for the Trump campaign, he has to represent Trump's viewpoint. He does not have a unique viewpoint beyond Donald Trump. And right now, in vitro fertilization and contraceptives are a genuinely terrifying prospect for a lot of American women that are going to go out to vote in November. So for that reason, he can't take an anti-contraceptive and anti-IVF position. Normally, he would. 100%. He doesn't give a fuck about that. Obviously, abortion has nothing to do with, like, you know, murder or a woman's choice. Abortion has nothing to do, from the framework of conservatives, has absolutely zero to do with, like, even denying a medical process overall. And it has everything to do with controlling women, okay? Making sure that women know their place as baby factories. That's it, right? That's it. And for that reason, yes, of course they would deny IVF. Of course they would deny fucking, contraceptives and whatnot. And they probably would if they had the opportunity to do so. But right now, he has a different purpose as a propagandist for the Trump campaign. He can't fucking say that. He can't say that. So that's why he has to sit here and be like, well, actually, there's technically differences between an IUD and Plan B and also a medical abortion. Don't speak on shit you don't know about. What? Dog, I don't know whose fucking community you're a part of. This is the only thing I know. Like, I don't know my ass from my elbow. The only thing I'm good at is knowing what conservative talking points are and understanding politics in the United States of America. That's literally the only thing I do know. I don't know anything else, really. I'm a fucking dumbass.
Terminating a being that has been fertilized. You do not know for a fact that the egg has been fertilized. You do not know that when you have an IUD.
Okay, yeah,
Do you?
so preventing fertilization or implantation to the uterine lining is killing a conceived zygote. So what happens? A sperm goes into the egg, right? The egg becomes fertilized. It's a conceived zygote. In some cases, it will prevent the implantation of the conceived zygote, killing the conceived zygote.
In some cases, correct.
So what do you say in some cases, women with IUDs are murderers?
Of course not. They're not murderers. We do not know for a case. That's the
He can't say it. He does believe it. Yo, this is awesome. Yo, this dude is great. he can't say it because right now, again, if it was any other circumstance, if the Trump campaign, for example, was anti-IVF, okay, if the Trump campaign was anti-contraceptives, okay, if there wasn't this like massive conversation surrounding like what more medical restrictions will come for women from the Republican Party if they win the presidency, if that wasn't like the main point of contention, Charlie would be fucking calling them murderers across the board, okay, straight up, he would be.
That's like saying that.
So what's the difference between an IUD killing a conceived zygote and like a mother going to Planned Parenthood and killing the fetus in her womb?
Well, so you're asking two separate things. If they knew for certain, to be more clear, that I have a fertilized egg and I'm going to take a drug to prevent that fertilized egg from attaching to their uterine wall, then yes, that is an act of killing or murder, of course.
Okay, so do you think all murderers should go to jail?
Do I think all murderers should go to jail? I mean, on third degree murder. However, no, I don't think women that got abortions or had IUDs should go to jail because I think that they have been.
Why not? They've done a murder. What do you mean? But you also murder is fine. Again, this is yet another circumstance where he has to fucking say he can't punish women for getting abortions because it is politically not viable for him to do so. Years ago, when Donald Trump was running for president, he had an oopsie. Okay, I still remember. I think he was on Chris Hardball Matthews' show where Donald Trump I believe years ago, when Donald Trump was running for president, he had an oopsie. Okay, I still remember. I think he was on Chris Hardball Matthews' show where Donald Trump I believe 2016 had an oopsie moment where he said, yes, I should punish women. Abortion and restrictions of abortion, of course, punish women. The entire purpose of restricting this medical process is to punish women. Okay, that's important to understand. I made a video about that at the time when Donald Trump said there has to be some form of punishment for women. I made a video at the time at the Young Turks breaking down exactly what he had said and why what he said was actually very Trumpian for the moment, where he just basically told the quiet part out loud without realizing what that sounded like. There was a reason why, even though obviously restricting this medical process to women is an immediate punishment to women, but Republicans never say that. They say punish the doctors, because women are still, in the minds of many Americans, many women who also vote for the Republican parties, the victim in this process. So you can't just like genuinely say that you want to punish women. That's why Charlie Kirk is trying to run away from the truth here, which I suspect this debate TikToker is going to clamp on, which he should.
Deceived by mass culture and mass propaganda. Secondly, the people who should go to jail are the abortionists, who are the ones that.
Like, do you think the Charlie Manson murderers, like the people that were under Charlie Manson, should not go to prison then? Because even though they enacted gruesome murders, Charlie Manson was the one who duped them. Should they not get any criminal punishments? If you think that abortion is murder and women who get the abortion pill are actually actively doing a murder, but they've been fucking duped by the media, then don't you think that like those women themselves, even in the act, should not be punished to a certain degree? You do. Of course, you want them to be punished. Oh.
Have been putting the abortion pill, the ones that have been.
Is murder legal if you got tricked? Like, how does that work?
Doing procedures, the ones that have been going into the third trimester and breaking babies' backs and inserting them with syringes while the babies are.
I don't like this format now because it doesn't let the debater cook. Because if you want to actually try to start the conversation to like trap someone, which is very valid in a debate, the format itself renders that useless because a lot of other people in the room are going to be like, oh, this person is actually fucking up right now. And it cuts away at your momentum. And not only does it cut away at your momentum, it actually ends up like making you look worse because you're not allowed, like you can't even finish the point that you're trying to, you can't even finish walking him into the trap that you set up for him.
Crying and suffocating, being born alive, and then
especially when 10 people raise the flags, you're gonna get an 11th person inevitably.
Being dead on the operating table.
Okay.
That is who should go to jail.
Oh,
That was actually the best point somebody made.
we'll have to talk
I know.
about it.
Okay, whenever I'm talking about this discussion, I always go to the question of what about in the case of the mother when her life is in danger? Because I'm a big believer. I don't know. I'm still iffy.
I wanted to see the blonde dude finish what he was gonna go to. I suspect that he was gonna go to what I was talking about before. Like he actually set up the trap, but then and Charlie fell into it, but he got flagged before he could cook.
On if I think it's or if it's murder or not. But even so, I mean,
the format itself is good content, but it's like bad for if you want to watch a right-wing Republican get fucking eviscerated.
I don't want to say murder is justified. Guys, wait, let me just get this one point and then you can vote me out. Give me 1 second. Say the mother gets pregnant and she knows that if she gives birth, she's going to die. She has some kind of health complication. Then what do you do in that
Cesarean
case?
section.
I don't know what that means.
It's a C-section.
They
do an insert.
Guys, wait, hold on. Just give me 1 second.
They go right below the belly button and they deliver the baby. And after she doesn't have to give birth, it's technically birth, but it's much safer. So that's actually safer than an abortion procedure.
It sucks. Like this sucked. I think she I think she had a decent cook there, but she wasn't even allowed because she was not confident enough. So they clapped her. No, she was awful on the optics. Like the question that she was going to go towards. I mean, you should know what a cesarean section is, by the way. And it's ridiculous. And also the fact that he said a cesarean, like Charlie Kirk right there. Let me just point out what insanity this is. Charlie Kirk right there said a cesarean section, and Republicans do this all the time, so I'm going to do it as well, which is the process of taking a fucking knife to the body of a woman, cutting her up, going into her fucking uterus, and taking the baby out that way is actually safer than a medical abortion, which in 94% of instances can be as simple as taking a pill and pissing out the baby, okay? Pissing out the fetus in the first trimester specifically. The notion that you would force a woman to carry a pregnancy until a C-section is insane. It has a shit ton of time for recovery. It has additional complications. It is ridiculous to say that that is safer. It is not safer. He is completely insane for saying that. Demonic shit.
Sorry, Lily. Hello, how are you?
Hi.
What's your name?
Deedon.
Nice to
meet you. I would say with abortion, I think it's very complicated, but I think the issue that I have primarily with your stance of being pro-life, that there's no nuance. There's women who are being forced to travel hundreds of miles to access abortion care, even in cases of rape in certain states that they're not giving any sort of allowance for that. And I think, you know, a lot of people who are pro-life, they say that they're pro-life, but I feel like they're really pro-birth because in, you know, with firearms, the United States has some of the high.
It's true. I mean, yes, people who claim to be pro-life are actually pro forcing women to carry pregnancies to term. That is technically true. He's not doing a great job communicating that right now because he used positive terminology, pro-life, pro-birth. No, you shouldn't say pro-life to pro-birth. You should say people who claim to be pro-life are actually pro-forcing women to carry pregnancies to term. Use complicated language in that situation. It's fine. Republicans do it all the time. They will use like brutal terminology to describe with great graphic detail how surgeries work whenever they want to talk about fucking, you know, bottom or top surgeries for trans people. You know what I mean? Trans adults, by the way. You can't get that if you're a minor, but regardless, they lie about it too. But you should also absolutely fucking use that kind of emotion invoking language to your advantage if you're ever finding yourself in a debate situation like this. I've seen this dude. This dude is a TikTok debate guy too, I think.
Highest firearm deaths out of OECD nations, right? And we can acknowledge that that's for children who are actually living and breathing.
This guy's a HasanAbi head 100%.
So I feel like abortion, while yeah, it is, I can definitely see your point. I just think that it should be allowed in some circumstances.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. I'm happy to get into the gun violence stuff later, but I want to really stay focused on abortion.
Right.
You can say you see my point. Can you see the world also where, since we know it's a human life, that it should be illegal since we don't allow murder in our society?
Well, that's where I have an issue, because abortion is not being done willy-nilly. It's like the life of the mother is always.
How many abortions do you think we have every day in America? Just guess.
I'm not sure.
Guess.
I'm honestly not sure. Maybe, I don't know, 1,000?
4,000 a day. So it is kind of willy-nilly. We have 1.6.
Okay, great counterexample to that. First of all, he said 4,000 abortions a day. Okay, 4,000 abortions a day. I don't think that's true, but let's say it is. Okay, let's say it is true that there are 4,000 abortions happening a day. It's like asking how many people take insulin a day. The counter to that is supposed to be, how many people do you think, Charlie, take insulin a day in the United States of America? I don't know the exact number. Let's look it up for this fun argument. Insulin, daily insulin usage in the U.S. In 2016, average daily insulin use was 62 units. No. How many people take insulin a day in the U.S.? How many people take insulin in the U.S. every day? Over 30 million Americans have diabetes, and more than 7 million of them require daily insulin. Okay, 7 million people need daily insulin dosages every single fucking day. Okay, if you personally think that this one medical process is a big no-no for you, but the other one is appropriate, that's a weird fucking standard that we need to set. Why is Charlie Kirk the one who is deciding what medical processes that a doctor is making, a decision that a doctor and a patient are making together, is warranted to your level of scrutiny? Are you going to stop it? Like, okay, 4,000 people, 4,000 abortions are happening in the United States every single fucking day. 7 million people are taking insulin every single day. 7 million. You know, that's even a larger fucking number. Why are we having a conversation of how many people are getting abortions every single day? And why are we trying to stop these people from getting this medical procedure? Okay? Because you chose to do so. You decided arbitrarily that it's fucking murder, even though in your own fucking logical framework, it technically is murder, but some murders are permissible, even though you think all murders are completely inappropriate and unacceptable. This is why you have to, is he including miscarriages and stillbirths in that 4K number? Probably. Okay, probably. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Okay, 4,000 abortions happening in the United States of America. It could be 10,000 abortions happening in the United States of America every single day. That doesn't matter. It does not matter. The number does not fucking matter. Okay? It doesn't. The reason why it doesn't matter is because people take fucking insulin. People do medical procedures that are significantly more harmful to their bodies in an effort to survive every single fucking day. Why are we letting psychopathic right-wingers decide what kind of medical procedures are appropriate and what kind of medical procedures are inappropriate? That is a ridiculous, arbitrary distinction that we've completely fucking gave to the right-wingers on this issue. We're just like, oh, okay. He's not distinguishing between medical and surgical procedures. You keep saying medical abortions when I think you mean surgical. What? No. I mean, a medical abortion is just an abortion. Like, it's a medical miscarriage, sorry, is what I should be saying. A medical miscarriage is medicine-induced miscarriages, which is technically what an abortion is. Either miscarriages happen naturally, or you get a medicine-induced miscarriage, which is what would be. Abortion isn't necessarily the same as insulin. Really? Brother, insulin is necessary while abortion isn't? What the fuck? It's not? So why the fuck are we having a conversation about all these people with like ectopic pregnancies and whatnot?
It absolutely is a necessity. It is absolutely a medical necessity in a shit ton of incidents. In a shit ton of instances, it is definitely a medical necessity. Why are we even having a conversation about Texas? Why are we even having a conversation about Ohio and all these fucking red states where women cannot get a medical miscarriage or an abortion and are fucking dying or bleeding out until they can actually go to the doctor where they can be like, all right, now we can let you have this abortion. Wait, how is insulin harmful though? I don't get it. It's not. Neither is a fucking abortion pill. Okay? Every medicine has like obvious side effects, but that's not what I'm talking about here. That is ridiculous. Of course abortions are necessary. The idea that like this is, by the way, typical. I hate to be like Radlib on this. I hate to be Radlib on this, but this is, you know, typical male fucking brain right here. How many of the 4,000 abortions are medically necessary as insulin? 4,000. Every single one of them. Every single one of them is as medically necessary as insulin. What the fuck are you talking about? This is a whole ass human being, okay, that is making a medical decision with a doctor. You are ridiculous. You are the one who's saying they're not necessary. You've decided. They consented. The medical professional consented, but you're not consenting. It's going to be really hard for you to understand this, okay? Really hard, because you have this idea in your mind that people just get impregnated for funsies and then get fun abortions. They get fun abortions, okay? This is a right-wing sentiment that has completely captured the minds of many people who seemingly have no way of actually ever being impregnated, so they don't ever think about that fear. They don't ever have that fear. They also do not even have the capacity to demonstrate empathy for their sisters or their mothers or, you know, women in general. Yes, this is what I think. You think people are getting fun abortions as a treat? Talk to a woman, please, okay? Why do you think this is such a massive issue for the Republican Party in the upcoming election? The idea that like an abortion is just like a fun process that people are just doing and not a simple medical procedure, especially in the first trimester, but like beyond that, just a simple medical procedure, a medical decision made by a doctor and a patient is fucking ridiculous. Okay? Talk to a woman challenge impossible. Ridiculous. You're wrong. And that is a dumb way to think, chatter. Okay? It says dumb is thinking that there is no 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour when there obviously is one. Abortion is way safer than pregnancy or birth. Yes. Here's a 3-minute ad break now, by the way. If you want to abort the top of the hour ad break, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. I think you need to describe the process. There's paperwork, first, second, and third visit that includes screening, disclosures, explanation of the process, pros and cons, and follow-up after the procedure. There's no abortion vending machine that people can just walk up to. I mean, yeah, but you can also order over-the-counter abortion medicine as well. I believe that process is like simpler.
Sorry.
See, this is why I said in medicine, we literally document a miscarriage as an abortion, which is factored into the numbers. Women can't even grieve their loss legally in certain states. Yeah.
Hello.
Hi. I just want to clarify, the thing that you're aiming for is less abortion, right? That would be what you would want, or at least no abortion.
Eventually. It's also...
Yeah, she's going to talk about sex education and not abstinence-only sex ed, like real sex ed for students, because Republicans also stopped that dead in its fucking tracks too, okay? If you actually truly want to fucking stop abortions from happening, okay? The real goal, or if you want to lower the number of abortions from happening for one reason or the other, okay? Maybe you think it's too much revenue being spent on this medical process. Like it could be something like that, right? For any reason whatsoever. The real way to do that is to offer sex education at school, okay? Early on. This is something that Republicans don't want to do, okay? You need to make contraceptives readily available, and you need to also teach people sex ed at an early age. Republicans don't want either of those things either. Because when there is more sex ed, there are less teenage pregnancies. And I do not mean abstinence only sex education, because that's another fucking silly way that the Republicans have actually found an out here. Kaya, plays, baby. What is this? Oh, little lady. Anyway,
The observation hockey for political arguments. Yeah, I think she's gonna try to do that.
A protection of those that can't protect themselves. But yes, and that's why
Dude, I've done so many fucking videos on abortion, especially when I was at the Young Turks. Like any number of these, like.
Since abortion is a conversation that's back on the scene, let's talk about it. I will be looking at Ben Shapiro's arguments because nothing's better than two men talking about legislation that has no effect on their bodies whatsoever. Progress. Now here's my broad view. Abortions should be 100% legal, they should be safe, and hopefully not very common. I think you can be pro-life and pro-choice at the same time. Most people actually are. You can choose not to get an abortion, but you shouldn't deny others that same liberty, especially since it is a fact that an abortion ban does not decrease abortions, it just makes them incredibly unsafe. But here's how the big anti-abortion advocate Ben Shapiro approaches this subject, with a lot of feelings and not necessarily a lot of facts, starting by describing a partial birth abortion to make his argument that this is representative of all abortions.
This is a baby it was a picture of a baby that was aborted by Kermit Gosnell.
Now, this is a partial birth abortion where the fetus has viability outside the body. It is illegal, hence the person who committed this crime was found guilty and is now in prison. But since we're talking facts, 92% of legal US abortions take place in the first 13 weeks inside the first trimester, okay? It's usually an incredibly difficult decision, followed by a very simple process that involves taking a hormone pill. In some instances, there's also a surgical procedure, but it is not a baby being killed. So this photo is not representative of anything remotely like what takes place the vast majority of time, which, by the way, is exactly what people want to make illegal. As a matter of fact, it's shameful that someone who claims to care so much about facts would try to sway others with such a transparently emotional appeal and basically lie to his followers. But back to you, Ben. Describe us the horrific details of the incredibly rare and illegal procedure of partial birth abortions.
It involves the snipping off of the crushing of the skull, the sucking out of the brains. It involves, and these are fully formed children.
Oh, okay, wait a minute. So now you're past the point of talking about viability outside the womb. You're past the point of even calling them babies. You're just claiming that these are fully formed children, Ben. Yeah? They're playing with Legos and shit inside the womb. Okay, got it. If you're working extra hard to make the case that abortion should be completely illegal because of something that's already illegal, then maybe you've lost the argument from the jump. What are you trying to do here, Ben? And let's talk about late-term abortions. They are different than what Shapiro's describing. They're only legal in 7 states and are very rare, usually reserved for instances where the mother's health is in jeopardy, a previously unknown abnormality is found, or when the fetus cannot live outside the body. The idea that women will be taking on this much more expensive and invasive procedure if it's completely legal is idiotic and is a purely male-driven fantasy. No woman should be forced to carry out an unwanted pregnancy. And the other reality is people are forced into late-term abortions because of the logistical delays imposed on them by the pro-life crowd. Essentially, in red states where women seeking abortions are forced to jump through all kinds of unnecessary hoops and clinics performing abortions are required to deal with.
Why do you say abortion should be rare? Genuinely asking. Because ultimately, the fact that an abortion is taking place means that, like, someone practiced unsafe sex. Someone practiced unsafe sex, or someone, God forbid, was victim to a rape or something like that. Okay? Ultimately, it means that sex ed failed. That's it. Like, it means an unplanned pregnancy.
With ever-increasing red tape and government scrutiny.
And by that, I mean unsafe sex happened. I mean, it's not a bad thing. I'm just saying, you know, I myself love unsafe sex. But, like, somewhere along the line, there was a societal failure. What are your opinions on restricting the reasons for abortion? I've seen some arguments over whether abortions over projected disability should be banned. Yeah, this is not the point of contention for Republicans in general. It is a silly way that Republicans try to be like, oh, it's eugenics or whatever. I don't personally care in terms of, like, the disability activism point of contention here. Like, I don't. I think it's a side conversation that debate lords like to have, but that's not the main point of contention here. We're talking about denying a medical procedure to, like, fucking half the population. It's bullshit. I don't want to fucking entertain all these other things, okay?
The pro-life crowd, in its essence, are responsible for more late-term abortions than they're not. And here's another question I can never figure out about pro-lifers who want to make abortion legal. How far will you go to prosecute those who get back alley?
Why, though? What do you mean, why, though? Because that is not the main point of contention. It is a simple fucking mechanism of distraction caused by someone who enjoys debate too much. Cloud District enjoyer, you are that person, okay? If your goal is to talk to a Republican or rather a larger audience, it's not the main point of contention. I apologize if I derailed. I'm not a debate lord. No, you absolutely are a debate lord. The only reason why you would bring this up is because there's that dog in you. You want spirited debate at all points. That's precisely the reason why you always come in here with that fucking libtard bullshit on a regular basis every time I fucking criticize Kamala Harris. It is the same dog you have in you that you have brought out on this day as well. Okay? That's the reason why you fucking do this every time I talk about Kamala Harris, who should run on more progressive policies. You come in here and you're like, well, actually, technically, it seems like they're unpopular. Seems like they're unpopular. You had this conversation because you like having debates.
Abortions. Will you arrest the poor women who cannot afford to keep the baby or won't even survive a pregnancy? If you're pro-life, then why don't you care about the life of the woman carrying the baby? It's proven a million times over that making abortions illegal does little to reduce abortions. It only makes them deadlier, with over 68,000 female deaths per year and over 5 million women permanently disabled annually because of back alley abortions. So why go back to the Stone Age when this is completely preventable? And if you believe that all abortion is murder, then where does life begin? Does life begin at conception? So what are the legal boundaries you'd enforce for that? No more coming? You have to pull out every time, or we're gonna arrest you? Sorry, libtards. While I hate these theoretical scenarios that Ben routinely engages in, here's a good one for you to use in the future. If there was a fire in a hospital and you had the option of saving a child, and then on the other side you had 100 fertilized embryos inside of an in vitro fertilization tank, which one would you choose to save? That's technically 100 lives you'd be saving over the one life, right? There's a reason why virtually everyone who's being honest would choose the child. It's because there's a difference between life outside of the body and fertilized eggs.
And it's not a matter of personal choice. Okay, I have a stake in whether my neighbor gets murdered, and I have a stake in whether my neighbor's baby gets murdered too.
Ultimately, if you'd really like to decrease the amount of abortions, you'd push for greater sex ed and R&D investments into better contraceptive options for both men and women. That's the only real thing that would actually decrease the amount of abortions, and it has. However, those same people pushing for anti-abortion legislation are usually the ones who also block sex ed and Planned Parenthood funding, when Planned Parenthood is doing way more work to decrease the number of abortions with family planning services than they ever would. And look, here's my olive branch to Ben. Let's go to an abortion clinic together. Let's go talk to doctors, one that you choose and one that I choose. Let's go dive deeper into this issue, because it seems to me like you genuinely do care about this from an emotional perspective. So let's have an honest conversation. Maybe we can change people's minds. You know where to reach me.
God damn, my man, you had a glow up and you were hot back then. Props to you, King. Inspiration. Thank you. Why do they call forced birth pro-life? It's the biggest goddamn L. Dog, Republicans focus group this shit, focus test this shit like crazy. Okay, that's why you don't call the estate tax an estate tax no more. People call it the death tax. Why? Because Republicans are constantly round the clock focus testing certain kinds of messages to see what is more appealing to a broader market, because they are wholeheartedly aware that their policies are objectively unpopular. So they're constantly working on how to sell this shit. Okay. Yeah, I also don't even say abortion should be rare any longer. You're right about that. That's not even a thing. That's not even a thing I use anymore. Guys, come on. That's a fucking video from 2018, okay? Like, when I say I'm super consistent on my talking points, that doesn't fucking mean I'm always using the same exact talking points. You know, sometimes you improve your narrative. Sometimes you improve your rhetoric. Rare Hassan L. If you think that is an L overall, you're not understanding the point overall. Yeah, it's originally Hillary Clinton that said abortion should be rare. I recognize that it's not. I want to clarify that I haven't argued with you over Harris, and that's probably someone else you're thinking of. Maybe there's another username. There's another chatter in here with a cloud. Recognize that it's not. I want to clarify that I haven't argued with you over Harris, and that's probably someone else you're thinking of. Maybe there's another username. There's another chatter in here with a cloud name that has a green name as well, and I'm mixing you up. That could be a reality. 18 ounces of chicken today. Hillary Clinton said it, and I think Bill Clinton said that back in the day as well. Oh God. Let's continue.
After the reversal of Roe versus Wade, we saw abortions go down dramatically in Texas, Alabama, Mississippi. We saw thousands of babies that are now alive and well that are able to have amazing lives thanks to the reversal of Roe versus Wade.
I don't think a lot of that is true.
Well, it is, but
it's not true, because when you make abortion illegal, it doesn't actually decrease the amount of abortions that happen.
That's a nice talking point. In Texas, the numbers show differently. The birth rate has gone up.
Yeah, legal goes down, but illegal abortions still happen. Abortions still happen outside of whatever data you're showing.
That's not true, but let's just say.
It is true. Kaiser Family Foundation has extensive documentation on this process, because the reality of the matter is, given that the fetus, whether Charlie likes to admit it or not, still relies on the carrier to survive, you end up with a situation where people just get back alley abortions, or rather abort the fetus themselves, okay, through illegal means. And by illegal, I mean like it's not always prosecutable, because how the fuck can you tell? This is another aspect of the conversation that is also very frustrating for someone like myself, and that is, how do you prosecute? What do you intend to do in your prosecution? How can you figure out if a person is actually forced a abortion versus they've just had a regular miscarriage? Are you going to start prosecuting people you suspect of being pregnant, women you suspect of being pregnant, when you see them fucking drinking wine at a restaurant? How much wine have they had? Are you going to start prosecuting them if you see them doing something like, I don't know, shoveling snow, but they're pregnant? Well, that's actually a physical task that you should not be engaging in, ma'am. Sorry, we're going to have to bring you in. I have another video on the subject matter where I talk about prosecuting miscarriages, which, by the way, happens in this country already. It's not the Salem witch trials. It happens all the time.
So well, if you want to, well, first of all, if you count the abortion pill, you're right, but that's a separate thing than a chemical abortion.
Oh, so she is right. And you're just doing the classic thing that conservatives love doing, which is try to massage the data to suit your fucking argument. Got it. Okay, nice.
And surgical abortion are different things. And I'm not debating you, I'm debating her. So if you want to do the flags and come back in, try and be faster next time. So let me ask you this. So the question is, we should try to limit unjust suffering of human beings, right?
Sure.
Okay, that's my position, is that there's unjust suffering of anywhere between 1.4 to 1.6 million abortions a year of human beings that are being massacred in the womb. And so that's not a woman's rights issue, that's not a men's rights issue, that's just a human rights issue.
Okay, the best way to decrease abortions happening is proper sex education. Limiting abortion and making abortion illegal does not actually decrease the amount of abortions that happen.
So what is your evidence of that?
What is my evidence of that?
Because we have increased sex education a lot.
The Kaiser Family Foundation literally has a study that proves that abortions don't decrease when you ban it. They just become less safe. That's number one. Something that he also recognized. And there are numerous studies conducted on sex education decreasing the number of teenage pregnancies and the number of unwanted pregnancies in general.
Last 30 years,
our sex education is so bad in America.
Well, by bad, what do you mean by that? We have more access to birth control for young kids. We have more kids that are learning to use birth control at a younger age. We have more of that in our public school system, and we've seen all the trends actually go in a negative direction. So, in fact, we see that the more sex education there is, the more disturbing those trends are. So you say that. Let me ask just one more thing. You say that if we,
he's not lying here. He's just doing conservative framing. You need to look at state by state, because every state has different rules for sex education. But even then, what he's fucking lying about here is abstinence only sex education. That's why I brought that up specifically. Conservatives are so fucking gross that they will literally be like, oh, well, there's sex education in this state, and yet it seems like teenage pregnancy still went up. Yeah, because the sex education in Alabama is like abstinence only sex education. The sex education in Mississippi is abstinence-only sex education. You fucking piece of shit. That's not sex education. That is the distinction here. But conservatives will, one, argue for abstinence-only sex education, and then will turn around and go, see, sex education doesn't work. Monstrous pieces of shit overall. Really fucked up.
Make abortion illegal, people will still do it. Should we then just make gang violence legal because...
No, I'm saying if you actually wanted to decrease the amount of abortions that happen, you wouldn't be advocating for to make abortion illegal. You'd be advocating for all of these other things.
Does that logic apply to stealing, looting, kidnapping, arson, and murder?
Well, actually, it does, because those are results of different societal issues that you should be educating yourself on, rather than making it illegal at the front.
Should we make kidnapping, arson, burglary, murder legal? Because
Charlie trapped her in this situation, because although she's right, it's going to make her look bad and him look good to like onlookers in general. Okay? Stay on. Yeah, the optics are not great on the situation. The entire process of like having rules around a particular thing is to make it, you're never going to be able to fully stop crime, right? Unless you fix the underlying material conditions, which no one wants to do. Liberals don't want to do it. Republicans don't want to do it either. Okay. But the entire purpose of like making something illegal is to, you know, offer additional punishments to make it less likely that people engage in that sort of behavior. Okay. The problem in this situation is Charlie is equating in this abortion, which he automatically assumes is a crime. That's the main point of contention. Is abortion murder, and should it be illegal? Charlie now has actually jumped over that premise because that's his underlying premise that he believes, right? Or he claims to believe, and is now equating it to something that does have societal harm. Theft has societal harm. Crime in general has societal harm. That's why there's rules around that sort of thing. So he already skipped that step. So what you have to do in that situation, if you want to quickly fucking turn around and flip the conversation back to him, is you think abortion is murder and should be illegal. I do not think is. I don't even believe that you genuinely believe that. That is the conversation that we're supposed to be having. You cannot just jump over this premise and equivocate abortion to crimes and rapes and things of that nature.
Is there symptoms of something else?
We should be helping society heal from those
You got to
things.
answer the question. We want less of those things. Should we just make them legal and we'll get less looting?
He's dominating the conversation.
You know, actually, I'm gonna let someone else.
Thank you very much.
He's dominating the combo.
Hi, Parker. Nice to meet you. Yes.
Nice to meet you, Charlie.
Big TikTok guy here.
So, like, pedophiles, people who were married to children in the past and normalized in that society, should they go to prison?
Should pedophiles?
Like,
go
if
to
you could go
prison?
back in time, would you put those pedophiles in prison that married those children because it was normalized? They were deceived into thinking it's okay. Would you put them in prison?
You got to slow down.
Sorry.
Pedophiles should get.
He's going back to the earlier conversation. He's going back to the women shouldn't be punished because they were duped into murdering their fetus. Remember? That boy's about to cook. Okay. Oh, he's doing it. I actually found you through Parker. Wait, what? Okay. Anyway, he's doing the thing that I said you should do, which is tackle the underlying premise. Okay. Abortion is murder and should be illegal. If you think abortion is murder, which Charlie does not, you can literally fucking turn around and interrogate his moral system and pick it apart. Because he already earlier, talking to someone else, said falsely, oh, well, I don't think women should be punished because for getting an abortion, even though it's murder, because they've been duped. So what he's doing here is exactly that.
Get the death penalty.
No, so you'd go back in the past, you'd give them the death penalty, even though they were deceived into thinking it was okay? But you said people who get abortions who are women shouldn't go to prison.
But it's not currently illegal.
Okay, regardless.
Pedophilia
at that time, it wasn't.
No, I would not go back and retroactively enforce laws where things were currently not illegal.
You wouldn't put pedophiles in prison in the past.
Hold on a second. When was it illegal? When was it legal in America?
Well, child marriage was legal in America throughout the early 1900s and especially throughout most of society for thousands of years.
It's still legal in America, by the way. For the record, just pointing that out. In a lot of red states where Republicans who routinely falsely fucking claim that like trans people are pedophiles will then turn around and defend child brides, child marriages in general. Good shit.
Years, especially in the Old Testament and in the Bible, right?
Well, hold on a second. So where is the Levitical law that allows you to marry a child?
Oh, yeah.
Can you name the verse?
Well, I can't name the verse, but the particular conditions that are listed in the Bible are that you have to be physical maturity and emotional maturity, which is extremely vague and throughout society has been seen to be met at puberty.
There is not a verse, but let's kind of go back.
Okay, so when is the age of consent under your view?
Let's go back to, well, generally agreed upon, it's 18 years old.
Notice that he's on the back foot now, Charlie, I mean, because this dude is literally dominating the conversation. Great job. The other girl before was being too kind to him. You should never be kind to these fucking animals, okay? You should never be kind to them, especially when you're debating them, okay? Maybe outside of the fucking field of debate, whatever, he shows up on your fucking live stream to be like, you should give me money because you react to so many of my videos or whatever. You'll be like, you can laugh to their face. But when you're in the field of debate, if you want to take on this task, you should not be fucking kind to them.
But let me ask you.
Because you don't go based on what's generally agreed. You go based on the Bible.
I say 18 years old, but let me ask you a question.
Where's that in the Bible?
When does life begin?
Conception.
Like conception, great. So good. So should we protect all life at conception?
I care about sentient life, not cellular life.
So when do brainwaves start?
Do you think brain dead people should be able to pull the plug on, like a family should be able to pull the plug on an individual in the family that's brain dead?
You got to answer the question. When do brainwaves start?
You can see brainwaves around 6 to 8 weeks, which in
I
brain
agree
dead
with that.
individual, there are brainwaves as well. So the
Got it.
brainwaves necessary to produce a
What-
subjective experience
so
are
don't-
met until
can-
around
can you see
18
it
through
from
26
my
weeks in the
Can you
womb.
see it from my perspective that at 6 to 8 weeks, those brain waves will actually increase, not decrease, if allowed the process of development to continue?
Did you know those same EEG scans exist in brain dead people that you
Well,
don't think are
no,
sentient?
but the difference with the brain dead people is that the likelihood of those brain waves actually increasing is very low at 6 to 8 weeks, when by 15 weeks they can hear the
It's
mom's
impossible.
voice.
It's irreversible sensation. That's what brain
Well,
death is. I
hold on,
apparently
but
didn't know
no,
that.
but no,
It's not coma.
But you're doing a red herring. Go back
No,
to
it's
6.
not. What's a red herring?
A red herring is where you avoid the topic and you say something that is adjacent or symmetrical to what I'm saying, but not actually I'm saying.
You mean a reductio ad absurdum? That's not a red herring.
A 6 to 8 week baby, if they're allowed to continue to develop, what ends up happening?
At a certain point, it will become a sentient being in the
Got
future.
it.
The
So
same way
that-
that if I keep engaging in sex with my girlfriend, there'll be a baby in the future. Yet I don't care about the
unless
sperm.
you're infertile, which we don't know. But
Oh, I'm
so
not.
let's see the process of development, right? Why
Do you wanna answer my question yet?
Why,
Charlie tried to do that. Charlie tried to jab at him and say, unless you're infertile. Again, right wingers love doing that shit and then crying about how you're doing ad hominems. Okay? Charlie tried to hit him with a weak sperm. Dog, looking the way you do, you probably shouldn't be talking about anybody's sperm being weak. Okay? Yeah, this is the dolphin fetus guy.
Why do you have the ability or the
Should,
right?
should those child P3Os go to prison?
The process of
Should the
development
pedophiles go to prison?
from 1904. How many pedophiles are alive
behind.
from 1904?
They're not alive, right? I meant like if you can go back in the past,
Okay, that's just-
hypothetically speaking, and you could put them in prison. Would you put them in
Well,
prison?
I would have killed them myself if I was alive. Back
Okay, so
then.
then
But, like,
you don't apply
but-
it based upon what people are deceived to believe.
But
You apply it
yes,
based
I
upon
do.
what you consider to be
That-
moral.
it's a
So the
separate
women who had
issue.
abortions, you think they should go to prison.
No,
so why should
no,
women
I
who get
do-
abortions go to
I've
prison,
never- I've
but
never
someone
said
like
that.
my mom who
This
told
is
me that
not-
Santa Claus
this
exists
is
shouldn't go to
not
prison
going to
because
be a
they're both sins?
constructive debate if you keep on talking over me.
Well, I
right?
was finishing my statement. You were talking over me.
But
But go for it.
let me ask you a very simple question. Do you think it would be a good thing if we had less abortions in America?
It depends on the context. Like, are the abortions prior to sentience?
People who are red flagging this dude right now are just doing simply because they want to fucking talk. No disrespect to the HasanAbi heads that involved themselves in this process, but the only reason why you're flagging him is because you want to fucking chirp. Okay? He's obviously doing a good job. Put the goddamn flag down, dude. Holy shit, this is annoying as fuck.
Yes,
because I
all
think
abortions.
No, it would not be necessarily
are you
better
against
unless it is
late-term
the case that the people didn't want the abortions and it would be negatively impactful to their health medically speaking.
Are you against
'Cause I think
late-term abortion?
After sentience, yes.
Okay, so you believe in an 8-week abortion ban?
Yeah. No, I don't. Sorry, I believe in an abortion ban after 18 through 26 weeks.
Okay, that's
Sorry,
a
my
more
bad.
reasonable position. I have to give you credit for that.
It's similar to Trump's 15 weeks.
Wrong. I don't agree with him on this. Okay? No. The real argument here is to follow the medicine, okay? Follow what scientists have decided, which is no fucking restrictions on abortions until in the first trimester, and then obvious exceptions, but never to like fully fucking say outright ban of abortions, even in the third trimester. The reason why you're not supposed to fucking say that is because you're technically conceding to the idiotic notion that Republicans have cultivated that people are having abortions for fun. Third trimester abortions are endlessly complicated, and they comprise, I believe, 1% of the entire abortions that take place over the course of the entire year. And they are almost, there are no legal exceptions to this. There's not a single state where you can just get it for fun. Okay? It requires a shit ton of prior medical conversations that you're having with your doctor. Not only that, but also most of the people that get those abortions, the overwhelming majority, every single one of them technically, but the overwhelming majority are actually getting those abortions specifically. No, the no restriction states they still have exemptions, okay? You're wrong. When people say no restrictions, they just mean you can get it up to literally the fucking 9th month. But there is no state in the United States of America where you can carry a pregnancy to the 3rd trimester and get a fucking abortion without any sort of conversations back and forth with a doctor. Okay, you're misunderstanding Parker on this point. No, he said he couple things he conceded on. I think is I don't think I misunderstood him. Maybe he has a different point of view and it didn't come across here. But I've just read it.
yes, the 6 states that have no restrictions, you still have to show bodily harm. Okay, you still have to show bodily harm, as in like the psychological impact of carrying a pregnancy to fucking term. And in most of these circumstances, in the overwhelming majority of those circumstances, it's direct bodily harm beyond even a psychologically traumatic operation. It is a medical necessity. Okay, because think about it this way: conservatives act like abortion is something that people are just having for fun, right? Conservatives are conservatives claim that like women get impregnated, carry a pregnancy to term, and then end up terminating the pregnancy just for fun, right? If you're doing it for fun, why the fuck would you carry a goddamn fetus and let it fucking sit inside of you for 6 months, 7 months, 8 months to just max out on the fun? Like, what kind of delusional nonsense is this? No, the only reason why in all of those 6 states where there are technically no restrictions, there are still restrictions. The only way you can get a medical abortion in the 3rd trimester in those 6 states that you're talking about, you still need to demonstrate harm to the carrier. Okay? That's it. You cannot just like fucking walk in and be like, hey, chop me up, sir. Especially after the fetus has viability outside of the carrier's body. Okay? Let me state that I'm not against 3rd term, but I read that 6 states have no restrictions. Yes, it's a fucking lie that Republicans tell. They make it seem as though these guys allow you in the law to just be able to get it like that. Most people don't. Like, there's not a single person who's like, chop me up, chop my shit up on the fucking 7th month. Okay? That's not a real thing. In every single circumstance, because this process is so medically invasive, okay, you still have to go to a doctor, and the doctor will tell you like how complicated of a procedure this is, and that in every single circumstance, you have to demonstrate harm to the carrier. You have to tell a doctor personally how you will be harmed by this, okay? So don't fucking feed into this right-wing, this right-wing hysteria.
Yeah, so why do you think that most people don't share your view on that?
Well, people just don't really know what sentience is. There's not a lot of conversation about abortion, and these conversations are very difficult. Like they're conceptually hard to go through, and I understand why a lot of people don't understand
for sure.
their positions on it.
So
but I think people
you are where most
you're cutting me off.
Americans
I thought we weren't cutting people off.
I was actually complimenting you. How are you? Nice to see you.
So I just have one question. There's like in any case, you don't think there's any case where abortion should be legal?
There's a very, very rare couple cases.
Okay, so you do think
hold
that
on
a couple
second.
cases
Hold
it
on.
is legal?
If cesarean section is not going to save the mother's life, and the mother's life is actually at risk, which is debated amongst growing numbers of OBGYNs,
Okay.
that is the only case where abortion should be.
He said the mother's life, like the fucking mother's life is debated among OBGYNs. That's terrifying, dude. That's actually straight up fucking terrifying. It's not debatable, dog. What do you mean? Oh, the ectopic pregnancies is debatable. Yo, these people are fucking monsters, dude. Holy shit. God, I fucking hate Republicans so much. I will never forgive the Democratic Party for not launching a fucking better defense against the goddamn Republicans. It's so fucked up.
Do you think there should?
But people say that it is a growing consensus in the pro-life world that abortion is never medically necessary.
Okay. So if you had a daughter and she was 10 and she got raped and she was going to give birth and she would and she was going to give birth and she was going to live. Would you want her to go through that and carry her baby?
That's awfully graphic.
It's but it's a real life scenario that happens to many people.
The answer is yes, the baby would be delivered.
Oh, okay, great. So that's insane.
Okay, you got to expect him. You cooked, but you got to expect him to be a demon here. Okay? I mean, this stands on its own. Charlie Kirk is officially saying some wild shit in order to demonstrate moral consistency. This will cause him to lose more of the fucking audience that's watching than win over the people who are already primed for his position. He actually stepped on a debate trap in this circumstance. Perhaps because he would be the father himself of his daughter's, his daughter's forcibly born child. Maybe that's why. He'd be like, oh, I'd welcome the baby, my second daughter / granddaughter at the same time. It'd be great. Yeah. So the irony, of course, is that he said he would he's lying in this situation because you can't force a 10-year-old to go through birth. They would fucking die. So when he said yes, your retaliation in the circumstance would be like, no, you wouldn't. You want to know why you wouldn't? Because a 10-year-old having to carry a pregnancy to term would mean a death sentence. You would, in an effort to remain morally consistent here, say it's better off that your 10-year-old daughter, who was a victim of rape, is dead. So, silly bullshit.
But let me tell you why. No, hold on. Let me ask you a question. There's 2 ultrasounds I have. One is a baby conceived in rape. One is a baby conceived by a loving couple. Which one is which?
Your daughter was probably hopefully conceived by a somewhat loving
was
couple.
conceived by rape? Tell me which one was conceived by rape.
You don't know.
Exactly, because it's all human rights and
But
it's all
that
human
doesn't
beings.
matter.
So
It's about your daughter who has to give
no.
birth to it and is going to be tortured by that
Hold
for
on
the
a second.
rest of her
You-
life.
you are
That's
not-
going to take away every
Hold on a
freedom
second.
she's ever going to have.
Hold on.
That's going
Every
to ruin
freedom.
her life. She's going to.
You can't win this argument with a misogynist. He doesn't care. His daughter is already subhuman because it's his daughter. That's the problem with having a conversation with a person who has nothing to lose, especially when you are a person whose rights are being infringed on personally. It's going to be emotional for you, understandably so. That is the unfortunate reality. He could sit there and be like, yeah, I don't give a fuck. Yeah, I'm going to force my 10-year-old daughter who is a victim of pedophilic rape to literally carry a pregnancy to term. He can just sit there and say that. That's his whole worldview. He wants all women to be subject to this destiny. That's what he wants. So trying to turn around and appeal to his humanity in this circumstance doesn't work because he is not human. His analysis in this situation. You said he already has a daughter. This is not a hypothetical for him. Yeah, you don't understand. He has a daughter. He just doesn't see her as a fucking full human with full rights in the same way that he doesn't see any women. That's what I'm saying. Do you get it? Do you understand? In his mind, he's like, women are vessels for new children, brood mares. My daughter is no exception. Do you get it?
Grow up and she's going to be
Abortion is not a
attached to another
victimless
thing.
crime. The point is how you were conceived is irrelevant to what human rights you get. Hold on 1 second. If a person conceived in walks on the side of the street, it's not like they don't get First Amendment rights or Second Amendment rights.
It's
or
not
Fourth
about
Amendment
that
rights.
person.
The worst thing to do to the daughter is to then say, hey, we're going to go murder the being inside of you.
They wouldn't even know. Listen.
They would.
Dude, that's crazy. He's literally over here 10 toes down being like, yeah, if my 10-year-old daughter was raped, I would force her to carry that pregnancy to term. What she should do in this situation, by the way, no one is hitting red flags right now because they're just in awe of the argument Charlie's making. What you're supposed to do is take a breather, okay, and say, you are here telling everyone that's going to watch this video that if your 10-year-old daughter was raped in an act of pedophilic rape, you would force her to carry that pregnancy to term, which would most likely kill her. Therefore, that's how much of an extremist you are in terms of forcibly carrying pregnancies to term. I don't believe that you yourself are this demonic.
Listen.
But wouldn't it be a better story to say something evil happened and we do something good in the face of evil instead of saying we're going to do evil and then murder the being because we're going to pander to the evil? No. What makes the West great is that we do good after evil, not evil after evil.
It's not about the being in the cells. It's not about. No. I'm speaking. No, 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 I'm speaking.
Evil after evil.
It's not about the being in the cells. It's not about. No. I'm speaking. No, 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 I'm speaking.
Want to say it one more time?
No, I'm speaking.
Got it.
Thank you. So it's not. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the person. No, I'm talking about the person who is dealing with the pregnancy. I am not talking about the cells. I don't care. No, listen. The fetus, the whatever. I don't care about that right now until it is formed. If there is a 5-year-old child who is pregnant and the baby is 2 weeks in utero,
can't get pregnant.
actually they have given birth.
There is
one recorded case of a 5-year-old girl.
Lena Medina of Peru gave a birth via C-section at 5 years old. The father's identity is unknown. The pregnancy was possible because he was sexually developed, which some call a precocious puberty. That is like a medical phenomenon, okay? That's not the norm. Why the fuck are they fact checking? This is the only time they're fact checking, as though this is a normal thing that happens all the time. Horrifying. Charlie Kirk said, what makes the West great is if my 10-year-old daughter gets fucking raped, I will force her to carry a pregnancy to term. Okay? That's insane. Why are we letting him just say those things without fucking shoving those words down his throat?
Gave birth.
Is that common?
Yes, it's common. 5-year-olds get sometimes, and it's,
Okay,
if they get pregnant, I think they should be able to have medical access to something that could save not only just their life, but like their livelihood.
How many, I'm curious.
I hope your daughter lives a very happy life and gets away from you.
Okay, so that is really nasty. And so her belief system.
By the way, she will. Like, this happens so frequently with conservatives. That's why it probably hurts his feelings, because he knows deep down inside that when he keeps this shit up, like, inevitably his daughter is going to despise him.
Just so we're clear, is that... The time's up. Yeah, no, I got it. It's fine. I mean, it's insanely nasty, and we'll talk again. My next...
Oh, it's insanely nasty. Dude, I personally think it's insanely nasty to say the West is great because we force 10-year-olds who are victims of pedophilic rape to carry pregnancies to term. I think that's significantly nastier than anything that woman could have said to you. Okay? I think at that point, it's no holds barred. You can say whatever the fuck you want to a person that says that. Okay? That's it. Maybe I'm crazy, but when those words come out of your fucking mouth, you are a freak.
Next claim is that college is a scam.
Oh, God.
Hello.
What's your name?
I'm Maddox. How are you doing?
Nice to meet you. Good.
So, college is a scam.
Well, let's define our terms. College being traditional four-year college.
Of course.
University, not community college or technical college.
Of course.
A scam, if we can agree on a definition, is where a majority of people who will go through the institution or business, they're not getting their money's worth, their time's worth, and they're being deceived when they sign up. So do we agree on those terms?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
Well, what would further definitions, what do you think is the purpose of going to college?
The purpose of college should be a traditional liberal arts education, the pursuit of what is good, true, and beautiful.
Okay.
That's not what it is. It should be the betterment of yourself and your soul, nurturing your character and becoming a better citizen, understanding the deeper things in life.
I mean, it usually does. That's why Republicans are against it. Like, literally. The biggest reason why Republicans don't want college education and are regularly anti-college education is straight up because it churns out more Democratic Party voters. That's it. Statistically speaking, you have a higher likelihood of being a Democratic Party voter than a Republican one if you get a college education. There's a multitude of different reasons for this. One, in my opinion, one of the most significant, it's not because like a college education fucking instills like critical thinking skills in you or anything like that. It literally is, for the most part, putting you in a very diverse environment. Sometimes that's all it takes. That's it. That straight up is. The major reason for why college educated people are more often Democratic Party voters is the exact same reason why urban people living in urban areas are more likely to be Democratic voters than people living in the suburbs and, more importantly, rural voters. It's because they are in proximity to black and brown people. They get exposure to black and brown people, gay people, and that's literally terrifying. Diverse? You literally went to Harvard? What do you mean? It is diverse. Same argument you make about Ivy Leagues? Yeah. What the fuck are we talking about? The entire affirmative action debate. While it was happening, colleges were like, no, we like this. We like having, like, we enjoy having a diverse learning environment because society is fucking diverse. Also, I went to fucking Rutgers, dog. What do you mean Harvard? Which is the Harvard of New Jersey. No, that's not Princeton. You should just ask him, did you go to college? If he says yes, he would answer, well, then I agree with you. Wait, what? No, he didn't. Charlie did not go to college. He famously is, I think, a high school dropout, as a matter of fact. It's kind of funny, though, for Charlie, because like he spent his entire fucking career trying to manipulate student elections. A person who claims that like a black woman took his his application to West Point. I know the backstory. He tried to go to West Point and claimed falsely that a black woman took his slot that he deserved due to affirmative action. Okay, and that's why he never went to college. He also wrote a fucking Breitbart article. Well, he wrote a high school essay I forget what it was about, but he wrote a fucking high school essay about like some racist bullshit, and then Breitbart published it, and then Fox News immediately was like, oh, this is a young guy who's saying like really dumb Republican things. We should elevate him. And then he turned around and went to Foster Freeze, rest in piss, okay, right-wing donor to the Republican Party, and his dad, I think, is a developer, and Foster Freeze, his dad used to work with him as a construction guy, okay? Like his dad owns a construction business, I believe. So he had access to the Foster Freeze, and he basically spent his entire fucking life from that point on begging wealthy old men for money so that he could manipulate them into thinking that he represents the youth vote and that he can turn young people conservative. He has never been able to do that. It's just a fucking, it's another NGO scam. It's another 501c3 scam, Turning Point USA. How do you know his backstory so intricately? Because I debated him twice. And also at the time when I was debating him, he was like seen as my, like the Republican version of me, basically, which is really funny because like, and I mean, this goes to show that like conservatives love putting their commentators through like this, conservatives love taking like random people that demonstrate conservative points of view and making them famous and paid operatives of the party. Democrats do not do that ever. If they did that, they would at least do it for like fucking Harry Sasan or whatever, but they don't even do that for Harry Sasan. Think about it this way. A guy that like came into prominence through AstroTurf, through like basically setting up a fund to farm old wealthy Republican mega donors by duping them into believing that he can like change the outcome of like college campus elections and whatever, and manipulate student body government politics, has at this point created this massive, robust network and regularly hangs out with the fucking former president. Meanwhile, I, on the other hand, can't even get a fucking Obama interview. I wonder why. Maybe because I'm not a fucking paid hack.
At the very least, though, it should be preparing one for the job market. Do you think college does those things?
I think it does, but I would add on to your point that I think not only is it for the betterment of yourself, but it's for the betterment of society. We need historians. We need certain majors that may not make as much money. I think those are for the betterment of society. Would you agree that there's some majors that may not?
Wait, can't now? Was it fully canceled? No, it was not. No. The Obama interview is not off. I was just memeing. Like, we just weren't able to put it together at the DNC, though. Especially hilarious that they focus on student council elections because after the encampment movement, universities basically abandoned any pretense of co-governance and are just throwing these groups away. Yeah.
Make money, but are still essential to society.
It depends. Do you think that...
I want everybody to be college educated so they have a better... they get a leg up when they are entering the same shitty fucking workforce, okay? So they can have disposable income and spend $6 a month at the HasanAbi broadcast. It's a win-win-win, okay? And I like that. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Why is my fucking thermostat off in the middle of the hottest goddamn day? I'm losing my fucking mind in California. Jesus Christ. Anyway, like I said, here's a 3-minute ad break now. Let's get
getting a degree in gender studies is good for society.
I would agree. Yeah. Why would?
Why? Yeah. Why wouldn't it be good for society? Gender studies. What do you mean? What the fuck are you talking about? Why would it be bad?
Studying.
Not everybody has to college. Yeah, it's not for everybody. Still should be free though.
Gender not be good for society.
Well, learning that men can give birth is not exactly a good use of time, is it?
Is that what they're teaching in college right now?
A lot of colleges, yeah. According to the Center for Disease Control, they no longer say women can give birth. They say birthing persons.
Okay.
Do you think men can give birth?
Do I think men can give birth? I think that...
yes or no question?
I think that a person who is assigned male at birth, I don't think they can give birth.
Assigned male at birth? So people are not male at birth?
I think that a person...
See, your evidence that college is a scam, my friend.
College is a scam?
You're lacking in a lot of wisdom.
Well, here, we can continue right now. So, gender studies, do you think that studying gender is not essential? Should we not deepen our understanding of gender?
I don't think gender... We're going to get there later. I don't think gender exists. I think that there are 2 sexes, infinite personalities, and no genders. However, let's get back to the core contention.
Well, can I ask my question again real quick?
Well, I'm going to get back to my core contention. A scam So the majority of kids that go to college, if they end up getting a job at all, they end up getting a job that does not require a college degree.
Do you think that certain jobs that may not associate with a direct major can incorporate skills that you learn from a major? I think I'm an econ major, and depending on what job I do in the future, I can still use the skills learned from that.
So tell me about Milton Friedman.
Tell me about Milton Friedman. He is an economist from...
How about Thomas Sowell?
Thomas Sowell.
Ludwig von Mises.
Well, I will say that I'm a first year.
How about
I'd love to see you answer the gender studies question.
We will get there later. That's what psychedelics are for. Who's next?
Well, I think it's difficult to think about just one major, thinking about just gender studies. Like, sure, like not everyone should be a gender studies major. We need doctors, we need lawyers, we need everything. However, why does it matter if 10 people want to be a gender studies major and it matters to them? Like, not everyone can be a lawyer, not everyone can be a doctor. There needs to be some people, and you know what? Yeah, it sucks that some people do go to college and get a degree and then they end up not in a workforce for that. But I don't think that has to do with like college was a scam. It's more like maybe that just wasn't the path for them, or that life choice was just too hard to get for them. But some people are able to go to college and get a degree and use it, and that is super important, because imagine if no doctors went to college, they're just like, I think I can do it.
Well, of course,
like,
doctors and lawyers need credentialing, right? But
so college.
Well, less than 5% of all people that go to college end up studying medicine or in legal. The vast majority go into soft social sciences, communications, or the humanities. So you're in college, or have been, is that correct?
Yeah.
Are you forced to take classes that you think are a waste of time?
Yeah, I'm for
Okay,
you know what?
Hold on. So they're taking your money and they're forcing you that they're a waste of time. That's kind of...
Dude, why would you say yes? Just don't say yes to that. No, it's fucking ridiculous. It's supposed to make you, like, in theory, the goal is to make you a critical thinker who is well-rounded. Why the fuck are you saying yes to that? Also, because it's true, no, dude, no, it's not. Okay? It's just like this is the classic dumb guy argument. Oh, why don't they teach us taxes in school? Instead, they teach us calculus. It's like, shut the fuck up. Okay? Shut the fuck up. Technically, nobody actually fucking follows through on the actual classes and like literally does the study. And obviously, the current Common Core curriculum is far from the best. But the theory behind it is so that you become a more well-rounded fucking person, okay? But like the idea that college is a scam because you don't get to pick and choose your fucking classes that are taught to you is so silly.
Scammy, right?
Oh, I think that some classes.
Ooh, some. So you have to probably go in debt, right?
Depends.
Okay.
Are you going
into debt?
No.
Okay, well, that's good.
I picked a school that actually offered me a scholarship.
Oh,
and
so
I
someone
picked a
else is
school
paying
that
for your
was good.
college.
Oh, I don't know. Depends on me. I mean, that.
Wait, what? Does bro think that poor people shouldn't get college educated? Oh, you got a scholarship, so someone else is paying for your college. Dog, someone else has paid for your entire existence. Like, if it wasn't for Republican Party mega donors that created your astroturfing operation, you'd still be chirping about how a black woman took your fucking role over at West Point at the shitty ass local bar that you fucking frequent every goddamn day. Shut the fuck up. That's crazy, bro. He just said scholarship, so someone else is paying for college. Yeah, okay, so what?
No, I'm sorry.
School that wanted to give me an opportunity, but that's not what we're talking about.
Well,
we're talking
we're
about
talking about the scam element, right? So you said that there are some classes that if students had to go into debt or had to pay for, would not be a good use of their time. So it's not representing students well.
Well, do you think like high school is a scam then? Because I had to pay for high school, but I'm not going to use AP US history in my psychology degree ever.
Well, I think AP US history is actually a really good use of time, knowing about your country and your history. And
well, but I'm not going to use that in my career.
I like this so much. So much of conservative argumentation literally revolves around you consent, other party consents, but I don't consent. Oh, so when Charlie decides when a class is important, you have to learn it. Got it. Thanks, man. We should just let you be the fucking God King. That's such a crazy, like, that's literally all he's doing. This narcissistic fucking asshole is just sitting there being like, oh, I'm the decider. Sorry. Like, what the fuck do you mean?
Career. That's what we're talking about in the careir path for college.
Let's go back to what I said, right? We said traditional college, right? Four-year college, and what a scam is.
Also, he's pro AP history because he has to signal that he loves American history or whatever. But he's also shitting on the fucking soft sciences. Like, okay, so people can get history majors. Like, you're fine with that? Like, I don't understand. So it's just gender studies that you have issue with? Like, it makes no fucking sense.
Or a majority of the
Right.
people that will go through the enterprise, the business, or the institution are not getting their time worth or their money worth. So therefore, I go back to my core contention,
Okay.
which is a majority of kids that exit college will not use their degree at all when they go to find a job.
But if you ask them, do you think college was a scam? I don't think majority of them are going to say yes. Some of them will. Some of them are
Well,
going to
not
be.
everyone who's being scammed actively knows they're being scammed.
But
People
it's
still
not-
buy erectile dysfunction drugs off the internet and they get
Okay,
scammed.
that's their own, like, personal choice, though.
Of course people have choices to be scammed. I'm not saying they don't have a choice. I'm making an observation analysis of the institution. For example, Flying Spirit Airlines, kind of a scam.
Okay.
Should be shut down. There is some, yeah, you kind of agree. There are some things in life we have to take a step back and like, oh, the consumer is not
But
being well served.
you want to
And
shut down a bunch of majors
I'm not
in
shutting- I've
colleges
never
that you
said that.
think are scams?
No, I never said that.
So what would your proposal be to
There's-
fix the scam
There
of
is no-
college?
There is no proposal. I'm simply, the contention is college is a scam
So then what's the point of that statement?
to get you to agree.
But like, what would that?
Oh, so he's just here to fucking chirp for the sake of the argument. He's just here to debate for the spirit of the debate. Debate brain, dude. Did Charlie get scammed into buying ED pills? No ED pills is gonna fucking help. I love this. Yeah, I'm just here to talk shit, actually. I'm just here to say college is a scam. Here, the counter argument to this is very simple, okay? A college degree in the overwhelming majority of circumstances offers you additional technical proficiency. It makes you into a more productive labor force. You, as an American who says you want America to be the #1 nation on the planet, are actively working to make the American population dumber, okay? By claiming that college is a scam, you are actively trying to make our labor force less competitive and less productive. You also then simultaneously complain about like immigrants coming over into the United States of America, either by way of HB1 visas or, by becoming visa overstayers or directly crossing the border. And the irony here is that you are ensuring that the American labor force is no longer as competitive nor as productive in comparison to our counterparts. China is stealing our fucking lunch money. All these other countries have significantly better educated populations, and they have more productive labor forces. And America will lose out on the technical proficiency once it is no longer the #1 place for the brain drain. I think if someone said that in China, Xi will have him killed. That's why it's like, how can you not be pro-China when you hear stuff like that? You know what I mean? Xi Jinping would send Charlie Kirk on a fucking Alibaba style, Bossing Say style fucking course for a month. He'd come back singing the praises of Mao. You know what I mean? Relegate him to the countryside, make him work in a fucking labor camp, rehabilitate him, and then release him back into society as a loyal servant of the party, a party that represents the interests of the people.
Do like, what do you want to fix in college that's going to help it not be a scam?
We can get to step interval 2 as long as you can agree that college is a scam.
No, because not for everyone. For me,
Well,
I'm
but a
using a
majority-
degree that's going to help people make better.
What are you studying?
Psychology and criminal justice.
Okay. So, and it's being paid for by somebody else, which is fine. That's good. So psychology and criminal justice. Do you absolutely need to get a degree to be able to get into this? You do?
Yeah, I mean, like, I could, I guess, study it all on my own, but it's just like makes more sense to go and have all these experiences. I'm getting like wonderful experiences, internships all through my college.
Bro, I'm sorry. I'm still thinking about sending him to the fucking rice fields, dude. Oh my God. Can you imagine? God, what a beautiful world this would be if you could just like literally send reactionary conservatives to the fucking countryside to develop the country land, Just toil the land for a couple years, bro. Get a nice little peasant wife, have some kids, cool down a little bit. You know what I mean? Enough with this fucking weird nonsense. I can't stop thinking about this. Bro, you need a foundation for psychology. Is he dumb? Yes. The answer is yes. Yes. The answer is yes, he is dumb. He's actually presenting himself as even dumber than he actually is, but he is dumb as well. So his starting point is dumb, and he's also presenting himself as even dumber than he actually is. Agreed, but it will be clip chimped to what? You're going to clip chimp me to say an argument that like everyone will agree with? I don't understand this. This is why it's like very frustrating when like dumbass fucking boner chelly dick riders will be like, Hasan wants re-education camps. It's like, bro, you mean to tell me you don't fantasize about putting conservatives, like reactionaries like Charlie Kirk in re-education camps. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, hit him with the Puyi stare, dude. Like, that's so sick. That's a beautiful fucking society. And it's not fun. Deng will say his time in exile was awful. Same with Xi. It sucks having to go out in the sticks, but it's good for you. Yeah, look at Xi. Look at Xi. Xi Jinping is a beneficiary of this system, okay? Are you on the team?
Tell you, I've been taken up to the third heaven. I've been jacked into the big plan. I've seen it. I've seen it. I can't even compute all of it. It's so fantastical. You've not seen nothing. You ain't heard nothing. You ain't smelled nothing like this. I don't have words to tell you. But I tell you, anybody tries to get in the way of the incredible plan the big guys got for us has got me pissed, and I'm just begging to stay on the team, man. Just put me in the game, coach. Whatever you say, coach. I know I'm weak. I know I'm pathetic. Man, you're amazing. I'm so lucky you made me. What do I do, Bob? Like a hunting dog, man. Just take me out of the house. Just turn me on them. Just tell me what I got to do. Tell me what. Tell me how I serve you. Tell me what I can do for you right now. And let me tell you, I've been taken up to the third heaven. I've been jacked into the...
My favorite version of this meme was like conservatives inventing Maoism. I saw that tweet. I think I might have even posted this. Please do not insult the great Chairman Xi by comparing Charlie Kirk to him. Xi uplifts my people. Kirk uplifts his own insecurities. Nowhere near equals. Yeah, that's why I said he'd be like a Puyi style. Anyway, have you guys seen that tweet where it's like conservatives invented Maoism? Oh, here it is. Concept: every American citizen has to do at least one season of farm work on our farms. No more importing workers. It will be a national duty. Everyone is drafted to one season of farm labor in their life between the ages of 18 and 30. All other factors of life support this season. You could trick Republicans with Maoist sentiment so easily. You could talk about the countryside. The countryside surrounds the cities. Like, that's literally straight up. Republicans love LARPing in that regard. You know what I mean? You could get Republicans duped with Maoism easily. Maoist MAGA, yeah. Fuck MAGA communism. How about Maoist MAGA? MAGAoist. Political power comes with the barrel of a gun. Unironically, every time Brace talks about Maoism on TrueAnon, I think it's the way for America. It literally is the absolute worst idea for America overall, because no American would subscribe to it, because it would need to be like a peasant-backed movement. And considering that the large majority of the American working class are still labor aristocrats, absolutely zero of them would be on board with this because their material conditions are exactly the opposite. All of the worst aspects of the Cultural Revolution are things that we already do to ourselves right now without any of the good stuff. The opposite. All of the worst aspects of the Cultural Revolution are things that we already do to ourselves right now without any of the good stuff. We already do fucking struggle sessions on a daily basis for the dumbest shit too. Conservatives do it for not being sufficiently conservative. They're like, oh, it seems you are pro-gay marriage. You saw a gay person and decided that they are not immediately morally degenerate. You will get flogged now, okay? You're just a hater. My mom is 70s USSR born, and she used to tell me about how students would all collectively go to the countryside to farm potatoes and stuff. So in general, it's not a concept inherent to Maoism. No, I know. I just think it's funny to say is Maoism. Hassan, I'm in the video. Congratulations, Maddie. Maddie G 428. I'm the girl in the green with the blonde hair. Did you cook? You better not have made me look bad. I believe in you. I believe in all of you. I hope you guys fucking destroyed this cretin.
So that's helping me go through it. No, it's just that this is a pathway that's really helping me.
So you know there's 11 million jobs open in the country right now that don't require a college degree.
Okay, then the people who want those jobs can go get those jobs. I am not one of those people.
Do you think we push too many kids into college?
No.
Okay, so the national graduation rate is 59%.
Dude, what do you mean? Like we push too many people to college? Like, what are you talking about? Educational attainment is not a pursuit that should be pushed aside. Like, it is objectively a good thing. It makes the labor force more productive. It makes people more interesting. It makes people better read. Like, what the fuck are we doing? And also, then you use the 59% number. Like, yeah, it's because it's expensive as fuck, dog. Make college free. Please, my people yearn for more education. It's like the one, dude, it's the one thing that China historically has had locked the fuck down that even Americans recognize is the importance of education. I mean, these motherfuckers were operating like bureaucratic structures thousands of years ago. Okay. They were locked in on that front. Not everybody has to go to college though. Sure. But make it free. Make it free. I mean, to be honest, I would make it mandatory. I'm a fucking advocate for that too. I think you should make it mandatory. It doesn't have to just be college in the way that you understand it. It could be a trade school or something. But like, yeah, I think educational attainment beyond high school is a necessity. Learn a trade. If you can't do anything else, learn a trade. It should also be free. And not only should it be free, actually, it should be paid. Yeah. No, like, high, dude, no. Mandatory higher education. It could be trade. It could be an associate's degree. It could be a bachelor degree, liberal arts, whatever the fuck it is. Okay. It should be paid. It should be mandatory. It should absolutely fucking happen. All right. And then when you get that educational attainment for free, or even if you get paid for it, even better, then you have to serve. Not in the military, of course, but serve in the actual place that you were slotted into in terms of like what you wanted to pursue. You get a doctorate for free. You have to go work in the countryside. Okay. Through a lottery system. Now, if what I'm saying to you comes across as like insane, well, newsflash, that's how it works in the developed world. Every other country where education is fucking free and they have a free healthcare structure or a nationalized healthcare structure literally does this. Okay. That is precisely what every country does. And that is what is supposed to happen here as well. But we are so fucking stupid in this goddamn nation. Oh, bro, we don't even have free education. And this is what happens to teachers and doctors. I mean, yeah, it should also be free though. What do you mean what happens if you cannot serve once you have received your education? Like there's no world. Then you have to pay for it. I don't think anybody ever does that anyway. Unless there's like some kind of disability. Yeah. Germany has the best carpenters, etc. And we get paid for learning it. Exactly. Germany was the example I was thinking of when I was thinking of like trade schools being paid for. Like not only is it not free, it's free, and on top of that, you have to pay. You get paid by the government to go get this education. That's what normal countries do, by the way. That's what countries do. They look at like what is a necessity in the workforce. They look at how to create the most productive labor force you can possibly get, and then they put positive incentives to certain aspects of the labor force that need more fucking workers. No, that's wrong. Wait, what do you mean? Don't they pay you to go to college in Germany? Am I wrong about that? In Denmark, they do. There is BAföG. You can get to pay for the semester tuition, round out about 300 euros. I think that overall they should look at what aspects of the labor force need more hands and focus on additional incentives in that regard. And they should pay you to get to learn a trade or pay you to get a college education in general. Nah, if you're poor, you get enough to live. This guy's rich or something. That's not what BAföG is. It's governmental support that you have to pay back that depends on how much your parents make. They pay PhD students who get certain scholarships, not all students. It's still better than most of Europe. Both countries offer free tuition. The specific financial support systems differ slightly. Denmark's SU program provides a more direct financial aid package for students, while Germany's system relies more on scholarships and grants. In Germany, they do, but there's a big asterisk with it. You have to qualify for it. And the schools in Germany are nothing like the ones in America. There are not a lot of student programs. And a lot of the flowery stuff colleges do here. What is the flowery stuff? I think it's really funny because like everybody always just talks about like gender studies, which is still valid. You know what I mean? Like, but that's it. Or if you're talking about a lot of the fucking bloat in American higher education, like sports programs and shit, in which case you're absolutely right. American colleges have infinite bloat. Okay. It is fucking nastiness. Yeah. Anyway. I'm working at the university as a student, get only $520, with which I can rent just right and get financial help from Germany, living money for rent. I still struggle to get the money for tuition every 6 months. I'm just saying it's still a better process than what you have to do in the United States of America, which is like in the same situation. Not to say that your situation is great, chatter. I'm just saying now compare that to the United States of America for like, because the principle is correct, right? The government wants you to get this education. Okay. So they're trying to make it easier for you to do so. In the United States of America, technically, we want people to be more educated. Okay. We want a more productive labor force. And then we literally not only do not pay them, not only do we not make it free, but we also, on top of that, put people into lifelong debt. But of course, that makes you a more loyal servant because you have to pay off that debt. A few years ago, I paid less than $300, but the biggest part of the tuition for Germany-wide public transport ticket, $200. The rest is student council services.
If I asked the room, everyone would agree that they know some people that went to college that did not graduate.
Yeah.
right? So we're probably sending too many kids into this institution.
But if they might have been able to do it, then like, why is it not worth it to try and
Well,
to
because
push yourself to get a better education and go further in
leaving
your
with
life?
debt's a bad thing, right?
But some people are able to work through that, and it's like
Of course
an
some people are.
opportunity thing.
But
It's
when
like
an institution is multi-trillion dollars in scale, involves 20
Victoria Nuland says about as clearly as a diplomat can that the U.S. scuttled a peace deal on the table in March 2022 because it would have required Ukraine to agree limits on weapons it would purchase. How many have died since then and for what? Guys, I don't want to do the I told you so hour, okay? We're going to move on from this. We'll look at that later, okay?
23 million of our citizens every 4 years and is not actually bettering the country. For example, if college was so great, we would see incomes going up for Gen Z and millennials. We'd see more people able to own homes. Kids wouldn't. I'm telling you, this is so ableist what you're doing, by the way. I'm telling you, right? Hello, what's your name?
Alizé.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, so let me start by saying, well, first of all, you said we're sending too many kids to college. Who's sending them? Who's forcing them?
Guidance counselors, parents, community.
Are they forcing them? Are they
Well,
signing them up
Hold on,
themselves?
forcing. I never said forcing, but you can have nudging. And
Okay.
forcing are two different things. We also subsidize college through the federal government. So you guys get subsidized interest rates,
Right.
scholarships, and loans. So the taxpayer is nudging students and gently and sometimes forcefully pushing them into college. And you would agree it is an expectation if you grow up in a upper middle class home to go to college. You would agree with that. So
I-
there's a societal cultural push.
I didn't grow up in an upper middle class, so.
Okay, well, but would you see it from there? Would you see how that argument?
Dude, Charlie's such a cope lord. He dropped out of community college and never even stepped foot in a fucking university. He doesn't even know what it's like. No, he does. He's like even grosser than that. He dropped out of community college and then literally set up an entire fucking 501c3, Turning Point USA, to go to college campuses and yell at the students there and to try to literally lobby those campuses into having a more right-wing student body government. Okay? That's insane. It is like it is the biggest weirdo fucking behavior that you can engage in.
Is correct.
I guess there might be a pressure, but no one's sending them. You're sending yourself.
Well, of course.
We're
it's-
all over the age of 18, right? To be
Right,
in-
but
when you're in college, so you're
let's-
sending yourself.
Right.
But that's besides the
But
point.
let's
That's
be
a different
honest.
point.
I mean, that's a silly argument.
Not a 501c3, sorry, 501c4.
Yes,
I
they're
think.
technically send them.
I don't know. The Turning Point USA. I mean, it's like a charitable contribution.
Themselves. I was just at Arizona State University move-in. Everyone had their parents there. They were co-signing on loans. They were there helping pay for stuff. Parents, the ones that are still checking in. They're the ones that largely subsidize their lifestyle. Hey, mom, can you vend me?
He was just at ASU. Wait, what the fuck? Charlie Kirk age. Damn, dog. At a certain point, you should just stop trying to go to these colleges and talk to the fucking students about how they should be right wing. You know what I mean? Stop interfering in in student government elections at the age of 30.
Venmo me $3,000 that I can go out on an extra night. Yes, of course, when you're 18 years old, you're the one signing on.
It is kind of crazy to think that Charlie Kirk is younger than me by 3 years. Yeah. I am older than Charlie Kirk. Hate ages you, okay? I love going to college campuses where the freshmen are moving in.
On the dotted line, but there's enormous pressure and nudging and cultural expectation that students go to college.
Right. Okay. I think the problem here is that it's up to the person. You can't just go to college and expect to come out with a degree. You have to put the work in. You have to put the work in. You have to make connections. And some people might think college is just 4 years of partying and drinking and making friends, whatever. But you have to.
I hate this conversation. Like, it's just so dumb. Okay. Education is not a scam. Okay. Because when you say college is a scam, that's all you're saying. You're saying education is a scam. You're picking and choosing what kind of education is good and what kind of education is bad. He himself is fucking recognizing that, by the way, in the conversation, because he keeps saying, well, you have to get some level of credential to be a doctor. It's like, okay, well, then you don't have an issue with college. Suck my dick. Okay. It's just so stupid. Like, overall, in the United States of America, the only reason why college is a quote unquote scam is because it's inflated. Okay. It should be free. That's it. It should be fucking free. The price is a scam. It should be free, especially state institutions. If you want to have some private institutions on the side, go ahead. Fine. But overall, there should be free state institutions. Why is no one saying this? And then put him on the back foot to be like, you think education is a scam? College is education. Why do you think education is a scam when you already recognize that credentials are necessary
for becoming a doctor, for example, or becoming an engineer, becoming an architect? Do you think that these are not necessary credentials? You keep using the term credential, but credential is another word for education. You're just trying to swap out education for different words in order to avoid the fucking reality in front of you that you also recognize that education is a necessity for a productive labor force. That's it. A competitive labor force in the international marketplace. America should have one. It's the wealthiest nation on the planet.
Actually put the work in, and if you put the work in, you make connections, and you can find a job right outside of college.
Well, no, not doubting that you can't find a job. It's just that 52% of them get a job.
So it's a scam currently until it's free? No, it's still not a scam. Education is not a scam. Okay? Education is not a scam. When people say 52% of colleges college graduates end up in jobs where the degrees aren't required and are considered underemployed, according to an analysis from the Burning Class Institute and Strata Education Foundation, that is not the fault of people getting educational attainment. Yeah, the debt is the scam part. The education is not.
Job that doesn't require them to get the degree.
But most jobs offer incentive pay if you have a degree. And
But then if
86%
that's the case, then
86% of
if-
people
if-
with a
if
degree
that is
get
true-
paid more than people with
Well,
just a
hold
high
on.
school diploma.
That's only if you count the ones at the top 10% of income earners. So not if you count humanities, not if you count people that study in the social sciences. If you count medicine or you count law, that's absolutely correct. However, the vast majority of kids that go.
So I don't get it. So Charlie's worldview is that, like, again, only things that I think are good need to be allowed in colleges, and things that I think are bad should not be allowed in colleges. Also, how do you fucking skip the first step and just get a fucking law degree or a degree in medicine? You have to still get an undergraduate. You have to still get a Bachelor of Arts or Bachelor of Sciences in order to pursue higher education, to be able to get a law degree, to be able to get a medical degree. So I don't really understand this argument. Then college is not a scam, I guess. He's very intimidating in person. We didn't know we would be debating him until right before. I don't think he's that intimidating in person, but I understand why you could potentially think that. He does have a very weird look to him. Like, his face is all fucked up. So I get it. Also, yeah, a law degree is humanities. I am one of the very few political science majors who actually uses their degree to a certain degree. But it is really odd that he's just sitting here being like, nah, college is a scam, when it's basically what he means is education is a scam.
Go to college are not studying medicine, law, engineering, business, finance. They're studying communications, social sciences, or humanities, which are on the lower income ladder. So as I mentioned, we have 11 million job openings in this country right now that do not require a college degree. I'm guessing in this room that within 4 to 5 years.
Also, another part of the problem is, like, you get a well-rounded education when you get a Bachelor of Arts. Okay? You learn hard sciences and humanities in the process. It is a good thing. If you get the fucking STEM lords to only focus on STEM with no humanities education, they become the neurodivergent Jordan Peterson fans that are the most annoying type of person you've ever fucking experienced. Okay? I know, because many are the STEM lord former Jordan Peterson fans that are now in this community that luckily have a better understanding of the humanities now. Okay? That's how you get a guy like Jordan Peterson to fucking dupe so many people, because they just have no interest or no understanding of any of that shit. He's in a communication degree job. Yeah, that's also, I mean, I guess he could say, well, I didn't go to college, but I still have a comm degree job. So even if you are personally getting a degree in something and then going into a field that has nothing to do with the degree that you got, you still got a well-rounded education overall. It's what you make of it, ultimately, right? College is what you make of it. Like, you can learn a lot, you can get a decent education, or you can cheat your way through it. Doesn't really matter ultimately. But to say that these people are not using it, using their degrees, is stupid.
You guys would kill to be able to earn $80 to $100,000 a year, yes? Do you know that in states across the country and in cities, they're offering apprenticeships to become plumbers and welders, electricians? That doesn't require for your college
Right.
degree. Entrance salary, $80,000 a year.
But again, 86% of people with a bachelor's degree earn more
No, I've already
than
told you-
people with a
I've
high school
already
diploma.
told you.
No, 86% of all people with a
I got
bachelor's
that,
degree.
But if you take out the top 10%, it's actually lower than those that don't go to college. So the reason that number, that average goes up, is because the doctors and the engineers and the lawyers are the ones that bring that average so significantly up. But let me ask you a question. that do you think that there's any waste at all in the current college model?
Do I think there's any waste? I don't think we need all of it.
Okay, good. What part?
Well, you have to start with your core classes. And it's like high school. You're taking the same classes in
So do you
in high
think,
school.
like, for example, do you think that... Okay, nice to meet you. Thank you.
I'm Emily. Nice to meet you.
Emily. Thank you.
Earlier said that about 5% of college students are going into fields of like medicine, law, and engineering, was it?
Let me clarify.
Okay,
Yes,
yeah.
as far as they're going to be able to get postgraduate degrees. So they will go all the way up and get their Juris Master, or they will end up passing the bar or becoming a doctor, right?
Okay.
So it's easy to say doctors, lawyers,
Yeah.
but healthcare professionals, if you count nurses or people that work in healthcare, that number is closer to 20-25%.
Okay, so 5%. Who here has a doctor? Can you like raise your hand if you have a doctor?
Like a medical
A doctor, yeah. Like a medical
yes, I do,
doctor.
yeah.
Yeah, you do. Okay. 5% is still a lot of people, right?
Of course, but
Yeah.
that means 95% might not need to exist at the institution.
I don't think that's the takeaway. Just because 5%, which is still millions of Americans
Wait,
all
hold on a
across the
second.
board.
But if you were to say, hey, we only have medical schools, only have legal, we can get rid
Oh,
of gender
no.
studies, get
Yeah.
rid of... So what's the contention?
Well, gender studies is actually, if you look on like the pre-law track, gender studies is a pre-law track. If
Got
you're
it.
going to be a lawyer, you have to study gender studies and other social
That proves
cultural
my
studies.
point that college is a scam.
Why?
Why is that a problem? Why is that? Does Charlie Kirk understand what gender studies is? Like, I took a gender studies class in college. It's just like, I don't get it. I don't know why he's like so fucking, why he's so pissed off about it. You know, learning about like different ways of feminism is not gonna fucking harm you. Don't worry. Like, this is the issue. This is the issue. Okay. Charlie doesn't even understand law school. He called it a Juris Master. Like, gender studies is a class that they offer. Most of the time it's a part of the common curriculum that you get in your freshman courses, and it's a good fucking class to have as an introductory course. Okay? It is. Charlie just doesn't agree with it. That's the problem. Because for Charlie, it's like, if I don't agree with it, you shouldn't learn it at all, which I think is ridiculous.
But why would a lawyer need to study gender studies? Shouldn't a lawyer
it's
know the law?
It's a social science. The law, you think the law isn't inadvertently affected by social, cultural, and gender norms?
Of course it is, but shouldn't they first know the Bill of Rights, the Constitution, the Federalist Papers?
We learned that in-
Wait, what? They don't fucking teach that? Does this guy think that they don't teach that? God, he's so fucking stupid. What a fucking idiot he is, dude. Duh, you should learn about the Constitution. Yeah, they don't teach that. Half of this conversation would not happen if this person ironically went to college, by the way. Like, if you had just gone to college, you would know that half of these fucking arguments are just idiotic.
High school.
Okay, so what is Marbury versus Madison?
I haven't been in high school for a really long time. I'm not trying to be a lawyer.
Learned it.
Yeah.
So
I mean, high schools are like, it's public high
What was
school.
Brown versus the Board of Education?
That's for desegregation.
Wait, what the fuck? What is happening here? Don't let him fucking get away with this shit. Don't answer his questions. That's not the point of contention. What are you talking about? Like, you're gonna let him do a pop quiz? What the fuck? He just hit him with he hit him with oh, you read, name 5 books on the spot.
Segregating schools.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Which project?
Okay, good. No. Get back to the fucking point.
2025 wants to like defund the
Right.
Department of
So
Education.
who wrote the Constitution?
Founding Fathers, 1778. I don't know.
It wasn't 1778.
I don't know.
Close, yeah.
Yeah.
You don't know?
No.
Oh my God, I'm losing my fucking mind. Dude, you're talking to a guy who has not done anything but study talking points and also methods of dominating a conversation. This is what he does. Okay? This is all he does. This is not relevant to the point of contention here. Okay? Stick to the fucking college is a scam shit. Mr. Red Herring, by the way. Yeah. Oh my God.
Okay. Well, this is the point, is that you don't learn it in high school. You don't even learn it in undergraduate. And our law school's not learning it. So maybe...
Well, I'm not in law school.
No, the point is that you were saying they already learned it, and they don't. I don't want this to be a pop quiz or trivia. I didn't go to college, and I'm asking you very basic civic questions, and you're paying to go to college, and you can't answer them.
That's so fair. But I think
Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, Charlie demonstrates that he doesn't understand a higher education because it's not about memorizing facts and talking points. It's about changing how you think and interact with the world. Well, I think he does understand that. Deep down, I think he understands that very well. That's precisely why he doesn't want people to learn that. This dog was just outside with my trainer and my trainer's 2 dogs, and she is dying right now. She's wet as hell. Little Kaya break from all this madness. Okay? What's up? Hi. Hi. You have a good time? She's breathing so heavy. Let's get back to it. Okay, that's an alpha dog move right there. The other dude literally threw himself at the fucking chair, and this guy was like, nah, I'm still gonna sit there. Respect. These TikTok twinks do not play around, okay? Let me tell you something. They do not play around, dude. They're like, I love this shit. I love debates.
I have a question. Is church a scam?
No, because church is honoring the divine and the eternal and the good and the
Fucking lame ass. No, church is not a scam. It honors the divine. Shut up, bitch. Ugly ass bitch. Oh my God.
true and the beautiful.
No, it's honoring the divine.
Is college?
But it deceives people because you give a promise of everlasting life, which you don't actually get because Christianity is.
Dude, holy fuck. The r/atheism is jumping out.
Contradictory, logically speaking.
Do you want to get into a theological debate, or are we going to talk about college? Because I completely disagree. Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior, and we will have eternal life.
Okay, so how, if there is a perfect being that created the world, how could we exist in an imperfect world?
I'm happy to have this discussion. Can we go back to college, though? Because do you think, because that's a little bit of a red herring and a little bit of a rabbit hole. Tell me what that has to do with college being a scam.
Well, I do think college can be a scam for certain people. I don't think it's a scam for everyone. Though. For people like me, college was very beneficial for me.
For sure.
Who is it a scam? I'm asking you, based on your definition of a scam, do you consider the Christian church a scam?
Of course not. It's giving people eternal life. And
scam for certain people. I don't think it's a scam for everyone. We agree. For people like me, college was very beneficial for me.
For sure.
Who is it a scam? I'm asking you, based on your definition of a scam, do you consider the Christian church a scam?
Of course not. It's giving people eternal life and teaches them goodness.
But if Christianity is false, then that's a deception.
Okay, but you think it's false. I don't. We can agree to disagree. Also,
I'm not agreeing to disagree on that.
But we're not talking about the church. We're talking about college, right? So again, also people are not paying to go to.
Okay, but like he's not wrong. You disagree that the church is a scam. He thinks it is. You disagree you think that college is a scam. He disagrees. Like, okay, it's just a fucking belief. This argument is really dumb. I don't think they should have put the college as a scam shit in there. Cause like Charlie literally admitted that he does not care about this other than the fact that he wants to prove that college is a scam. He's not really proving anything in this situation.
The church,
but it's a reductio ad absurdum. You know what that is?
Ask the question.
What's a reductio ad absurdum?
That's a Latin term that means reducing down to the lowest common belief, correct?
Yeah, so I'm taking
Am I right? I didn't go to college. I knew that.
I'm taking your particular position.
Let me ask you a question without you interrupting me. Do you pay to go to church?
No, I don't. Some people do. They're forced to pay based upon their particular denomination.
And today, do you pay to go to church?
Depending on the church.
No, you don't. Do you have to go to debt to go to church?
In some circumstances, people do.
Wait, oh my God, please, dude. Please just ask him. So you'd be fine if fucking college was free because the state subsidizes churches too. Because like if he turns around and goes, oh, well, there's fucking college, church is free, college is not. Okay, then I want college to be free. Oh God, his face is so ugly. Oh my God. Okay, college should be free. The state subsidizes churches. They should also subsidize colleges, which it already does. It should be free.
Because they have to give up 10% of their income to be able to do that, which people can't afford.
Circumstance?
Well, they're LDS. You understand that a lot of LDS churches specifically require 10%.
Yeah, they don't require it. And what you're
talking
talking
about in plenty of places.
Well, you're asking mainline Christian.
Isn't there stigmatization
belief
if you don't do that?
Damn, he said Mormons ain't real Christians. God damn. He's saying they ain't mainline Christian.
Okay, you're good at interrupting, not good at answering.
Well, you haven't answered any of my questions yet.
I did say no, church is not a scam. Church is the bride of Christ. College is a scam. And college is, people are going into debt. They're paying a lot of money. But I want.
Bro, he sounds like such a freak all the time. I can't take him seriously. Church is a bride of Christ, dude. Holy fuck, what a statement.
I ask you a question. You said it's a scam for some people. Who's it a scam for?
Yeah, for people who specifically aren't ever going to use it, never use any of the knowledge that they retain from it. Well, you say 52%. I don't think you can qualify 52% of people don't do that.
What number would you say?
For example, my job, that's not going to be recommended as an economics degree. Most economics majors are going to go into TikTok debating online. But I use the information that I learned in college in my job on a daily basis. I still use relevant qualities that are then used in my job later on.
What percentage of kids that go to college are being scammed?
I don't think anyone knows that because it's dependent upon an individual. I have no clue.
Shouldn't we try to find out?
Well, if you'd like to find some empirics on that, I'd love to see it.
I just did. So
Well,
41%.
wait, that's not a source.
Well, the Department of Education is a source.
No, the Department of Education doesn't say 41% of people it was a scam for,
Hold
or
on.
that they didn't use any of the information they learned in college.
You are using.
So are you saying none of them used any of the information?
Can I say 3 words without you interrupting me?
Do any of them
How
use
about
the information
4?
later on?
Can I say 5 words without interrupting
Well, you've
me?
interrupted me multiple times.
So since you say college is a scam for some people, it's a ballpark. For the kids that do not graduate, 41% that ended up going and not graduating, were they scammed?
No, just because you go and pay for a particular thing, but then you don't follow through with it, doesn't mean you were scammed.
Maybe they were
You
misled.
decided to pay for it. Oh, you could say some people are misled.
Do you
Some
think
people are
that every-
stigmatizing to these things.
do you think
but
that
some,
every-
some people are misled in the church?
Do you
and
think-
you never answered my question
Well,
on that because you're trying to
I did.
take that time down so that you don't have to answer the question
Well,
about
hold on.
Christianity because you know your worldview looks terrible.
Well, what about Christianity do you want me to answer? We're talking
Well, I think
about
it's
college.
false. Or because I was saying,
Okay.
is church a scam? If church is a scam, that'd be predicated off of the
Okay,
idea that
but-
you're deceived into believing that there's everlasting life,
Okay, but you
specifically from
believe that
Christianity.
again.
So Christianity has to be true. So can you grant that? What's the argument?
Christianity is true. Did the
What's
resurrection?
the argument?
You're going to let me finish 3 words in a row?
Appreciate it.
Okay. Did the resurrection happen?
I don't think the resurrection occurred.
Okay, I disagree.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. A perfect creator, is it possible for them to not desire something imperfect?
Is a perfect creator? I'm sorry, what?
There's a perfect creator that desires everything that's just perfect. How can they desire something imperfect, flawed?
Well, because maybe they want to get to know themselves. Maybe they want to see their own creation. Maybe they love.
They
their
want to get to know them?
Can I
He's
finish?
all-knowing.
Can I finish? Can I finish talking here? Okay, maybe because God loved the world so much that His creation, which rebelled.
Ex-missionary here. We got loads of training for how to deflect like Charlie's doing here and his scary shit, brainwashing. I mean, yeah, he's the operative. That's his whole point. What is this? Older Charlie Kirk? Has any other human come back to life after 3 days of being stabbed in the lungs? Yeah, I mean, dude, I don't really care about like, you know, historical Jesus or whatever. And like, what is the science behind the Bible? I think ultimately the conversation should have stayed around basically pinning him on like, what exact degrees, like what exact degrees do you think are valuable and what are not valuable? Okay. And 2, why do you get to decide what degree is valuable and what degree is not? This is a conversation that I've had so many times with like STEM lords on this platform, which is, you know, which gets a lot of comp sci kids on the platform. Is just Twitch. That's just what it is. And one thing I tell them all the time, one thing I talk about all the time is like, you might necessarily think that like a specific major is silly, okay? But ultimately, that major is advancing humanity in ways that you might not immediately recognize, okay? If we had this sort of fucking attitude about like archaeology, for example, and archaeological digs, then we wouldn't necessarily have a better understanding of what prehistoric societies look like. You know what I mean? These all touch one another, and gender studies absolutely is also a part of that as well. I think it's overall, I think it's just like silly to let Charlie get away with this like college is a scam shit. I think Parker's doing a good job. I think he's doing a good job overall, but you know, Christians hate archaeology.
Against him, given agency and free will, rebelled against them, then got eternal life, what we actually deserve, and then sent his son on a rescue mission to save us from that. The church is the bride of Christ, will save us from damnation that we deserve. College is far from the bride of America.
You sound like a fucking psycho, dude.
It's currently scamming the youth of this country and sending them into oblivion.
Didn't answer the question.
I did.
No, you didn't say how they could desire something imperfect.
Well, God can
We'll
do
talk about
anything.
that later. Don't
God
worry.
can do anything. So
even something logically contradictory?
no, it's not logically contradictory.
So desire something imperfect.
Can an unstoppable object hit a immovable force?
Hey, before we go any further, we wanted to unbiased spin partnering with the channel.
Okay. What's your name?
Sam.
Nice to meet you. Let's define our terms. A woman is an adult female with XX chromosomes.
Trans women are not women. Oh, brother. Wait, what is the other one? Kamala Harris, a DEI candidate? Oh, brother. Oh, that's a HasanAbi head, by the way. I like that he's going to define, his entire premise is trans women are not women. The prompt is trans women are not women. And he's going to try to like basically write the main point of contention as the underlying premise that every party has to operate on,
when like that is literally the entire point of like what the argument is going to revolve around, where he just straight up is like, yeah, I'm going to define to you what a woman is, these hard boundaries, which is the entire point of contention, but you have to fucking literally agree with me. Okay, well, that's really stupid.
What's your name?
Sam.
Nice to meet you. Let's define our terms. A woman is an adult female with XX chromosomes. You tell me, what is a woman?
I think a woman is somebody who identifies as a woman.
Got it. So that's not a definition. That's like saying a table is something that identifies as a table. Give me an objective definition of
No,
how...
it's not. A table is an...
Ask him to describe a table. Ask him to describe a table. I mean, classic. Define a chair. Define a table. You will never be able to define a table under such certain conditions that you cannot actually technically be defining something else. Yeah.
Object.
Well, tell
A table can't identify as anything. It doesn't have
but
choice.
you have to give me an objective definition of what a woman is.
If I decided right now that I wanted to identify as a woman, I would be a woman.
Okay, but that doesn't answer the question.
I know, but
you
right
said-
now I'm a man, right? So if that
But you have
happened
to
right
tell
now,
me
I'd be a
what that
woman.
thing
So
is.
once a person makes the decision to identify as a woman,
Got it. No,
they're a woman.
that's a separate issue. What is a woman?
That's the definition.
No, I know, but you have to tell me what.
A person who identifies themselves as a woman.
But you have how do you know that?
They're great. I mean, that's it. What's the counter to that? I just don't agree with you. Okay, well, that's why we're debating. Okay, bro, I hate the fact that they got to play musical chairs to talk to this nincompoop.
That they are that thing.
How do I don't need to know what they
No,
I can ask them if
not
I
that
want
they
to
need
know.
But there needs to be. You need to tell me what that thing is, though.
Somebody who. Okay,
You need
okay,
to
sorry,
give
we're not
me-
getting anywhere. We're
you
not
need to-
getting
Well,
anywhere.
no,
We're not
it's
getting
important because it's like saying a giraffe is a thing that looks like a giraffe, or a coyote is a thing that looks like a coyote. It's called circular reasoning. You have to give me a actual definition.
I don't have to. I did give you a definition.
No. You said that a woman is something that thinks they're a woman. That doesn't give me a definition. That's
Something that thinks they're a woman is fucking gross, dude. Holy shit.
simply
What would you consider a definition then?
an adult female with XX
No.
chromosomes.
I mean, like, what makes that a definition?
Hello,
Hi.
Juliana.
Juliana,
I remember,
yeah.
Okay.
I don't necessarily think that you can define a woman just by her chromosomes. Women are so much more than that. They come in a variety of shapes, sizes, colors.
Yeah, they should be like, oh, so XX chromosomes, do you think Ann Coulter is a woman? He says yes. Then you turn around and say, okay, well, she doesn't have XX chromosomes, so I guess she's not a woman. Also, this is not how you operate in society. Okay? Gender is not a physical biological construct. It can have physical properties to it, but it's ultimately a social construct, which is something that Charlie hates because he didn't go to college and he didn't do gender studies. Okay? Wait, Ann Coulter, really? Not going to say anything else. No, Ann Coulter is not a trans woman, by the way, for the record. Oh my God, I think you missed the part earlier where Charlie said he didn't believe in gender. He's a base gender abolitionist. God, he's too woke for me. Like, the thing is, most people don't even know what their fucking chromosomes are, regardless. Okay? Yeah, you can be a XY female. There are obviously differences, but the irony here is Charlie Kirk is trying to fit a very neat definition of what it means to be a woman, and there are millions, like tens of millions, even if we do not factor trans women into the equation, there are tens of millions of women right now worldwide that do not fit that standard that Charlie Kirk would consider to be a woman, and will be shocked if they were to find out that they do not fit that standard. That's number one. Number two, Charlie Kirk would also probably be shocked that that plenty of people, did I say equation? Okay, my bad. Charlie Kirk probably also ends up talking to a shitload of trans women that he doesn't know are trans, and treats them as full-blown, fully fleshed women, because they are. It's just that he doesn't recognize that. This happens all the time, okay? That's the reason why we say, and that's the reason why gender is a social construct. What is not a social construct, however, is the 3-minute ad break. That is very real, okay? It's as hard science as it's going to get. You're going to see the 3 minutes of ads at the top of the hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
And I don't necessarily think that you can count out somebody who's trans just because they don't have a certain set of chromosomes. There are also people who are born,
Sex isn't a social construct? No. But also, sex is not binary either. I have a master's in gender studies. Sex isn't a social construct, but sex itself is also not binary. Even Ben Shapiro recognized this now, by the way. He literally will, like, Ben Shapiro regularly will talk about how, like, he used to say that sex is binary, but even Ben Shapiro has, like, moved beyond that, where he talks about sex is binary in mammals. The scientific biological definition of what a male and female are relevant for many things such as sports. Gender is a different thing. Sex is binary in mammals. No, that's not true either. Okay? If sex was binary in mammals, then you wouldn't have intersex people. What the fuck are you talking about? How can you be so confident in something that is so completely incorrect? I listened to Richard Dawkins. So what do you just, in your mind, like, you've just never thought about, like, intersex people, for example? Oh, okay. Well, if Richard Dawkins says so, then I'm wrong, I guess. There are variations. Okay. So it's not binary then. Definitionally, it is not a binary. When you admit that there are variations, you all of a sudden are cognizant of the reality that it is not binary. What do you think binary is? 1, 0. So when you recognize that there are variations, you fucking understand that it's not binary. He said he was a Dawkins fan, not smart, my dude. I know. Even Ben Shapiro nowadays says it's what is it, bimodal, which is, you know, not great either. But dude, it's crazy that you just said. I love that you literally just said it's binary and then openly recognize. Yeah, bimodal is the term for it. But you yourself deflated your own argument.
I'm drawing a blank.
Okay. Intersex?
Yes.
So XXY
yes.
or YYX?
Or just, yeah, or like
sure.
Okay, here, you want me to watch this? Sure, go ahead.
How did America rise up, a backwoods country, to be one of the greatest nations the world has ever known? We pioneered industries. And all of this required the greatest innovations in science and technology.
Variations happen due to genetic conditions and disorders. Yeah, this is where we come to the social stigma that you associate with sex, which you're not even talking about sex. You're talking about gender at that point without realizing that you're talking about gender. That's it. Like, when you consider something to be an aberration, okay, and you consider it to be an anomaly, but the anomaly that you're talking about is like millions of people, okay, you either have to factor them into the equation and not be a fucking weirdo about it, or you can commit yourself to the firmly held beliefs that you had prior, despite the fact that there is evidence to show the contrary.
In the world. And so science is a fundamental part of the country that we are. But in this, the 21st century, when it comes time to make decisions about science.
Also, in terms of chromosomes, the chromosomal variety also, you would be a good STEM lord? No, I wouldn't. I hate STEM. The chromosomal variety also extends far beyond intersex. Intersex is just one aspect of this conversation.
It seems to me people have lost the ability to judge what is true and what is not. What is reliable, what is not reliable. What should you believe, what should you not believe? And when you have people who don't know much about science, standing in denial of it and rising to power, that is a recipe for the complete dismantling of our informed democracy.
Let us demand.
What the fuck? Why is the chatter forcing me to watch this? I'm not watching this shit, dude. Chatter, you've lost linking privileges, okay? Turkish chatter, who was like, you have to watch this shit.
X0 with nothing.
So natural mutations upon the binary, essentially, right?
Yes. So,
but they don't have both sex organs that both operate, right?
Wait, whoa. Don't say yes to that.
Yeah, but that also I don't think necessarily works, right? Because if it's X,
one
just
is more
X,
dominant
and
than
there's
the other.
a.
So
okay,
you're either
that's-
more male or more female, right? So you might have both a penis and vagina, but there's never been a case of someone who can impregnate themselves.
Okay. I also don't necessarily think that works for this situation, but I also want to say that one of my best friends is trans, and I would say that she's more of a woman than I am. I think that women define themselves by multiple things, not just their sex.
Yeah, the chromosome argument is incredibly easy to rebut. Most people have met thousands of women and have never checked the chromosomes of even one, so how could you possibly define what a woman is? Like, do you know
if the chromosomes are what factors into the equation, and you and that's the only way that you can be convinced that someone is a woman, don't you think that society would fall apart if that's the level of distinction? That is the level of, like, you would refuse to call someone by their gender pronouns until you figured out what their fucking chromosomes are. Have you inspected the chromosomes of your mother, Charlie? Charlie responds, she gave birth to me. So obviously she's a woman. You don't know what her chromosomes look like, and you don't even know that she actually gave birth to you. So why the fuck are you claiming that? Some things you just take for granted, okay? In order for society to operate this way, this would be an utterly irrational and idiotic standard to apply to every single social interaction. You do not even know if there's a trans woman in this room. There might be a trans woman in this room. There's a high likelihood that there's a trans woman in this room, and you probably never even considered it. You are literally pointing to them and referring to them with she, her pronouns because that's just how we work. There are thousands of people that I could show Charlie Kirk that in an effort to abide by the standards that trans women are not women, he would have to refer to by an incorrect gender pronoun that would make it really hard for him to have a normal conversation with other people, including fucking Blair White, right? Blair White is a right-wing charlatan, a trans woman who is Blair White is a right-wing a trans content creator, right? If you were to fucking use the pronouns that you believe she should have, you would not be able to have a normal conversation with people. Let's say you have your umbrella. Let's say you're sitting down, okay? And you want to grab your umbrella before you leave, okay? But you can't get to your umbrella. Blair White is standing next to your umbrella. You ask your friend for help. You say, hey, can you grab my umbrella? Your friend's like, where is your umbrella? Okay, Blair White is standing next to it. Do you say, oh, my umbrella is next to that man right there? If you were to say that, absolutely zero people would understand what the fuck you're talking about. You'd be like, what? What do you mean? You'd say, oh, my umbrella is next to her. Okay, that is because gender is a social construct and absolutely zero people fucking apply the standard. They just want to act like they would apply the standard. Is very stupid. That is precisely the reason why Ben Shapiro on numerous occasions has accidentally correctly gendered a trans person, stopped himself dead in his tracks, took a breather, and then turned around and misgendered them deliberately, because it's just about doing harm. It's just about being a fucking piece of shit. It's basically fucking vice signaling, okay? Showing the rest of the world how big of a fucking dickhead you are. That is what the conservative movement is all about, especially in modern day, all right? That's what it's about. Hasan, some women don't have typical XX chromosomes. Examples include women with androgen insensitivity syndrome, XY, Turner syndrome, XO, or mosaicism, mix of XX and XY cells. Gender identity doesn't always align with chromosomes. Exactly.
Organs. If somebody asked me who I was as a woman, I would not say I have a vagina.
Totally fair.
I
See,
would.
No, I think you said something smart. So you said that person is more of a woman than you are. Therefore, you're grading off a definition of something accomplishes womanhood. What is that?
I think it's, well, that's the thing too. And I do think that gets a little complicated, right? Because
it's an expression. If we're talking about gender in that regard, it's an identity. It's an expression. It's how you present yourself. It's how you want to be regarded as. That's it. It's like the sock you put on your foot, you know? It's a performance in the most reductive terms.
there are social norms for a gender, but I do think we try to break that, right?
No, for sure.
Just-
But you said that specific friend is more of a woman than you are. Why?
I think she's a better person than me. I think she
So
lives
women are
life.
better people?
She's a better woman than I am. I'm not saying women are better people.
But what makes a woman a woman? Because you said she's more of a woman than you are. So I want to know what that definition is.
Right, okay. I'm gonna let some.
This is the best argument in favor of gender studies. Exactly. This is why Charlie doesn't want it. Okay. This is why Charlie doesn't want gender studies, so that there are more dumbasses who think like he does, which is crazy because it is objectively untrue. Saying that gender is biologically determined and it is biology is objectively untrue. And you're going to find very few scientists who agree to that. Okay. You'll find like every now and then, the only scientists that actually disagree with that are now famous, and not famous because of their science, famous because they're right-wing charlatans. Okay. That's it. Like real adults, real people, real academics are not going to fucking be like, yeah, I don't really care about what the actual evidence is. Okay. I just personally don't agree with it. No. And now I'm going to do a podcast. That's not how that works.
Somebody else
That's all
go.
good.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Parker, what is a woman?
A woman is an adult human person that has a desire to be in accordance with a particular set of social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the female sex. Now, define a man. Define a man.
You're looking at one, XY chromosomes in a
Okay,
adult
but does God the Father have XY chromosomes
Okay,
prior to incarnation?
We literally have a religious
He's
topic
a
later.
father and he's him, but he's not a man?
We have a religious
Wait,
topic
so
later.
a man is someone with XY chromosomes, but he doesn't have XY chromosomes, yet he's still a man,
Well,
and he still
so
uses preferred
it's
pronouns?
actually very interesting. In the original Hebrew, Adonai, do you know what Adonai is? It's the Hebrew word for God. It's actually genderless, but in the scriptures, they use he, right? And they use the masculine. Jesus Christ came to earth as a man, not as a woman, not as genderqueer. But let's go back to...
I think like debating him on religious shit is like, I don't know. Just like, I know this person is obviously well equipped to have this conversation just on the trans issue alone. Like, and it's funny to watch Charlie flail, but I think it's even better if you make him flail on the boundaries that he suggests within the argument, within the confines of the argument.
But God the Father's a man, right? Because all fathers are men.
Well, first of all, there's a Trinity. So God the Father is neither man nor woman. He is omniscient, omnipotent. He is all being on top of it.
So why do you use he?
Well, I did not. The scriptures do. You could use woman. You could say her. You could use him. But the way that the language is structured, again, it is so, God the Father is so above gender. It is so above any of our understanding.
And why use
with
him?
Glory and understanding. Again, because you have to make a choice, either he or him or her.
Murad is such a fucking chatter. He walked over and he heard the conversation that's taking place on my screen, and he said, "This does not seem like a Sunday fun day." That's what he said. This piece of shit. He's such a chatter, dude.
Let's go back to. I'm happy
Some
to get into
fathers
that,
aren't men and boys.
but- So I'm.
So some fathers
I'm
are not men and boys, not men or boys.
I'm sorry.
Some fathers are not male.
No, of course they are. I'm not.
Wait, so God the Father's a male?
Hold on. God the Father. So where do we get God the Father from? What Greek word?
From your scripture.
Well, from Abba, right, which is a very close personal term.
You're not answering my
right?
questions, and you're bringing up random language that doesn't
No,
matter.
Well, it actually does.
No, it
okay?
doesn't.
But let me get down to the root of it, because
he's not a man. You know he's not a man under your worldview. You still use his preferred pronouns. You still call him a man.
Christ is a
but
man.
you don't do that with trans people because you're transphobic. That's why.
Okay, got it. But Christ is a man. I'm happy to get into the sexuality and
Before
gender
incarnation, he's not.
of the Trinity. Okay.
Before incarnation,
Okay.
there's no penis, there's no XY chromosomes, there's no small
hold on a
gametes.
second. Let's think about it. If that's correct, how is it then Jacob saw the face of God?
Okay, so if there's
hold on. If there was not before the incarnation, how did Jacob see the face of God? How did Jacob wrestle with
Characters
God?
can have faces without biology.
How did Jacob wrestle with God?
So okay, do you think that he has a body?
Well,
or was that a figurative notion of
If there was not before the incarnation, how did Jacob see the face of God? How did Jacob wrestle with
Characters
God?
can have faces without biology.
How did Jacob wrestle with God?
So okay, do you think that he has a body?
Well,
or was that a figurative notion of wrestle?
That's a mystery of the scriptures. I'm not here. Well, it is. I'm not here to debate theology. Can we go back to what we're talking
But does
about?
he
here,
actually have biology? You keep trying to pivot because you know this debunks you.
Well, it
what
doesn't-
biology
it
does your
doesn't-
God have?
Well, the one of Christ our Lord.
No, I meant
right?
before incarnation.
Well, to be honest, I don't quite know, and I
You
don't
don't
think
know?
the scriptures
So
are.
you don't know
little-
what a man is?
Well,
You can't define what a man is?
It's a little opaque. Again, you're looking at a man.
But your video,
God-
the largest video on TikTok is what is a woman? 20 million views. But you don't know what a
Yes.
man is under your own worldview.
I said you're looking at a man, right?
Wait, but
Am I
God
looking
the
at a
Father
man?
doesn't meet that criteria.
Wait. When Charlie says you're looking at a man, he literally just dunks on his own argument, right? Which is you define yourself as a man and therefore you're a fucking man. There are plenty of men that don't fall under this distinction, including, I guess, the religious one, which I don't really care about necessarily. But you know, you're self-defining yourself as a man, so we just assume you're a man because we're not fucking assholes. Nobody actually checked your chromosomes. It's just a trust me, bro type situation. Okay? Show me your dick right now, Charlie. Show me your fucking penis. And even then, that's not even your chromosomes. You need to come in with your blood work, dog. Understand how fucking stupid that argument is? Like, I need to see your blood work. I need to see your chromosomes. If that is the standard that we would apply to understand what a woman is and what a man is, it would obviously be ridiculous. Society would fucking collapse. Thank God we don't do that. And you know we don't do that. And you know we'll never do that. You just want to be a fucking asshole to trans people.
Yeah.
Am I looking at a
Yes,
man?
you are.
Okay, good. Just making
A
sure.
man that's beating you in a debate right now.
Okay, that's fine. So let me ask you a question, though. So do you think that anybody
Pivot.
can become a woman?
I think that anyone who meets my criteria is a woman.
What's your criteria again?
Again, adult human person that has a desire to be in accordance with a particular set of social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the female sex.
Can society ever be wrong?
Sure, but like it's a desire to be in accordance with a set of social and cultural norms.
Can I
It's not
become black
society
if I
is
wear
right.
blackface?
No, because it's not a desire that you have to be in accordance
I
with a
don't.
particular set of
What
social
if
and
somebody
cultural
wants
norms.
to be black?
Because race is defined phenotypically based upon the expression to other people.
But you're by some standard you're judging that.
Do you think there's a phenotypical expression of someone who's white and someone who's black? Like I see you're white because of your phenotypical expression.
Right. So, but do you think? But Rachel Dolezal that said she is black and culturally black, is she black?
Does she have phenotypically characteristics we would associate
Define
with people who are
phenotypical. I'm not sure what that word means.
Phenotypical, it's going to be the expression.
So
of a
melanin
particular
content in one's
characteristics.
skin.
Yes.
Okay. So she could pass as a black person.
Wait. So she.
There's also a social application of race as well, by the way. Like, race is also, in some ways, a social construct. It is not a fucking hard defined biological determination either. There is like biological expressions of race. Having said that, however, of course race is a social construct. What the fuck do you think the one drop rule is? That is literally something that white people made up, okay? And by white people, I mean, I guess Anglo-Saxon Protestants, like the early Anglo-Saxon Protestants, because they also didn't consider, well, depending on who you talk to, Benjamin Franklin thought French were also white, but like not the Germans or the Nordics, you know, and definitely not Italians. But the concept of white has obviously expanded throughout time, especially in the United States of America, and it's very different everywhere else. Whiteness just means proximity to power, but blackness is defined by the one drop rule.
She doesn't have the melanin content.
She's borderline.
No?
Heavily.
Okay, so then she's not black.
Okay, so you're able to say who is black.
What do you mean she's borderline? No, dog, she was white. What the fuck do you mean borderline? No, Rachel Dolezal was white. The reason why we know that is because she was outed as white. She was a white woman. She is a white woman. There's no fucking borderline. She was doing blackface, dog. What the fuck?
Black and not black?
That's how we define it in society. No shit.
Okay, got it. So, but is there an objective definition of who is black?
Wait, language is all subjective. Linguistics professionals indicate it's subjective.
Language is all subjective?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh,
Every
really?
word you just used was created by other human beings that are engaging in conversation.
Got it. No, now
you
we're
might think it's created by God, but even then it's still
Got
subjective.
it. But now
because it came from
we're
God.
getting somewhere.
God's a subject.
Now we're getting somewhere. Is the word and the value behind murder objective or subjective?
Well, I think morality is subjective, but you think it's subjective
it is.
too
So,
because it comes
hold on.
from God.
That's interesting.
Wait,
So-
does it come from God or independent of God?
Well, no, of course it comes from God. It's
If
transcendent.
that's true.
It's
That's
transcendent
subjective.
human beings.
That's
No, it's not.
subjective. Yes, it is. If it comes from God, it's specifically subjective. If it comes independent of God, then it's objective.
No,
what
it's
you just told me
God-
is
God
also
objective
compatible
morality.
with moral anti-realism.
So let's go back to the Ten Commandments.
You don't understand
right?
meta-ethics.
Well, I hold on a second.
What does
Let's just-
subjective
let's-
morality mean? What does it mean?
Subjective morality
Define
means
it.
that it comes in everybody's own opinion, their own form,
True
not
dependent upon a
objective.
stance.
Again,
God
we're-
is a stance, and that's the
Hold
truth
on
of
a second.
morality.
So if let's believe. Do you believe in the? If everybody believed in the concept?
Again, he's cooking him on an entirely. We've moved so far beyond trans women are not women as the major point of contention. The flags are if 11 people raises them, then he has to step aside until the end of the like the subject. He's doing great in terms of debate purgatory. I think the moment that you talk about the subjectivity of morality, saying that I'm sorry, but I'm blasting both of these lords into the sun. This seems like debate lord arguing that is too weird for normal people. Not necessarily. I'm against Parker on this one and the simple virtue of this getting way too debate bro like. Yeah. I wish he would have kept it. I wish he would have kept the conversation. Everything stems from religion for these people, man. That's why he goes there. I wish he would have just kept the subject to trans women are not women, because I know he can just like, cook him on that. He probably on TikTok does too many like religion debates, and that's his comfortable avenue. So he's just hitting him from that angle over and over again. And Charlie is like a fucking psychopathic Christian fascist. You know what I mean? So like, it's not wrong to hit him on that, but just the conversation in this moment is just about whether trans women are women or not. And there's plenty of fucking room to just shit on Charlie over, which he started off strong with. Like the notion that you asked Charlie to define a man, he failed to do so. And then beyond that, he says, I'm a man because I'm a man, over and over again, literally personally without recognizing doing the thing that he said is wrong when the other party describes women as a person who defines themselves as a woman. Charlie does not know he is a man because he got a fucking chromosome test. Okay? And if he says, well, I did get a chromosome test, then you ask him the question, did you know you were a man before you got your chromosome test? Okay? Can I trust that that you actually got a chromosome test and I know that you're a man? That's it. That's literally it. The question is, did you know you were a man before you got your chromosome test, or were you just kind of like all over the place? Were you just like, I don't know what I am. I need to get a chromosome test. At what point in your life did you get a chromosome test? It's because conservatives make this process unnecessarily complicated. So use that complication to your advantage. Okay, brother, he has a dick. Of course he knows. What the fuck are you saying? But that's not what he said. He didn't say you need to have a dick to be a man. He said you need to have a certain set of chromosomes to be a man. That's how he defines it. Or at least that's how he defines being a woman. Okay? What happens if someone gets into a fucking accident and no longer has a dick? Are they no longer a man? Are they something different? What happens to Steve Scalise, okay, majority whip for the Republican Party, who got shot in the dick at the congressional baseball game? He no longer has a dick, or a working dick. He has to like pee into a fucking bag for the rest of his life. Is he no longer a man? Would you not refer to Steve Scalise as a man when you are referencing their gender? Is there a process in which you lose your manhood? Is it just a penis? And the same argument goes for women who can have a child, right? Women who can bear children. What happens to a woman who cannot bear children? What happens to a woman when they go through menopause? Are they no longer a woman because they no longer have working ovaries? I guess they're no longer a woman at that point. They're something different. No, of course not. These definitions, this is not how this shit works, okay? This is also precisely the reason why transphobes, depending on the level of transphobia that they're operating on, inevitably become transvestigators, because they cannot reckon with the reality that gender is a social construct and a mechanism for expression, which is why they start suspecting anyone and everyone of being trans, including those in their immediate vicinity. Sometimes, depending on the level of mental illness, transphobia is a mental illness, not being trans, but transphobia is actually the real mental illness. You become a transvestigator and you start assuming that your fucking parents might even be trans at the highest stage of that mental illness. Okay? Bro, you are making me lose my mind. The fuck are you saying right now? There is no hard definition of what it means to be a woman, okay? Because being a woman is a social construct, okay? Got him. You got me? You got what? What did you get? No, this person said got him.
Concept of God, the transcendent God, that there was a 10 commandments and we should live by them, right? Is that objective morality?
No. Just because people agree doesn't make it objective. Okay, then what, again, independent of a stance.
What is
agreeance is not independent of a stance.
What is objective morality then? Sorry, thanks. We'll be back at it next time. Mason, how are you? Nice to meet you. Okay.
So I think it's a little scummy that you're plagiarizing the whole Matt Wall.
Hey, HasanAbi head in the building. We got a teacher / HasanAbi head / Hank Pecker enjoyer. Mason right there, brother. Famous from the fucking secret conservative Jubilee video. I believe that was a Jubilee video. Let's go. Let's hear our boy Cook.
Thing. Like your thing is the worship of Israel and everything like that.
I pay him royalties.
Okay, for sure. Well, do you want to talk about sex first, or do you want to talk about gender?
I don't think gender.
Classic. Immediately came in with Israel. God damn, Mason, dial it back. Hank Peckerhead. Of course, the Hank Pecker fan immediately comes in and starts talking about Israel, dude. God damn.
Exist. I think it's a term that John Money and Judith Butler created over the last 40 years that basically is a filler for personalities.
Okay, well, if we're talking about sex, which it seems like you're saying is the exact same thing, would you say sex is binary by definition?
For sure, yes, absolutely.
Okay, so you're already incorrect. Like, sex is not binary, it's bimodal. So if we look at a distribution graph, we're going to see people in two camps majority of the time, but there are going to be externalities on both ends of the spectrum and in the middle.
For example, like
so we already talked about intersex.
Right. However, with intersex, though, they are mutations of a binary, correct?
No, we're talking about.
Hold on, but
we're talking about an entire spectrum.
Which sex
you're by definition
dominant,
defeating your expression of what a binary is by saying that there are externalities.
But let me ask you a question. That like XXY,
Charlie,
For example,
you're trying to create this own box and then use any examples that are outside of that box
you brought up
to justify that box again.
You brought up intersex.
We're talking about reality.
You brought up intersex.
Okay.
What sex organs? Which one is more dominant?
What do you mean?
In an XXY situation.
Can you explain your point of view?
Yeah, I
on
mean,
that?
obviously you have more female characteristics and male characteristics in an XXY, or it might be YYX. One of the two. The point is that you do not have both.
We could see people with female reproductive organs that have XY, and we can see the vice versa, people with male reproductive organs that have XX.
So I think you said something about gender, though. I think that's more interesting to get into.
I don't think Charlie understands what bimodal means. Some people have literally both. Like, you can have both. And in that situation, I think he means like, oh, well, one works and the other one doesn't. Okay, who cares? Like, so do they have to lean into the one that works, or do they lean into the one that works up here? Okay, because the idea, even if the idea is that like you have to pick one, okay, that in and of itself breaks the argument that Charlie is suggesting, which is that it's a binary. It's not a binary, and you're forcing a binary. You're forcing this binary choice that is not binary because you understand it's not binary, but you're trying to enforce rigid societal norms onto this person, which by the very definition implies that gender is a social construct and not necessarily a biologically predetermined phenomenon. If it was, then it wouldn't work that way.
Okay.
Do you understand how the conversation?
So we're moving off of sex because you're ceding that argument.
No, I'm not ceding it.
Okay.
You want to keep going into it?
We can if you'd like.
Okay. So besides male and female, what categories exist?
We have people that are intersex. We have people that are on the other ends of the bimodal distribution
Like-
graph. Are you aware what bimodal means versus binary?
Somewhat of an understanding. yeah.
Okay, well,
So
you
I'm-
can
I'm-
be presented with a graph after this by the people that you brought with you. But it's actually a bimodal
So
distribution.
just like constantly going to condescending type talk is not going to be fruitful.
I'm just
here,
trying to match
but,
your
like-
energy with the people that you treated that were trying to have a
Got
conversation.
it. So trans
It seems
women
like-
are not women. Do you
Okay.
agree with that?
I would say that trans women are women because people that exist under the category of women, people that exist under the category of men are still humans.
Got it. So that category, how is that defined?
Well, I wouldn't limit it to things like genitals or things like chromosomes, which seems like you want to do. What type of genitals would you say I have since
I
you're
don't
so
know.
obsessed with genitals?
I'm not obsessed with genitals, but I could do a blood sampling right now and I could see exactly what you are because every single one of your.
Oh my God, if someone asked him to do a blood sampling, dude, that's it. That's all it takes. By the way, he's chefing. Mason, you are chefing, brother. Good shit. Just be like, oh, are you a man? Why are you a man? Oh, you have a blood sample here? If you don't have a blood sample here, how do you expect me to fucking believe that you're a man? It almost feels like we both have to kind of agree to what you tell me, don't you think? Just like when you tell me your name is Charlie, I don't suspect that your name is actually secretly something else, okay? And even if it was secretly something else, when you tell me your name is Charlie, I'm going to go along with that. Everyone else is going to go along with that because that's kind of how social interpersonal relationships work.
Your trillions of cells are either coded with XX or XY, no matter how much surgery or whatever. I think that you are a man, but you could fool me. You could take hormones. You could play camouflage. Like I could fool you to be Hispanic if I had the right Hollywood makeup director. That doesn't mean that you are the thing, though.
But you're going from an objective biological perspective, which we've already talked about with sex. I'm talking about a social construct or a social utility.
Yeah. So
like if we were at a restaurant, right? I'm sitting down at you're a man, and I'm sitting down at the table, and you're telling.
This is why I do what I do, motherfuckers. This is why I do what I do. What's up, One Hand Politics? This is why I do what I do, motherfuckers. Look at what he's explaining to him. Look at what he's gonna explain to him. Let's hear it. I wonder if Charlie lets him go, he's gonna do he might not use umbrella. He might say purse, but we'll see. We'll see what hypothetical scenario Mason brings up here.
Telling the waiter, hey, I want to go sit with blank. What would you use?
With you?
He doesn't know my name. Yeah.
Well,
So I'm sitting over there.
That guy.
Yeah.
Yes, correct.
That guy. You're going to typically use he or him, or you're going to say that guy, like you just said.
Correct.
Because you're ascribing the male gender to me based on my
Yes, and
performative
I
characteristics.
say I could be an error. Maybe you are a biological woman.
And then you'd
that
correct
takes-
yourself, right?
That take maybe not.
So that's what that is exactly what we're trying to say.
Hold on,
is-
so the question is that do you think that womanhood can then be assumed just through costume design?
It's not costume design.
What is it then?
It's performative social
Oh,
characteristics.
performative. So you could
Yes,
act
that's
it.
what gender is.
Okay,
great
got
job.
it. So you
Yes.
could, it's like a theater troupe.
It's not a theater troupe. These are social. These are social
womanhood
categories.
can be a.
It is technically like a theater troupe. It's just that we do it every day, so we just assume that it's like we don't even do it without thinking about it. But yeah, he fucking cooked them. He cooked them so well.
Appropriated.
No, they're categories. That's
so,
what it is.
So there's nothing inherent about the chromosomes. There's nothing that.
Correct. Yes.
Wow, we disagree. So there's nothing inherent about having a period or being able to give birth or the specific hormonal makeup.
In different cultures, we've ascribed that to womanhood. If you go back to other cultures spanning thousands of years,
for sure.
you'll see a difference when it comes to those
Like
types
for
of
example, the
categories.
Mayan.
And also, again, what about women who can't have periods? Okay, are they not a woman at that point? What about a girl before they develop, before puberty, a prepubescent girl? Are they not a girl? Are they not a woman? Okay. What about a person who went through menopause? Charlie, is your mom a woman? She's of that age where she might have gotten menopause. What about a woman who simply cannot give birth? Yeah. Women that take birth control, no longer women. Sorry.
And said plenty of people that were schizophrenic, right? So that means nothing to me, right?
Okay,
so,
we have people that say they're hearing things from God. Would you say that's schizophrenic?
Well, not necessarily. It built Western civilization and common law.
Oh, dude, Charlie gets real touchy when you bring up God. Okay. It's so stupid, HasanAbi. Charlie has lived 30 years and accepted people's pronouns the entire time, ostensibly without ever having seen their genitalia or their chromosome test. So why did he do that? That's what I'm saying. Like, the chromosome test is perfect because it's like, Charlie, when did you get your chromosome test? Oh, I got it 2 years ago. Okay, did you not know you were a man before you got your chromosome test? What do you mean?
Due process and
All right.
individual rights.
I just
and
wanted to hear that your
defense of the unborn and the greatest civilization ever. You know, that voice from God happened to build.
He gets so mad when like Western civilization is in the crosshairs, you know? That's fire. They built the Western civilization. Built the greatest nation of all time. Ah! Don't you dare come after Western civilization, which is the greatest civilization of all time, but also so fucking fragile that like a bunch of tender queers can break it down entirely, okay, with 3 Tumblr posts. The greatest, okay? The most infallible arbiter of morality that has brought civilization to the fucking moon, but also literally entirely falls apart because there's, you know, a bunch of queer people now. It's done. It's over. It fell apart. Famously, Greeks and the English believed in God as soon as fire was discovered. Yeah. And they were Greek and English at the time, too. The reason why I don't like the religious argument overall, before people, you know, come at me as well, because I know we have a fucking 80% atheist community in here, according to the census, like 78% or something. It's because I don't give a fuck. As long as you are not using your religious beliefs as a mechanism to harm others, to act like other people are invalid or whatever the fuck, who gives a shit? You know what I mean? Who gives a shit what you believe? Who cares?
Build the greatest nation ever to exist in the history of the world. That's
okay.
fine.
I think the Mayans would say the same thing. That's the problem with presuppositional
Yeah,
arguments.
let's go down.
Is that you could say anything.
Can we go visit?
I mean, God's telling me right now that
the Mayan
you're a
nation?
fish. Do you think that's real?
Can we go visit the Mayan nation? They didn't last that long, did they?
Yeah, over killing and violence, and you can justify that if you like.
You mean all
like,
the
keep
child
going into it.
sacrifice?
And this is the
on top
condescending
of
tone that
temples?
why I'm trying to match it is because
You mean
I'm
all the
just
child
condescending.
sacrifice, the Aztecs, Mayans?
Wait, what do you mean? Oh, child sacrifices. Okay, you know, what is 500,000 dead Iraqi children, Charlie? We should know better by now, but what is 500,000 dead Iraqi children to you? What are school shootings that happen every fucking week at this point that your party says is just a fact of life? Okay? What about chattel slavery? That is the underpinning of this beautiful Western civilization that you hold on to as the best. You know? You can't, on the one hand, be a card-carrying Bible thumper, and then also on the other hand be like, well, Mayans did child sacrifice. Stupid.
And Inc. instead on the top of temples. Great
Do
civilization.
you want to go back into the Old Testament? Let's bring Parker up in here and talk about
hold
all
on.
the
Wait,
child,
hold on. No.
child marriage,
Hold
and we
on.
can talk
Wait,
about the justification of rape.
Where was child sacrifice ever in the Bible?
when Isaac was almost fucking sacrificed by his dad.
He wasn't though, because at the beginning of Genesis,
so God just said like, nah, just kidding, dog. Don't actually kill your son.
Because at the beginning of Genesis 16 said, I'm going to test
to prove
Abraham.
Obedience. Yes,
yeah, that's
correct.
right. So now you know it. So actually, there was no child sacrifice in the Bible. It was a prohibition on child sacrifice in the Bible. But anyway, that's a little bit of a rabbit hole. Do you?
That is a little bit of a rabbit hole. So is the justification of slavery, because religion is what you make of it. It's all subject to interpretation. Charlie likes to pick and choose ultimately, but you know, you could say chattel slavery is child sacrifice. It happened.
Understand at least. Can you sympathize with
and
our
was justified by the Christian Bible? But the Christian Bible also played a role in abolishing slavery, for the record, which is why I always say religion is what you make of it. You know, subject to interpretation.
Okay. I'll calm it down a little bit. I apologize for the condescension.
No, it's fine. I mean, but you're doing it's fine. But like, did you see where
a bear mauled 30 children for making fun of a bald? Okay, first of all, that is the good part of the Old Testament, and we are not gonna, we're not gonna sit here and act like that was a bad story. The story is children are fucking mean. Okay, kids are mean, and mean kids get mauled to death by bears. That's a good story. That is a good story and a wholesome lesson. Okay, it's not even just about like shitting on bald people, which you shouldn't do, but also simultaneously, it's more so about how mean kids are. Okay, if you've ever been ripped to shreds by a bunch of fucking Zoomers, bunch of teenagers at the basketball court, for example, they call you Unk, you know what this is. Okay, you know what this is. You experience it on a daily fucking basis, regardless, because you're online. They're called Aiden Ross fans. Okay, they're terrifying. They got no morality. Okay, they got nothing going on. They got nothing going on up there, and maybe some of them should learn that lesson, that if you make fun of adults, you will get mauled by bears. You said the moral of the story is don't make fun of bald men. That is one moral of the story. But the other side of the story is children are mean and ruthless. And if they lean into that mean streak that they have in their heart, then, they will get mauled by fucking bears to death. Bears will kill them to death. Okay? Murat, geldi. All right, Murat ordered food.
Where this could get wildly out of control, at least on the extreme.
I don't see how it would get out of control, because
even in sports, for example, you think that there's no.
So this is something that we might be able to agree upon.
Bradley Martin slapping stable Ronaldo is the modern version of that biblical tale. Yeah, look at stable Ronaldo now. Much more stable. Okay? He learned that lesson. He tried to tackle a bear and call him bald directly. What did the bear do? Smack the dog shit out of him. Okay? Smack some goddamn sense into his ass. He's a better person as a consequence of that. That's the Old Testament, dude. Right there.
Right.
Be kind to people, be ruthless to children, HasanAbi.
Sports were not archaeologically dug up, right? The rules of sports, they are things that we've created as a society. We have decided as a society the most fair categorization is male sports and female sports. Now, as we've been able to understand, or at least bring into the forefront, people who don't identify with the binary, we still have to allow all people that are women in the women's category and all men that are men in the women's category. That includes cis and trans. If you'd like to change that category because you think it's unfair, we can do that. That's what's awesome about arbitrary rules, is we can decide hormones.
I might not know this, but like when the Greeks started the Olympics 2,000 years ago, did they have like a bunch of dudes wrestling with women?
No, they did. I'm pretty sure they did, didn't they? I mean, women... There was definitely a point in history where they did. Yeah, there wasn't a distribution like that.
I don't even think they allowed women to compete.
Well,
I might be wrong on that,
but that kind of proves the point, though, that there was a...
Yeah, and what did we do to allow women? We changed the rules.
Right, no, but that, by definition, therefore, there is something from body composition, bone mass, lung...
Look up the story of Atalanta. They literally did. Cis men were smaller back then, dog. No, I'm pretty sure the men weren't wrestling. They were having sex. Yeah, the ancient Greeks also did a lot of stuff that I guess Charlie would be in support of.
Lung density, testosterone, and estrogen rates. Your endocrinology is
so
different.
If you'd say the majority...
Lung density, testosterone, and estrogen rates. Your endocrinology is different.
So if you'd say the majority of males in the bimodal distribution graph, we're going back to that, you can say, hey, we want this level of hormones in this particular category, and we can separate it by hormones. I agree with you that a majority of men...
Yeah, the Greek... I like the idea for Charlie that like ancient Greeks were like, well, ancient Greeks had like a podcast guy like Joe Rogan. Okay. Joe Roganopoulos, okay? Joseph Roganopoulos, and he was like, listen, guys, the bone density of these fellas is way thicker, okay? Way thicker than the bone density of the ladies, all right? So we can't have the fellas and the ladies fight one another, okay? We can't do that. All right, so let's get back to boy fucking. Joseph Roganopoulos.
Men or majority of
Well,
cis
not even
men
majority.
are.
You got to be like 99.9%.
I don't know.
Like,
Ronda Rousey could kick my ass. I will say that.
No, for sure. But I
Okay.
mean, but could she kick Conor McGregor's ass?
Well, now we're talking about the peaks, right?
But
The
she's
peaks
at the
of
peak, though.
cisgender.
No, because you're talking about the peaks of two different categories in the same sort of.
Right, because why? She's a
Wait, first of all, are they even in the same weight class? Like, the fuck? Why is this guy, why do people who love sport or love using sports as an example never actually consider like a bunch of important stuff about sports, like the weight classes, for example? I just like that doesn't make sense. They both fought at 145, if I recall correctly. Like, I think Conor McGregor probably beat Ronda if they somehow figured out, if they somehow got to the same weight class overall. Okay. Conor is 180 now. Ronda is 145. Yeah. Ronda has beat up other male MMA fighters and wrestlers, lol. Yeah.
cis woman.
Well, she's a cis woman, and
Correct.
he's
A cis man.
But yes, and
Correct.
he could kick her tail, right?
Yes, I would agree.
Oh, okay, for sure, right?
Because cis men and cis women have different hormone levels.
No,
if you want to change the hormones, we can change the categorization.
but
you're saying that you want men and women, bar none, and you say that's the most fair category. Then we have to allow all women and all men.
Well, but again, those things don't. So I just want to be clear. So because I think I'm tracking your argument, is that in the University of Pennsylvania swim team, when Thomas swam against biological women, you're perfectly fine with that.
I think as long as we have the categories that way.
Thanks.
Good to meet you.
Yeah. I want to get him in. He hasn't debated yet. No, you're fine. You're fine. Here. What's your name?
Hi, my name is Preeti. Nice to meet
Brittany,
you.
nice to meet you. Go ahead.
Preeti.
Preeti,
Preeti.
nice to meet you.
P-R-E-E-T.
I'm sorry.
You're totally
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, so I kind of want to go back to a little earlier. You said that Parker has lower T than you. So would you say?
It was called a joke.
Yeah.
I
No.
think I'm right.
I'm fully aware it's a joke. But I guess like on that point,
Yeah.
do you think that like T has to do, or testosterone has to do with your manhood?
No.
Like your,
Well, yes and no. I mean, if you are looking at typical testosterone estrogen rates of women, they are far different than those of men. But
Right,
for
but,
example, like your testosterone rate goes down when you have children. For
Okay, but
example, when you're a man, that doesn't make you less of a man. They go down by about 400 points.
Okay, but like when we were talking earlier about like sports, right?
Dude, what's crazy about this is like, in order to be a successful transphobe, you have to be such a goddamn nerd. Like, you are such a hateful person that you literally have to learn an entirely different set of facts and standards. And also sometimes like the actual, the actual science behind it, just so you can correctly argue against it. And it's one of the weirdest fucking things that people do. I mean, it's just like, you are such a goddamn hater, bro. You are such a fucking insane person that you are spending your finite life learning all this shit specifically so you can be a better hater. And the things that you're learning are the exact opposite of the truth, the exact opposite of what like the current scientific evidence presents. Like, you might as well put all that time and effort into the D&D, bro. What the fuck are you doing? At least that could be more fun for you, It just doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. Well, I don't agree with Charlie here at all, but I don't think we should discourage using science as a basis for the argument. No, you missed the point that I was making. The point that I was making is that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, okay, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. But the other point I was making is it's not like they're learning the science. The only reason why they actually try to learn the science even a little bit is so they can cherry pick certain points of it to go against the scientific consensus on the subject matter. Okay? Like, whether Charlie recognized it or not doesn't change the reality that trans women are women, that gender is a social construct, and trans women are still women no matter what. Like, trans women are still going to exist. Trans men are still going to exist. And it's so weird, so fucking weird to me that he's just like, he thinks that he can debate away the existence of trans people. Like, just go paint Warhammer figurines or something. Like, that's a infinitely better use of your time. Okay? This shit is the same level as climate change denial and flat eartherism, and we have to start treating it as such. No, it is. It is. The problem is, I guess with like flat eartherism, the earth does feel flat. Like climate change is pretty much unavoidable. Like you recognize it. Look no further than my latest TikTok if you want to understand it, you know? Here, actually, you know what? Let's just take a brief moment to watch my latest TikTok. Where is it?
Listen up, folks. To all the libtards on this communist application, used to think climate change was a hoax. Now I don't think it's a hoax no more. I live in California. It's 100 degrees out here in the middle of September. Holy fuck. 100 degrees in freedom units. That's like around 40, I guess, in Euro cook units. But god dang it, it's hot as a motherfucker out here. Sweating like a sinner in church. Hank Pecker out. I think this climate change shit is real. Me and my baby girl right there, we're hot. We're furry, and we're hot. Listen up, folks.
Just saying. But in terms of like transphobia, the problem is gender, okay, in the way that we understand it is very rigid, or was very rigid in Western society, in the United States of America, in contemporary society, okay? And it's considered as a binary, and people and gender is like something that you closely associate with your own personhood. So it's very hard to shake people off that, and it's much easier to just like make transphobic arguments, right? For some reason, people, regardless of like how many fucking flat earthers exist out there, it's just, you know, it's not usually something that like normal adults associate with like being a valid point of view. Whereas people do associate transphobia with like a normal opinion due to how close and personal we consider, like how important gender is to our identities.
Right? And you were saying that the reason why it's unfair for like for example, a trans woman who used to be a man to be like competing in women's sports. You cited that they have higher testosterone levels.
One of about 50 characteristics. Also lung density. Their men's hearts are bigger.
Okay.
We have greater bone density, muscle mass.
Okay,
tend to be faster, tend to be stronger.
I think trans women competing in sports is also like the in terms of like changing public opinion, it is the hardest one to fucking argue against, because people will never listen to you, because Joe Rogan and many others have already set up the groundwork by establishing themselves as like the formative authorities on this. So much so that like family groups, Christian fascist groups, basically focus tested it and tied transphobia to meritocracy and found the perfect sauce, which is why like I think it's what, like 60% of Americans or even larger majorities believe that like trans women should not participate in sports. So if you're trying to just like win an argument over trans women or not women, I think that's the hardest one to win over in terms of like winning over the people that are watching, I guess, the onlookers.
Understandable. But like those factors all come from the hormones during the development process, correct?
No, not necessarily. No.
I mean, most of them do.
Well, not all of them. So for example, you could try to pump a young...
Merit has no physical manifestation. It doesn't matter. Americans value sports as like one of the only ways that we can actually truly see some form of meritocracy. We can discuss whether real meritocracy even exists in that circumstance. That's why my perfect counter to that always has been Messi, talking about Lionel Messi. Okay. But overall, let's hear what Charlie has to say. Let's
girl's
continue.
body with testosterone at 8 years old, and you can get them stronger. You cannot necessarily get them on par with a biological male at puberty. You cannot. You could try.
Okay, but like...
Because there's something in the coding of our genetics.
Right. The coding of our genetics, which is often like controlled by like different, like, I guess, parts of our DNA and also the hormones that are produced that affect the effective
But
coding
we're
of how
more than
you're
endocrinology, but it's a
produced.
big part. Because, for example, if you just give a kid testosterone, that doesn't even get them close to becoming a male, or estrogen giving them a female.
Okay.
They might get characteristics that are close to that,
Right, okay.
but it doesn't, for
But
example,
I mean,
but let me-
like, there's no perfect image of
But-
like, this is what a female looks like, this is what a male looks
No,
like.
but
Like, we
for
all get our
example-
periods at different ages. Some of us, like, and also, like, for example, like, there are many circumstances where womanhood is just not one thing, right? It's a multitude of experiences
For
that
sure.
every single person.
Can you define what womanhood is? That's an interesting question for you.
Well, no, I can't define what womanhood is. And the reason why is because it's something that's an individual experience for every single person, right? Like my experiences, what I have experienced throughout my life is not going to be the same as another woman who may have grown up in a different
We
environment.
have disagreement, but not clarity. I say that being a woman or womanhood is an objective thing.
Right. But
It's objective outside of one's own opinions or experiences.
So, but are we at the point where we're discussing where this is like not something based on your chromosomes, but something maybe based on a construct?
Well, no, it also can be objectively witnessed in empirical ways, in biological ways, in scientific ways.
Okay. So to clarify, we're still discussing whether womanhood is on chromosomes or not.
If you'd like to discuss that, it's deeper than
Like-
just chromosomes. but
Right,
yes.
right. I'm just trying to
for
like
example-
define exactly.
For
where
example,
this
if we
debate
look
is
at
right
SPEC scans or brain scans of men and women, 98% of the time, artificial intelligence can tell you which one is the men and which one is the female.
Okay.
So
An NYU study found that AI can detect differences in male and female brains 92 to 98% of the time. It does not. It does this by spotting patterns in brain structure invisible to the human eye. Wait, what? AI? You can tell a woman and a man from the way they walk. Okay. I like how everything devolves back into transvestigation.
different parts of our brains fire. So
Okay,
for men, for example, our amygdalas are not as high working as women. You know what amygdala is the threat assessment part of
So
your brain.
obviously, like your birth, so there's a difference between the concept of what sex is, which is a biological aspect, and what gender is, which is
sure.
a social construct.
I
right?
reject gender completely as a different word. It's
Yeah, he's like, I reject gender. He's a gender abolitionist, dude. My goat. Charlie is my woke prince, dude. I was wrong about him. He is more woke than I ever could be. He is more woke than I can fathom. Okay? He's running around. I shouldn't even be calling him he's their ass motherfucker over here, bro. He's just like beyond. He's moved beyond the necessity for gender. He's like, I don't care. That's not a thing. Abolish it. Okay? Do not call me a king. Call me a emperor.
really
Okay, so
personality.
that's where the debate is.
Yes.
Is the existence of gender.
Gender means personality.
Okay.
I don't doubt that biological men might
How
have
would you
feminine
how would you
type
define
characteristics.
race on that point?
How would I define
How would you define race?
Well, race is a very difficult topic.
Okay, because I think that
Oh, dude. It's a very difficult topic. Because I'm racist. Oh, race is a very difficult. The way he said that is so funny.
How would you define race?
Well, race is a very difficult topic.
Okay,
and then he stopped.
Because I think that it's a really important thing to discuss when it comes
here's
to
the thing,
terms of
if
this.
I draw
because
if I draw blood, if
is
there
it ethnic lines?
if
Is
you
it
if you have a blood sample of a black individual and a white individual, I can't tell you which one is which. If I have a blood sample of a man,
and he's like, we tried. Charlie's like, I have tried. Okay. I've tried really hard. We want to do it. We just can't. Okay. It's really hard. We really want to do it. I've been advocating to bring back the pencil test, and people keep saying I'm weird and gross. Even in the Republican circles that I frequent, they keep saying, no, dog. No, we can't. We can't do the pencil test. For those of you who don't know what the pencil test is, in apartheid South Africa, in order to determine whether someone was even a little bit black, they would put a pencil through your hair. Okay. And if the pencil fell, as in you have straight hair, you were white. If the pencil stuck to your hair even a little bit, then you were not considered white enough, and therefore you couldn't go into certain places. Very racist stuff. White people got real creative with their racism. Okay.
and a woman, I can tell you which one is which, just by running very simple elementary blood tests. So, for example,
do you do that though?
If there was a Hispanic or a white, there is no difference in
why
the genetic
is it?
coding. There just isn't.
Why
We
is
don't
it
see- we-
important that someone's okay.
My next claim is that Kamala Harris is a DEI candidate. A lot of competition, Mason.
Yeah, exactly.
Good to see you.
No
good
one
to see you
wanted to
again.
take that.
Can I define what a DEI candidate is?
I think that you're going to say because she's black and she's a woman, she was appointed because Joe Biden promised that, and it's not a testament to her
Not
success.
only that, but also in her getting the nomination, the Democrat Party, they said repeatedly, we do not want to pass over a black female.
Okay.
So just those two things, but the first one is stronger. You're right. Joe Biden said, I'm going to.
Oh, this is why I fucking hate, dog. This is why I hated when Joe Biden was like, we're doing DEI, Jack. Another fucking HasanAbi, another HasanAbi vindication moment right there. when they first said this, when the Democrats first said this, I was like, bro, you're not supposed to say that. Like, Republicans are supposed to say that. Like, that's such a stupid fucking thing to just like say. Okay, you just conceded to that framing for no reason. Like, just say you're picking the best person possible. Okay, like, it's not like Kamala Harris doesn't have the fucking background to be a president. She does. Okay, just like Ketanji Brown Jackson had all of the qualities and the makings for a pretty adequate Supreme Court justice, if not one of the better Supreme Court justices, given her background as a public defender. Okay, Parker said they wouldn't let him stand. That's crazy. They were like, come on, Parker, you're gonna talk about Christianity again.
Put on my vice presidency a black female.
Right.
Right. So his criteria was,
kept.
yeah, and that was like Karen Bass and Kamala Harris.
Okay.
So she was not chosen because of her intellect or her accomplishments or because of any of that. It was because she happened to fit a couple boxes. In fact, Amy Klobuchar, the vetting at the time was that Amy Klobuchar.
I think the irony here is that Joe Biden also was a DEI pick from that very same framework, except because DEI, the way that it's utilized by Republicans, is inherently racist, nobody thinks about it like that. Like, Barack Obama is a black man. He needed an old, somewhat racist white guy to you know, smooth over the people that were like, I love voting for the Democratic Party, but I'm kind of racist. What the fuck do I do? Okay. Tim Walz right now is the DEI pick, but nobody ever thinks about it like that because they're white men. And the entire purpose of the way that DEI is utilized by the right is to shit on black people, like non-white people, non-male, non-white men. So nobody thinks about it in the same way. Okay.
Klobuchar would have been a better VP, and Kamala ended up getting it. So it's just a statement of fact that.
Oh God, his political analysis is so ass, which is like shocking, I guess. I mean, I guess it's not that shocking. He said Amy Klobuchar would have been a better VP. No. What the fuck? Why would Amy Klobuchar be a better VP?
She is there not because of her brilliance or accomplishments, but because of her ethnicity.
So Kamala Harris, first and foremost, there are a lot of criticisms that you can give to her on why she wouldn't be an effective president. It shouldn't be because she's a woman or because she's black. And it seems to be that you're saying that.
No, I just want people to understand and agree she didn't earn this.
She absolutely did. She has a career where she's been not only a DEA.
DEI stands for
one of the biggest.
Didn't earn it, just so we're clear. But like
it stands for diversity, equity, inclusion. I like the meme though.
I know what it is. But do you at least admit and acknowledge that when Joe Biden was searching for a VP, he cared more about skin color and a female than the smartest, best?
In your opinion, what is Charlie Kirk actually good/correct at? Literally nothing. You will never. I hate this question. I know you might have asked it in like with genuine curiosity. But they're like, this person is paid to be wrong, okay? They are paid to be an asshole. And the more asshole-ish they are, the more they get paid. There's no world in which I'll be like, oh yeah, like there's this thing that he's on board with. Like, no, he's not good. He's not good at anything. He doesn't have anything that he believes that I agree with. I guess if I were to try really hard, it's the thing that I brought up before where he has like, he's done a great job of just like stealing money from older wealthy Republicans by lying to them.
Best person.
So the whole conversation with this affirmative action with DEI, the whole reason why people bring it in is to make this imaginary scenario that there's a super qualified white man who was overpassed by this unqualified, stupid, idiot person of color, which is such a terrible analogy because it's not true.
His own team
it's
said
absolutely
it.
not true.
But Mason,
that's not what it is.
Joe
Joe Biden did not say, I'm going to choose an unqualified person and just
his
because
own
she's
team.
black.
His own team
He's
said
saying that I'm going to have two qualified people. If one comes from a different experience, it might be better to have a diversity and have a better perception.
He said
in forms of
government. He said at the South Carolina debate that I will pick a black woman as my vice president. Secondly, Amy Klobuchar came out.
Is this a random black woman that he plucked off the street? Or is this a qualified DEA general attorney who's had a decorated career leading government positions? But you keep rambling about things that just aren't relevant to what we're talking about.
This is the worst aspect of this conversation because you end up defending Kamala Harris, which is kind of gross. Like, regardless of what the principles you're defending her on, I just always feel kind of gross defending the Democrats in this situation.
It is relevant. Amy Klobuchar in vetting came.
Dog, the reason why I wonder why he said he's going to pick a black woman at South Carolina. That's politics, dumbass. The fuck are you talking about? He's talking to black people. Like, that's it. Here's your original video when Harris got picked. Biden picks Harris as his running mate. There you go. You know, okay, here's a hyper woke rad lib take. Are you ready for this? Don't you think it's kind of misogynistic to like toy around with women's feelings this way? One, only portray them as a simple prop for your political goals. And then secondly, to just like parade them around exclusively so you can get some additional marketing around the ultimate inevitable pick. Like, what is this? The fucking Bachelor, dude? I don't know, man. Kind of misogynistic to me, dude. Sounds similar to Pepega affirmative action is racist. I mean, this is literally what Joe Biden did as far as like what went into his choices of who he was going to make the VP is literally the racist depiction of affirmative action. This is from August 13th, 2020. Okay. 4 years ago, I was like, bro, this motherfucker went up and was like, I'm picking a black woman. Now conservatives are going to use that permanently. And that's not just me who thinks this. It was a joke even in like fucking black Twitter. Isn't it fucked up to pick a cop VP while people are protesting police? I guess. I don't know. I mean, they're gonna continue with she was a progressive DA meta, so it doesn't matter. All right, I guess it's time to follow Biden. What's your overall opinions of Kamala Harris herself? I think that she is, again, a political operative, just as all of these people that are successful within the Democratic Party are. She is at least more progressive presenting on a multitude of issues than a lot of the other people who don't even hide that, or who don't even make that effort. Especially as someone from California, I think that we could go way further, way more blue in a state like California. But she's certainly more progressive than fucking Dianne Feinstein and Nancy Pelosi. So at least there's that. Was it really that fucked up about Biden? He announced that he would select a black female VP for diversity since he's a white man. And there are just so few prominent black female politicians that speculations ran rampant. First of all, do you not understand how the fucking VP process works? I was memeing about the Bachelorette shit or the Bachelor shit, but like, what the fuck are you talking about? The entire VP process and the selection is all about fanfare and theatrics. They leaked information about who it could potentially be so that people would speculate over and over again, so that there was more attention when the time came. That's literally the most significant purpose of the VP choice. Is it a good move to pick someone from Cali instead of someone from more swing state like Georgia? Yeah, that's the other thing I was going to say. I don't think VP sway one way or the other. There are obviously notable exceptions to that rule, but it literally doesn't matter. All the shit that I said about Kamala Harris still remains true. Kamala Harris, white or minority / black, asking as a Northern Norwegian. No, she's Asian and black, right? Like, isn't she Indian and black? I mean, I don't really give a shit what the fuck she is. It's always good when Democrats, like, it doesn't matter either way, okay? I just want to, once again, point out that this does not matter, okay? It does not matter. I need to stress this over and over again. It does not matter. But now that I've said that it does not matter, I would like to show you exactly how hilarious it is that the Democratic Party first locked themselves into a weird situation where they were like, it's going to be a black woman. Okay? So that was like bingo number one. Why the fuck would you say that? Two, and for reasons that I've mentioned before, by the way, number one is silly because it's like, then you're devaluing everything they bring to the platform, and you're saying you're only choosing them because they're a black woman, which literally plays into every fucking affirmative action stereotype that Republicans point to all the time by just doing that. Obviously, your race or your background is only as important as it contributes to your worldview and the policies that you advocate for. Never forget that. Otherwise, you know, Candace Owens is woke by definition because she's a black woman too. Two, they chose a cop. Career prosecutors are always going to have a litany of horrible things that they've done in terms of criminal justice, no matter how hard they try to portray themselves as progressive. But at a time when we have racial injustice at the forefront of the political conversation, I absolutely adore the fact that the Democratic Party decided to go with a segregationist who routinely lied about being arrested during the civil rights protests that he never actually fucking got arrested in, A segregationist who worked with segregationists, rather. I'm using embellished, hyperbolic language. Obviously, Joe Biden wasn't openly a segregationist. He only advocated for busing being bad because it was forced busing. It would not be regarded well by the whites or the blacks in the racial jungle he said America was going to become. But we went with a segregationist and a cop at a time when people are talking about criminal justice, policing, and the racial injustices that black people are subjected to. The Democratic Party was like, we're going to go with a dude who has definitely had terrible fucking optics on the racial justice side and a cop. It doesn't even end there, though. The worst part about this, even though this doesn't matter, even though it doesn't matter, they went with a cop from California, the famous, notable swing state of California. Now, while I hold the position that your VP pick doesn't ultimately matter, these people claim that it does matter. So even if it does matter, why the fuck did they hurt themselves on virtually every single reason why the VP pick should matter? This will, feed into the narrative from Republicans that claim that, Kamala Harris is a radical leftist. She was pro Medicare for all, even though she was fake. Pick should matter. This will, feed into the narrative from Republicans that claim that, Kamala Harris is a radical leftist. She was pro Medicare for all, even though she was fake pro Medicare for all. It's funny because, Kamala Harris This clip aged surprisingly well. Brother or sister, let me tell you something. Just go back and watch any of my commentary from the 2020 cycle, and you will realize, oh shit, every single clip aged surprisingly well. At a certain point, it turns into maybe it's unsurprising that his clips are aging well. Okay? When you get the DR tan, yeah, I got hit with a Dominican ray in the process. Over the course of the 4 years that this video was shot, I got hit with a Dominican ray. I'm Dominican now. But yeah, I mean, I said all this shit back then. Much like Pete Buttigieg was regarded by the media as someone you had to pay attention to. Someone that you should want to vote for. Kind of like Elizabeth Warren as well. They were super heavy. They went hard on Kamala Harris. And the irony there was the fact that Kamala Harris was kind of unpopular, even in her own fucking home state. I don't even understand why the fuck they would do this. But hey, what do I know? This duo is still years ahead of Donald Trump. Don't be fucking ridiculous. And secondly, she's not the worst. I think Pete Buttigieg would have been worse. There are a number of different candidates like Michael Bloomberg that would have been fucking worse. Kamala Harris is still much better than a lot of the choices that the administration could have gone with. This is a good pick. She's young, dynamic, tough debater who knows how to throw a punch, and she will help energize Lib Bizzle, the DNC operative himself. Black vote. Watch me shit on him. Voters that are younger. If you look at Biden's last event, come on, Lib Bizzle. What the fuck are you talking about? Energize black voters that are younger? Get the fuck out of here. Kamala Harris's appeal for the black vote was inconsequential in comparison to someone like Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders had an infinitely larger appeal within the younger. Something's never changed, baby. Something's never fucking changed. Okay? He was still there since it was pre-RP. Yeah. To be fair, again, he has the pay stubs and you don't. So if you find yourself unconditionally defending the worst instincts of the Democratic Party, you should remember at least he gets paid to do so. You don't. Okay? You're doing it for fucking free, dog. You're doing it for fucking free, dude. What's good? Is upstairs on the hallway. Did you meet him at the DNC? I did. Black constituents than Kamala Harris did. I don't hate this decision. I think there are infinitely worse people that they could have chosen, and I'm glad that they chose. The Bernie take here end up being correct? What do you mean? Did you not just see the poll results? She also trailed behind Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders in a number of recent polls, behind Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren, with one November Quinnipiac University poll showing Harris flagging with 6% of support from black voters, compared with Biden's 44%, Sanders' 10%, and Warren's 8%. Are you serious? This is not happening? What are you talking about? No, this was in 2020. I was right. You needed a fresh fade then? I know, this was right after I gotten fucking buzzed.
Across as the more qualified candidate. Why? Because they said Kamala Harris wasn't very smart, wasn't very bright. That's their own vetting documents.
From who?
Joe Biden's own vetting documents
So
show.
why would he go against that?
Because the base of the Democrat Party demands tribal politics and DEI politics over competency.
That's completely inaccurate.
He stated to Jim Clyburn said, I will only endorse you in the South Carolina primary if you say that you're going to put a black person, preferably a black female, on your ticket with you. Therefore, you winnow the entire universe down and say, I'm only going to choose from this criteria. And let's just think more broadly. If you're about to have heart surgery, would you rather have a heart surgeon that's good and excellent, knows what he's doing, or someone that is a black female? So, and being president's
that's an insane dynamic, dude. What if the best person is a black female? Like, then what? Would you rather have a white male rather than a black female if the best heart surgeon is a black female? Fuck is wrong with you, dog? You fucking freak.
More important than being a heart surgeon.
Aren't you on record saying that you'd be terrified if there was a black pilot
Yeah,
that
let's
was flying
yes,
your
I did
airplane?
say that, but why?
Okay, cool.
What was the full quote?
I personally, I don't know. If you want to expand on that.
Yeah, so this ties into this. United Airlines said,
dog, you automatically assume that the black female can't be the best heart surgeon. You fucking freak. You absolute fucking freak, dude.
That half of all their new hirees are going to be black or women, and that standards and pursuit of excellence is not going to be taken as seriously as diversity. When I'm flying a plane, I want to know my pilot is there because they're a good pilot, not because they fit some DEI box.
Damn it, I wish we could have a better conversation.
I'm sorry, man. Fast, man.
Okay, so let's say that Kamala Harris was the DEI hire as vice president. Do you think she's also a DEI hire as the presidential nominee for the Democratic Party?
Potentially, yeah. I mean, they decided to go to her almost immediately because she is the VP, but also because she fits some criteria boxes. But let me ask you.
You don't think it's because Joe Biden nominated or said
No, for sure. That's part of it. Of course it is. But let me ask you, what's her greatest achievement or accomplishment?
Her greatest achievement or accomplishment? I'd say her greatest achievement or accomplishment is completely destroying the Republican Party within like 2 weeks of being nominated. Like in the polls, she's just absolutely.
Huh? Sorry. How are you? Nice to see you. What's your name?
Amanda.
Amanda.
So you believe because Kamala is black and a woman, she was chosen for
It's
vice
not my own
president?
belief. Her own team, Joe Biden said that. He said,
Joe Biden said that?
Yeah, he said, I'm first, because beforehand he said, I'm going to choose a black female for vice president. He didn't say, I'm going to choose the.
I think the funniest part about this process is that Joe Biden is racist. Like, he's an old racist piece of shit. So yeah, of course, being an old racist asshole, he literally was like, yeah, I'm picking a black woman. Yeah, whatever. Leave me alone. Is that what you blacks want? I'll give it to you. Watch me. The entire point here is Kamala Harris qualified as a vice president? And considering that, again, she was a senator from, a pretty sizable state, California, and before that, the attorney general of that same state, and before that, a DA. Yeah, I think it's, she has the qualifications. Do I agree with the qualifications? Well, that's a different story, right? It is extra funny that we're talking about ultimately a popularity race, and your selected candidate is a fucking billionaire Nepo baby born with a goddamn silver spoon who is fucked up so much that he literally bankrupted a casino, dog. And you're literally talking about qualifications. Like, fuck you mean? Donald Trump is running for the presidency again. What kind of fucking qualifications did he have the first time around? Yeah, it's a popularity contest, dude. He bankrupted himself fucking, 8 times, 9 times? Shit's crazy. Including a fucking casino. Oh, did you break it apart? Hell yeah. All right.
Most gifted or the most talented or the most accomplished. He said, I'm going to choose a black female.
Mhm.
And so by definition, that is DEI.
That is not the definition of DEI. By him saying that he was going to choose a black female, that could insinuate that he already had Kamala in mind for the role. No way does that insinuate that she's DEI.
Well, what is DEI then?
DEI would be,
Choosing somebody based on their race?
no, it's giving people of color the
Oh, thank God. I was about to chop. She got it.
opportunity to be welcomed into spaces in which they typically
Like Kamala
aren't
Harris?
able to get
There's
into.
never been a female black vice president.
And why do you think that is?
Well, not why. You just said that's DEI.
That-
So by definition, she's DEI.
Yes. In the correct application of the term, yes. But the problem here is your application of the term is racist. That's the issue. You would not have an issue with DEI as a protocol if you just simply thought about it with the correct application of the term, that in a field of the most qualified candidates, we must open up the process to candidates that have been historically overlooked. Okay, that's what DEI is. It doesn't mean you're just gonna fucking cast aside better. You're gonna cast aside better fucking candidates because you want a black one. It just simply means that you will also look at the possibility of a black woman, a historically overlooked group of people in terms of, you know, the vice presidential slot. This does not mean that they're unqualified. You're the one who's adding that onto it and then cynically talking about this conversation. Now, let me tell you, I don't like Kamala Harris all that much, and especially not since her latest sequence of classic Democratic Party shenanigans, running scared, running to the center, talking about how lethal she wants the military to be, yada, yada, yada. Having said that, however, okay, let me tell you one thing that proves that Charlie Kirk was wrong. Donald Trump lost, okay? That's it. Because at the end of the fucking day, the presidential candidacy, whether we like to agree to it or we like to admit to it or not, is a popularity contest, okay? And it turns out that Joe Biden and his black vice president, black female vice president, was more popular than Charlie Kirk's favorite president of all time. Sucks to suck, okay? Turns out he made a pick and he won. And when you win, turns out that pick was right. We can never know if the other alternatives would have been better, and we don't have to.
Okay, so she represents that diversity within the government.
Well,
Is
no,
what
but
you're
you're saying she got elevated because she was a black female. Because
if that were the case, I'd be the president right now.
do you think Kamala Harris was chosen because of her intelligence,
her qualifications, and her intelligence?
Really? Wow.
If you compare,
why is that so shocking to Charlie? Dog, come on, brother. Like, you're fucking, you couldn't even cut it in fucking a community college for like 3 weeks. Like, what qualifications do you have? Like, the reality of the matter is you are assuming that other people have the same level of racism and same level of misogyny trapped in their fucking hearts. Okay? This is not a great argument to make. The racists will look at this and go, yeah, he's really cooking that black woman. Hell yeah. But most people will go, the fuck are you talking about? She was the goddamn Attorney General of California. What are you saying right now? Of course, she's not an unintelligent person. Like, I might disagree with her, right? I might disagree with her policies. I might disagree with the way she's campaigning. But I'm not going to sit here and be like, she's unintelligent. Okay? Yeah, and this is a good point as well. Flippins a pancake. George W. Bush was president, so obviously intelligence is not exactly a requirement either. So, you know, intelligence is also beside the point.
What's her greatest accomplishment? What's her greatest accomplishment?
Probably being prosecutor within the Northern Californian
really?
area.
You mean letting out violent criminals and turning San Francisco one of the most murderous, dangerous, arson-filled, homeless?
That's so weird because, like, none of those policies were implemented when Kamala Harris was the fucking DA nor the Attorney General. And they're not even implemented at this point either. It's just a fucking complete fabrication. You just made that shit up. You know, you just fucking made that shit up. You made that shit up, dog. That's it. Like, the idea that, like, we're fucking letting out criminals in California, like, that's not real. Okay. How would he answer? When would a black candidate not be considered DEI? Oh, that's a good one. That is a good one, actually.
Filled slums in the country.
Wow.
That's her greatest accomplishment.
See, I actually went to UC Berkeley, so I lived there. I don't know if you did. I went around the area.
Berkeley is a slum.
Berkeley is a slum. Have you stepped into Berkeley?
Yes, I have. You think Oakland and Berkeley?
Have you lived in Berkeley? I've lived in Oakland as well.
Do you think,
you're basing your
You think the Bay Area is like a good area in this country?
I'm from Vegas, so I'm not from the Bay. Born and raised in Vegas and went to UC Berkeley. Just graduated this year. What you're saying, literally in no way, shape, or form makes sense.
So you think her...
Dude, that's crazy. He said Oakland is a slum. Berkeley is shit. He said the Bay Area is a slum. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, might as well put the Klan's robe on, dude. Just put the robe on, brother. There's blacks there. It's a slum.
overseeing San Francisco becoming the laughingstock of the country.
San
is her greatest
Francisco is not
accomplishment.
the laughingstock of the country. If anything, that's Florida. No offense, but
Well, hold on. If that's the case, why are millions of people moving?
True. Speak on it. True. God damn. God damn. That was a chefing moment, dude, right there. She chefed it up. She chefed it up big time.
To Florida, millions of people leaving California.
because there are cheaper rates there. People are moving to Las Vegas.
Hold on.
Las Vegas has
Hold on a
changed as a
second.
whole.
It's cheaper because it's a better run state, and
No. Wait, what? Okay, Mississippi is cheaper. Does that mean it's a better run state? Well, I guess he might say that. Why are you adding moist critical in the chat? What the fuck?
we don't give money to
Listen, Northern
illegals,
California
and we have
is
better
not
schools and
all.
lower
Northern
crime.
California is not the entirety of California.
Hold on a second, but
there's Southern California, Northern California.
Why
you
is
know,
it that
it's
so
a
many
very big
businesses
state.
are leaving San Francisco if she did such a great job lowering crime?
Do you know?
Oh my lord, dude! Why is businesses leaving San Francisco? It's like, dude, California single-handedly is one of the largest economies on the planet. Okay, like in comparison to other nation states. Shut the fuck up! What a fucking stupid ass argument, dude. Also, yeah, do attorneys have control over the economy? No, they don't. And also, once again, it doesn't matter. He's trying to fucking tie that together. He's like, oh, people are leaving San Francisco because crime is out of control, which is not even the truth. Neither crime is out of control, nor people are fucking leaving San Francisco because crime is out of control. People say that, but that's not the real reason why they're fucking leaving San Francisco. They're leaving San Francisco or California in general because real estate is out of control. Part of the reason why real estate is out of control is because demand is really high. And also because our fucking dumbass governor and our dumbass politicians in the state of California don't actually implement any of those commie policies that the Republicans love to claim they're doing on a regular fucking basis. The only reason is because we cannot control the fucking housing market, okay? We can't. California is the 5th largest economy in the world for the 7th consecutive year. It contributes most to the GDP. Exactly. I hate this shit. San Francisco is totally gentrified, isn't it? People are leaving because the tech jobs are dry as fuck. Yeah.
Businesses go where things are cheapest to operate.
Why are they cheaper? Because they're better run states.
Do you realize that California is one of the most popular?
Yo, just ask him about Mississippi. I mean, he'll say it's the best run state, and then you can just hit him with some facts and be like, 50th in education. Do you think that's the best run state? What are we talking about here? Okay? Like, it's just stupid. Bro, chill. No, like, it's dumb. It's dumb as fuck. Okay? Mississippi resident here. We are not the best run state. Cheaper does not mean it equals better. Okay, there are awful states. Enough Mississippi slander. We have good food. True.
Populated states within the U.S. So obviously
So is
costs are going
Texas
to be
and
higher.
California.
Not only that, but land within this state is also very,
Yes.
very, very minimal. So that's
Hold on, you have
Wait, that's not true at all. What the fuck? Wait, what's happening? We watched the video
and
for
we don't give money to
Listen, northern
illegal
southern
lowering because
so obviously
so-
cost so
you're-
nation that's here.
Yes,
And due
Florida
to
and
that, but minimal. So that's
hold on, you have tons of land. You're one of the
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of land. I think she means like housing is minimal.
biggest states.
yes,
in the
it is
country.
one of the biggest lands, but do you also take into account the population that's here?
Yes,
And due
Florida
to that,
and Texas have a greater combined population than California, and California has more population and more land mass than Florida. Why is it that San Francisco has a declining population and Miami, Tampa, Orlando have an increasing population?
what does this have to do with DEI?
Because she ran San Francisco poorly, and she was chosen as a VP because she was a black
She
woman.
didn't run San Francisco poorly.
She was the DA of San Francisco.
So
and then
she's prosecuted.
And then she became the AG of California, where crime went up, homelessness went up, arson went up, kidnapping went
She's
up,
not the
murder went up.
police.
Hold
Isn't
on.
that the job of the
Hold on a
police
second.
to get the criminals and for her?
The attorney general of the state is the top cop of the state.
Yes.
And what did she do to lower crime in California?
She convicted those who were guilty.
Why did crime go up?
Because as the population increases and
Then-
this
got it. So
economy gets
why-
worse. No,
why is
as
Florida-
the
why is
economy gets
Florida's
worse,
crime rate going
people
down?
are becoming more and more desperate, which leads to passive crime.
Thank you.
Mine will be quick. Mine will be really quick.
Go ahead.
Okay, so real quick, you're saying that the only reason she was elected is because she's black?
Well, first of
So
all,
that trumps her being a district attorney and all
First
the
of all, this is
accomplishments
not
she
my
has?
words. I'm just going on Joe Biden's own words.
Okay.
Joe Biden said, I'm going to preset criteria based on black women, and therefore she met that criteria, and that's why she was selected.
No, why? I think what he was trying to say is, oh, I'm she's just black. She was just calling her black. She's not saying I'm doing. He's
No,
not saying.
he made a
He's
public
not
promise.
saying I'm doing this because she's black.
No,
That's
he-
not what she
He
said.
made a public promise before the selection even began and the process began. I will put a black woman on the ticket.
So you're saying her being district attorney doesn't matter. That's not why.
No, I
but
think she
yet,
did- no, no,
but
I'm
yet,
saying she
Trump
did an awful
being
job.
a failed business.
Yeah, I hate this because like low key, Joe Biden did say that, and also he did actually, and that's why I watched the video. That's why I watched the video earlier of me like correctly predicting that like Joe Biden straight up saying that as a racist old fucking white asshole, unironically leaned into that fucking idiotic thing, and it cut away at Kamala Harris's accomplishments and her qualifications for becoming the vice president. That's the worst part. That's the worst part about this story, is that it like leads a lot of people into like trying to defend Joe Biden. But that is unironically an issue. Okay. Libs can't just move on from Brandon. They should stop trying to defend his ass. He said it. Yeah. I mean, what was the context of him saying that? Not a gotcha, but wondering if you remember the context. I think he said it in, first he said it in South Carolina, I think, like at a rally. Like he straight up said, he should have said like, I'm gonna pick a black woman.
Businessman and making all the comments, weird comments he's made.
Well, hold on a
That
second.
doesn't.
Oh, this is boring. Is there more to this? Kamala Harris, a DI candidate. Does anyone else cook in this?
My question for you is, if Kamala Harris is a DEI candidate, why is she beating Trump in the polls right now?
We'll see what happens.
Good question.
It's in November.
Okay, but she's currently beating Trump in the polls. So either
Yeah, if the polls are right, I grant you that.
he's incompetent,
Or maybe she's a new candidate with a big surge.
she's doing good.
I would caution you being a little, like, this point in the election, getting too cocky, because we remember what happened with
I'm not
Hillary
getting
Clinton.
cocky. I'm asking you to answer a question. If she is incompetent, how could she beat
Well,
the president, who you said is an amazing
as of the timing of
president
this filming,
for-
can you name to me how many times she sat down for an interview?
What?
She refuses to
No.
talk to the press, refuses to take questions. She's done not one sit-down interview in nearly 25 days at the filming of this interview, mind you.
I
which
think
don't know
that
when
is
this will be
a
posted.
very weird
Parker made an
point to
argument
make.
I've
Why
never
would
heard
I
before.
count
He
how many
could.
times Kamala Harris
because
has
it's
had
zero,
an interview?
because she refuses to take questions from the press and media. Like, shouldn't you do that if you're the sitting vice president?
She's
He actually did 3 last Sunday and 1 today with Meet the Press.
so the quality.
What do you gain? Because I know what it is. You're baiting
inclusion of rural.
Okay, fine.
Perfect.
And then it's going to take the entire time.
You're welcome.
30 on, 30 off.
How do you feel about the Senate?
As far
Electoral
as
college?
her tie-breaking vote of the Senate?
No. I'm just saying like Senate. Like
the
the Senate is technically DEI in a certain sense for like small states. Like Wyoming gets people in Wyoming get a
like
greater
Rhode
vote
Island
than me in
and Hawaii.
California.
Yeah, that's a good. I like that. That's funny. See, I do this shit so much that it's not often where I hear like a unique association, a unique word association, and that's funny. I like it. That's a good line.
Like Rhode Island and Hawaii.
I'm giving you an example. California, I get less of a vote than someone who exists in Wyoming. So we're giving people in Wyoming more say than they necessarily should, given that they're one individual. So why do you believe in DEI as it relates to how our government is set up? But you don't believe in DEI in terms of allowing for people who are black or who are women to be in positions of power that they have not been allowed in, historically speaking.
So is the Electoral College and the Senate based on race?
It's predicated off of diversity, equity.
bro, that's a self-report. Did you notice that? Did you notice how he immediately went, oh, it's race? Who said DEI is just about race, big dog? Diversity, equity, and inclusion means it can, if, small states are underrepresented, they get brought to the table, to the forefront of the subject matter, to the conversation. Ain't nobody said DEI is about race. If we lived in a society that was dominated, if we were like, 60% non-white, and white people were the minority, they were like, let's say 20% of the public, and historically they were underserved, underrepresented, we'd be doing DEI for white people. It's like when I go play basketball at the Creator League, that's DEI. Diversity equals race? No. Diversity does not mean race at all. What the fuck? Republicans are the first to tell you diversity means diversity of opinion. Why is no diversity of opinion represented? DEI does include race, though. Diversity, equity, and inclusion does not specifically mean race. It does not. It just means race in the way that Republicans use it. They just are simply talking about, black people usually, and sometimes women. Wyoming is real. Don't even do this to me right now, okay? We're talking about real states that exist. Wyoming communist? Okay, dude. Yeah, Wakanda communist. Sure, brother. Wyoming is not real. Okay, I will not believe it. Be serious. Okay, it is not a real place, buddy. Get out of town. Okay, it does not exist. It does not exist. All it took was for me to see one poll where it showed that I had the least amount of fans from Wyoming, and that's it. It doesn't exist to me anymore. Ohio is real. It sucks, but it is real. It's a real place.
Equity and inclusion,
How is
right?
that?
Like inclusion of country areas, inclusion of rural areas, inclusion of white men like you.
Okay, so you mean like Hawaii?
I'm referencing. Oh, you could say smaller states or places that have less people in it. So obviously would be able to have more of a say per individual.
So your argument is that the U.S. Senate is a DEI? I gotta be honest, I've never heard that argument, but I think it's a little silly. But
how is it silly?
I think that's good. That I've never heard that either. I never heard that. I never heard it like that. It's good.
Argue against it instead of just saying it's silly.
Well, right. So it's silly on its face because first of all, we have on the
because I have no real answer to it immediately. It's not something that I have ever considered.
House of Representatives is proportional to population.
Oh, but the Senate isn't. So it's DEI.
It's not DEI.
Yes, it is.
Why?
Also, the House is also DEI too, bro. Redistricting. It's reverse DEI. They do that
Would you
too.
say it's diversity, equity, inclusions because Wyoming gets 2 senators? They're their own sovereign state, aren't they?
For country areas, for rural areas, equity for
that's-
rural
that's
areas.
That's not
right,
the
for smaller states.
So let's go back to the Federalist Papers and the Founding Fathers. Why was the Senate composed
Tell me
this
why
way?
it's not DEI. Like under your definition,
Well,
why is
because
it
it's
not
not
DEI?
based on race. And by the way,
it doesn't have to be based
it's
on
also
race.
based. It's not based on.
Wait, Charlie, I didn't realize DEI was just about race. And by race, he means just black people usually, like non-whites. Charlie, I don't think that's what DEI is, dog. It kind of feels to me like you're saying the quiet part out loud over and over again. Oh, it's a race, dude. It's DEI's race. It's about race. Kamala Harris is a black woman.
Equity, and it's not based on inclusion.
Can't you have
But
DEI based upon different characteristics other than race?
Let me finish.
Whether or not you're a woman, whether or not.
Let me finish. Why? It's because we are a collection of states. We are not a federal project. So states' rights usurp federal. Do you know what the 17th Amendment is?
Do you know why the Articles of Confederation failed?
Yes, but what is the
Why?
10th Amendment?
Because states had too many rights, had too
Right.
much power.
What is the 10th
That's why we
Amendment?
specifically adopted the
Parker,
Constitution.
let me make one point, okay?
ahead.
Which is, how did we used to elect senators?
It'd be population.
No, we used to elect senators based on state legislatures. So the Senate is an extension of the state legislative bodies, okay?
Right.
Which is, how did we used to elect senators?
It'd be population.
No, we used to elect senators based on state legislatures. So the Senate is an extension of the state legislative bodies. That's not DEI, that's federalism.
I love that this guy said Google DEI, Google diversity, idiot. It clearly says race and ethnicity. Oh, so women are not a part of DEI then? Why would it be race and ethnicity? It would also include gender. It would also include sexual identity. DEI, diversity, simply means there's too much of one thing and we should open it up to other things that are not usually represented. So in a situation, if some states that have less people in them, when we're parsing through the amount of like voting power they should have, if a state has less people in it as opposed to other states, then technically that is diversity. We're giving them more power overall in the voting process by flattening out the amount of senators that a state can have, regardless of its population size.
No. That's the way that our system is
You're
set up,
misunderstanding what I'm
which is
saying
a
is DEI.
bottom-up, citizen-led government to allow the states, which are first and foremost sovereign. So it goes in this ladder in this country.
Bro's just removing more than 90% of the definition and then being like, see, it's only this 10%.
DEI for those states
Citizens,
and for those country areas.
No, because it's colorblind. It's not that.
It's
we get white
again,
states
DEI
more,
is not
black
only
states
based on
more.
race.
Hold on a second.
Diversity for country, diversity for rural, equity for
Hold on a
rural,
second.
and inclusion of
So,
rural.
no, that's an interesting,
DEI.
it's an interesting point. So
you think
diversity.
DEI is only race
Let
because
me ask you a
you
question.
associate it with Kamala Harris?
Let me ask you a question. Is there a single instance in corporate America where DEI is implemented where diversity means anything other than skin color diversity?
So diversity.
No, it's not
women,
about viewpoint.
Women.
What? Fine. How about chromosome or
oh.
diversity or skin color?
So skin color. There's gender. You have to move the goalpost a little bit because you got destroyed there. All right, but there's also.
Well, no, I'm just asking a very simple question. The answer is no.
He's being
because
bad.
our system.
He's being bad. He's being silly. Oh no. He said you got destroyed there. I mean, he did, but also, oh no. You can't be telling him. you cooked him to his face, dude. Oh no. Oh no. You got him tweaking, dude. Fuck.
I mean, that's not DEI. It still meets your definition.
The Senate is DEI.
What was your definition, though?
What was
his face twitches? Yes, bro. I swear it gets smaller. Every time he gets owned, his face gets smaller. When I first met Charlie Kirk, his face was larger on his head, bro. I swear to God. Look at that. It's shrinking, dude. It's shrinking. His face is shrinking.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank.
That's crazy.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank.
I love that. That was from my debate with him.
What was your definition? Diversity, equity, inclusion. Diversity doesn't only apply to race. You're just saying other people defined diversity, equity, inclusion to be based on race. You didn't, though.
Let me finish. Because you're saying you didn't earn it. You know who did earn it? South Dakota and North Dakota when they charted themselves into states.
Wyoming didn't earn it because they have less of a population.
Into a state. Hold on. Yeah.
Wyoming didn't earn it because it's not a real state. It doesn't exist. Charlie would not choose a student to debate for 10 minutes of the claim of their choosing. Oh, he didn't go. Why didn't he go with Parker? Why didn't he go with that one? Why didn't he go with... Oh, no. He didn't pick him, dude? Damn. That's crazy. He went with the person he supposedly brought with him. Wyoming's a Chinese province. Prove me wrong. Dog, if Wyoming was a Chinese province, it would be real. Okay? It's not. And therefore, it's not a real place. But you know what is real? The top of the hour ad break, okay, is real for you. Unless you want it to not be real, in which case you have to subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Australia is the real Chinese province. All right, I'm done. I'm done with this. I can't do this any longer. We've held off for far too long. Uncle Lion 13, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Okay, it's happening. It's happening. Get ready, get excited, get it fucking twisted. It's time, boys. It's freaking time, okay? It's Wukong time. It's Dustborn time. Just kidding. We're playing Black Myth Wukong. We're in chapter 5. Believers, doubters, get in now, okay? It's Gamba time. It's motherfucking Gamba time. We're in chapter 5. Wukong is a Chinese province. Yes. Technically, this is the last like chapter, even though I believe there's a chapter 6, but that's just like fighting bosses, like the last boss. 4 hour and 34-minute react. Yeah, I dude, of course. Is Charlie Kirk fucking debating for an hour and 30 minutes? Of course I'm gonna mute the tab, don't close it. Time for non-believers. Yeah, listen, if you're not a gaming watcher, then all you need to do is mute the motherfucking tab, but still stay in here, you know? All right, chapter 5 begins. Never do that again. Well, we won't ever have to, I don't think. Fuck. What's up, bitch? Boom. Cooked his ass. Wait, where the hell's the shrine? I thought I got the shrine already. What happened to the opening cutscene? I played it last night. Bro, what do we got in the weapons part? Oh, shit. Visionary Centipede staff. Upon a successful hit with a charged heavy attack, each focus point costs slightly recovers health if the enemy is in a poison state, but the one I'm using has 12% critical hit. So it's basically the same, but this one has higher attack but less critical chance. I think I'm gonna keep going with this one. You know what gives me the ick? The word gourd. Okay, well, we're cooked then, because we use that word quite a bit. 12% is low, will rarely happen. What? No, you're wrong as fuck, dog. 12% happens all the time. The Centipede Hat of Transcendence massively reduces continuous damage received from poison state, significantly increases attack while suffering from poison state. Holy shit, that one is... I mean, this is the method for the poison build, I suspect. Should I go with this? Should I try the poison build? Is this a good fucking... Oh my god, that armor is so fucking sick, dude. Oh, fuck. Non-pure armor of Coiling Long from Mud the Lotus. I don't understand what this mud shit is. Sir, can you please put a shirt on? No. If you're gonna go with the poison build, you should max out the Guangmo Spirit and use that instead of Baby. It has legs coming out of the armor. What do we think, chat? I feel like there's better armor out there. Plus, we still have the upgrades, right? You get mud after you use your transformation, but it sucks ass. Yeah, I don't want to fucking use the mud one. I mean, that's a crazy armor in terms of like the defense it offers you, but honestly, it's not that good. The one I have on currently is the golden embroidered shirt. Okay, it's pretty solid, but 90 damage 90% of the time, 180, 10%, 81 plus 18, 99 damage on average, 85 damage. What? So which one is better? I can't do the math. If you max out the pilgrim armor, you get double damage after sprinting. The poison armor is good for endgame. Better to upgrade the pilgrim. Pilgrim is the best armor. I mean, I've heard the pilgrim is the best armor, but I don't fucking know. Cause like, I don't have the mats right now. You have to find the derivative of the function to know the rate of change for the defense of the armor. Dear Lord, please listen to my pleas and fight Yellow Long for a good weapon. Shatter, who wants me to fight Yellow Long? I will do it. Eventually.
A monkey reaps what he sows.
I haven't beaten all the longs, just not yet. I've beaten all the longs except for Yellow Long. Please, can you please grant me a favor? Use them combos.
Fast the art.
What do we got here? What do we got? He got some Yao Guai core. Oh shit, bro. He's got a fucking 114 of them. God damn, he's
Made
fucking
food
cooking.
foul to handle.
Let's sell some of this shit. Okay. Upgrade armor. Do we upgrade the Pilgrim's headband? I just like, I feel like it's not worth, man. Cause like, it takes so many fucking mats and I still need to like,
helm and armor in place.
and I don't have a celestial ribbon to max it out. So I'm not going to be able to use it yet. Well, we started the process already.
This can give you some edge. It might befit you well. If you need sharper blades, seek me here.
Too late. Defense is lower. I mean, it's going to be lower defense overall across the board, but the armor benefits are pretty high. The benefits of like faster sprinting. I mean, this is like a crazy fucking boost. I used the golden armor till chapter 4. Are you going to challenge the blacksmith later in game? Or is he your homie? He is my homie. I've already challenged him. I beat his ass. Did I miss Gamba? No, we haven't done any Gamba yet because I'm fucking around trying to figure out what armor I should get. Gale Guard is my Dover. My favorite, you mean? How do you find this area? I swear I missed it. You unlock it during like a secret side quest. Did you buy the ribbons from the last secret area? No. Wait, where do you buy the ribbons? Maybe you can buy them here? No, there's only fine gold thread. 6 mind cores, 1 gold tree core, 2 fine golds, but no ribbons. Let's see how this works. Wait, where do I go? Do I just jump down? What the fuck? Each secret area has a different shop. Fuck, I fucked up. Miss Legendary sex scene I fear. Don't fear. Fear not. Where am I going? Oh, I'm going the wrong way. That's why. Chapter 6 has ribbons in the shrine shop. Bitch. Chubaisha! Wait, what the fuck? Did I hit him? Did I hit the wrong guy? Wait, you can hit him too? I don't understand. Oh, this is like a battle area, so they're fighting each other. I mean, I'll take it. Let them fight. That's not Chubaisha, you racist. I agree. I'm being... What the fuck is that thing up there? Not every boar is Chubaisha. I know, chat. I fucked up. I'm sorry. Fight it? Why? They're fighting each other. Let's just let them fucking fight each other. Wait, what the fuck? That's a boss man? Can they not kill each other? What's happening here? I think I need to deal with this thing up here first. Wait, oh, he's coming after me. This motherfucker's coming after me. Calm down, bro. Wait, where'd he go? What the fuck? Where'd he go? Wait. Oh. Oh, I left this area, so he poofed and he came back with full health. Okay, I gotta do that in a second. I just gotta see. What the fuck? Bro, this area is crazy, dog. Okay, I should just go back down there and fight. I'm actually gonna reset real quick. Let's just. I'm a little confused here. I didn't even do my ancient relic yet. Homie got despawned and then came back. Did we even do a Gamba? We'll do a Gamba. Yeah, I was just like wasting heals, being a fucking dickhead. Refreshing taste. After consuming medicine, increase critical hit chance of the next attack. Immobilize affects all enemies around the target. Oh my God. Each equipped soak slightly increases the health recovery of the drink. Okay. All 3 of these are OP ass. I don't even know what to pick. Usually there's one that's like immediately much better. I actually don't know what to pick here. Refreshing taste seems awesome. The soak one is slight, but immobilize is like pretty crazy. Immobilize is pretty crazy, but like, what if I do Spellbinder? You know what I mean? You're not going to be able to reset in a boss fight. Oh, immobilize is not good for boss fights because most boss fights don't have multiple people. Critical hit chance of the next attack is pretty good though. Honestly, I'm gonna go with Tongue of the Connoisseur. But nah, I'm such a fucking crit. I'm such a hit crit slut, dude. Fuck me. Now I fucking aggroed both of these motherfuckers though. Oh shit. Oh, he killed me. God damn. Fucking. Oh my God. Well, fucking doubters ate good on that one. You're trolling, not gonna lie. Hey man, it is what it is. Sometimes you just get fucking owned, you know? Sometimes you're the one doing the owning. Sometimes you're the one who gets owned. This is how it goes. I don't predict the way the cookie crumbles, and neither do you. You know what I'm saying? These guys don't do any damage to one another, by the way. It's fucking stupid. First debate, now this. I know. God damn. I'm eating the dick. I hate that. I lobbed that up so well too. What? You almost cooked my ass. Wait, what? What is happening? What?
Oh, lad, it can't be you. I thought you were one of them. What happened to me?
Wait, is this the horseman?
Vanguard of the Bull King is relieved you're unharmed. Consider yourself lucky. And you of you long ago. The thing you seek, the king must know about it.
Wait, why can't we talk? Why can't we talk? He thinks you're Wukong. Is it because the other boss is like still cooking? Wait, what? Oh, that's why we couldn't talk. There was a fucking asshole up me arse. He thinks you're Wyoming. Wyoming is not real. Shut the fuck up. He doesn't think that it's a real place. So he knows that it's not real. Wait, who opened this one?
Out of nowhere, the whole mountain was infested with those stinking corpses. Some coffin carts blocked all the passes up, burning if... You seem clever. How about... They're called 5 element carts, an evil and powerful invention of the king's son.
White myth, Wyoming.
I'm afraid they're not only guarding the passes. Trust me. Got to hold my ground at the entrance for a while. Got it?
Yeah, dude,
They're
you're doing...
called 5...
Oh, you're doing a great job, son. Great job beating me for no reason. Okay, there's got to be a trick to this fucking cart. I'm putting the cart before the horse, you know? And there's got to be a trick to this cart. Come on, pick it up. 30 FPS gameplay. Stop complaining. I'll fix it tomorrow. Nobody was complaining yesterday, which is crazy. It was 30 FPS yesterday as well. I have to pee so bad. I'm holding that shit in. The trick is when it breathes, use your fire mantle. Oh yeah, I should change that to the fire mantle. Oh, I didn't reset. I don't have enough key build up for the fire mantle. It sucks. Oh shit! What the fuck? It doesn't let you jump on it, which is kind of ass, to be honest. I guess you can pass it though. I gotta pee. I'll be back. I'll fight him after. I will kill him. Don't worry. Okay. I wonder how guys hold their pee. Do they just grab the hose? Wait, can I just cook his ass like this? Oh, never mind. At least I can do this with ease now. Wait, what? Wait, how did he one-shot me? What the fuck? That's crazy. Do I go back to him now? Fucking cheese? No, dude. You literally, what are you supposed to do? He's like trapped you in a fucking corner. Yeah, the carts have like a weak spot. Back right corner, it seems. You have to bring that guy to King's Mantle. So I have to like bring him up. Like, do I tell him that I killed the cart? Is that how that works? Or is there a, I assume there's like a bunch of more carts that I have to cook. I have to destroy here. What the fuck is that thing, bro? Oh, there's something in here. What is that? Okay, this is a very fire focused area, it seems. Wait, what the fuck? Why can't I hit him? Why can't I hit that thing? That was weird, right? Does that blow up too? How far do I have to go for them to not explode on me? Oh wait, he didn't even explode on me. Okay, so some of them explode, some of them don't. We're learning. We're learning. We're learning. Oh shit, I double dosed. That's not good. You have to talk to him after the first two and then subsequently after. Oh shit. Does he explode? No, he doesn't. Okay, good. Wait, there was another one up here. No, I guess that's the one. Oh shit. Okay, cook your ass. Not a problem for me. This shit ain't nothing to me. Time to meditate. Sauced bro up. You already know it, dude. What do you mean? What's the, is there, I'm assuming there's another fucking gambler here. There's another boss. That was so clean up to the arrow. Nice. This area has lots of bosses, but lots of fodder. Ah, take it all in. Bro, I'm down to 0 points. Yeah, you're a fucking doubter, dog. That's why you're down to 0 points. Like, what do you mean? If you don't want to fucking have 0 points, then stop doubting, you know? Stained jade gold. Massively increases drinking speed. Okay. Oh, not it's good for me. Wait, the medicine Buddha gourd has 9, but it gives me burn resistance and immunity from lava covered terrain for a short distance. I gotta get the fucking Buddha gourd now. I just got an extra fucking gourd. This whole time I had that in my pocket and I wasn't using it. That's crazy. There's also a legendary gourd that gives you 10 heals in this chapter. Don't miss out on that one. Okay, I won't. Dude, that gives me 9 instead of burn resist for a short duration, I think. Are you a believer or a doubter of my own ability? I am a firmly committed believer of my own abilities. Where's he, bitch? Is that another card up there? What the? Blow each other up, dumbasses. Next card is after Father of Stone. What is Father of Stone? Oh, that's another boss. Kaya, what are you doing? Oh, he's here. Can you take her out? Sammy, can you unlock the door so she can get out? Play with Fifi. Who are you fucking doing that to, brother? Get your bitch ass out of here. Bro, this map is what Ankara looks like. It's true. This is literally Ankara. You motherfuckers think they can hang with you? I know. It's crazy, dude. Wait, can I jump over here? No. I'm a monkey. I can't cross this distance. That's crazy. It's gorgeous. Yeah. The beauties. The never-ending bountiful beauties of Ankara. I don't know if I fuck with Pilgrim that hard. Oh shit. Wait, why is he not hitting? How is he not getting damaged by that? Dude, the amount of focus point health that I get is so negligible. It's like nothing. I see that little blip, like little green blip after I use my focus points. Pilgrim is good in New Game Plus, but I don't think it's good in the first game. Yeah, I didn't fully commit with the ribbons yet, but like I did waste a lot of the gold when I could have obviously. Uh-oh. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Wait, can he see me? What a waste. bitch. No, you don't get to stand up. You don't get to stand up. You sit the fuck down. Oh, there's still people here. Turkish taxi cab drivers gang up on one single Greek. Yeah, well, he deserved it. Using the gourd moderately extends the duration of duplicates for the next pluck of many. Ooh, that's actually kind of good. But as this significantly increases attack, I guess I could go with the triple. This one has a triple tip. You have soaks in other drinks. You have to remove them so you can use them in your other drinks. I mean, I just have... No, it's the same soaks. No, you're wrong. I think. It's just a celestial lotus seed. Like... yeah, no. Each drink has the independent thing. God damn it, I went to the bathroom and missed it. Did Mason cook Charlie? Bro, how long were you in the bathroom for? How long were you in the bath? That was like 2.5 hours ago. Dude, I can't believe I wasted my fucking fine gold thread on upgrading the Pilgrim when this shit looks fucking fire. And I should have gone with mobile. I mean, not mobile. Fucking, what am I saying? I'm gonna go with poison. But now I have to also change my... If you upgrade Pilgrim, you get increased running speed, focus on running, drinking while running, damage multiplier while running. No, I know. But like, how do you self-inflict poison? I have to change the gourd, right? And poison myself? Is that how that works? I don't really fully understand how the poison build works. It just looks really sick. That's why I got it. That's why I pulled the trigger on it. Probably a mistake. There's a soak which makes you heal to poison yourself. Yeah. It's this one. What is it? It's the ball sack one, right? When using the gourd. Oh, here, this is the one. Short duration after using the gourd inflicts a poison state to Destin one himself. Just equip poison gear. No, I have it. In poison state, hits inflict enemy with poison bane. This also gives you massively reduces the continuous damage received from poison state, significantly increases attack while suffering from poison state. So I need to like poison myself by using the gourd, right? And then cook a dude up that way. What is happening? This is a big ass area. Where's the boss? Oh, there it is. Let's see how this works. Let's try it. Shit. Was I doing a lot of damage? I couldn't tell. Doesn't skip back day? Well, I don't either. I'm Mr. Crit, dude. I'm Mr. Steal Your Crit. Way more damage, but noticeably slower. Oh, yeah. Where's the fucking cart? What the hell? This dude is all the way over there? That's crazy. Oh, I'm on fire. Almost on fire. These are the worst people to be stuck in here with. What an awful... Can you move your cam down a bit so we can see what items you pick up? No, I don't want to do that right now. Whoa, what the fuck? Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Wait, what is that? Wait, what is happening there? Glitch or something? Yeah, poison me, bitch. See if I care. What do you mean? I'm the poison god now. Where am I? I don't know what the hell is over here. Oh, wait. The cart is the wrong way. I got turned around. What's wrong? Is there drama in the chat? Dude, how do I get out of here? Oh, this has got to be the way, right? Nope. This is annoying. Is that the way to get out? Please tell me that's the way to get out. Seems like it. His ass is lost. I'm fucking Zoro every time. You know this. I can't believe somebody take Gamba that seriously. Wait, why are people mad about the Gamba? Dude, I love when like chatters come in here and they're like, Hasan, this is an incredibly pertinent discussion that we must have a conversation over. This is about your views. This is about your political views online. I have to hear what you have to say about this. And it's like in the middle of me gaming. It's like, come on, dog. Okay, what the fuck do I do here? There's got to be a different route to this thing, right? Oh, fucked up. Oh, there's no way to... Oh, I'm cooked here. Time to fire stab or charge thrust. Look, you can't pass him. I feel like there's a way. I have the fire mantle. This is the boss, yes. don't have enough mana to fucking do the other thing. No. Oh my god. I almost fucking didn't make it through that one. Oh, Monka. Almost lost to a wagon. Yeah, bro, they obviously have the wagon in this like weird location. Uh-oh. Please don't tell me there's a boss fight right after this fucking wagon. I'm so cooked. Dude, what? I have like half health. There's no way.
Oh, help me, please. Things went south in the mountain and I barely escaped. But on my way down, Guys captured me. I've been kept here for 3 days. Has returned. My savior appeared here right in front of me. Should you extend your mercy to save my family? I'll repay your kindness at any cost.
Master got it right. The last choice to us to hell.
What the hell is this?
And what now?
Burn them all to cinders!
Bro, what is happening? Wait, what? Yeah, come down here. Oh, fuck, I hit the wrong thing. Come on. Chloe, what do you want me to do? He never goes down.
My fault to seek your help.
Come on, come down, come down. Immobilize. There we go. Dude, that shit was that was hard, brother. I should have done fucking pillar stands. Some of these bosses just come out of nowhere with that. Just like the top of the hour ad break before you realize it is like right upon you.
These eyes have seen prettier disguises.
Oh, Shubashi! Of course he comes back when there's a woman. Oh my god, bro.
Two-Face, out with it.
You're so horny.
If a single lie slips, my rake shall strike true.
That was so close. Thank you for saving me. I am the Bull King's daughter, Ping Ping.
Nonsense! The bull has no daughter. Dare to fool me, scoundrel!
Who you are? My mother is Princess Fairfox. You killed her.
24%
After
believers.
my mother died, I've been
Let's
living with
fucking
my
go.
father. His wife, Princess Rakshasi, took me in as her own. Later, brother came back from Bodhisattva
34
Guan
million
Yin and we
points to the
reunited.
doubter, from the doubters to the
We had
yevers.
some peaceful days. My brother was kind to me and to our parents. But somehow, not long ago, he suddenly changed. He secretly summoned his old troops for a coup, imprisoned father, kept mother under strict watch. I had nowhere else to turn. I had to go for help. But barely after leaving the place, his minions fell upon me.
The Bull King's might is known. Even together, Wukong and I couldn't rival him. Rakshasi's plantain fan is also formidable. And you want me to believe that they were subdued by a kid?
Subdued by their son. Who else could make them put their guard down? Really, with soft hearts, they could never harm him.
You idiot! This fox is fooling you!
Look at this place. Only my brother's Samadhi fire could wreak such havoc. Oh no. My father is dying. Please, kind monkey, help me and my family.
Perilous place this is. Keep this cicada safe with you. It'll come in handy. That's a voice I know well. I'll
You
go
lost
ahead
the
and take a
Wyoming
look.
gaming frog today. I'll never watch gaming again. Why? Brother, you're from not a
No
real
time
place.
to lose now. Follow me. Sway.
Do I turn into cicada now or what? First, I gotta go to the shrine, okay? I ain't following your ass. Or maybe I am. Like, look at that. No pot left, nothing. Not a brother, no more. Wyoming communist is so mad. He's upset Wukong is real and Wyoming isn't. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you about that, brother. Wait, I forgot to get Father of Stones. Bull Demon King is Wukong's all sworn brother, by the way. I am so mad, bro. Wyoming is so beautiful. Oh my God. I can't tell if I'm actually hurting this chatter's feelings. Like, and if he's memeing or not. Chat, if you're memeing, say you're memeing, okay? You have to visit to know. This motherfucker, if he's from Wyoming, this might actually be really hurtful for him because they ain't got much going on. It's just cows, you know? I'm joking and I'm a girl.
I tolerate no evil under my nose. Neither does my axe. Bring me more revenants so I can chop them up.
Come on, bro. I got him.
Heed my words. The red boy's carts are nothing more than a distraction. Thinks he can outwit me. Bah! That brat! Make haste and head up the mountain. We must figure out what he's planning.
They said visit, like they don't just take you to Greater Utah? Yeah. Have you ever stepped foot in Wyoming as Joe?
They are called The entrance is secured for now. You...
Oh, yeah, I'll go first, bro. Don't worry. I got you.
Once told me that each of the 5 carts has its own unique nature. The king once told me that each of the 5 carts has its own unique nature.
I am hurt because this state is known for its natural beauty. So do I use Commander Beetle now? Like, do I swap out for the Commander Beetle because it gives me poison resistance too? Or do I do Elder Amur Worm? Slightly increases critical hit chance when in poison state. Really go crazy for the poison build. Add Albania as a state and remove Wyoming. Hot in here. I gotta turn on the AC again. And I gotta pee. Worm of the Beetle. I'm a Kurdish woman, but I love Albania as his green coat. Green coat also has an unhealthy obsession with Ankara. White myth Hasan journeyed to Wyoming to repent for his sins of... Is there a cat form? Be a cat, even if it means you lose a couple of boss fights a couple of times. Should I crit max? Or should I poison resist max? Which one is better? Let's watch the demo first. So Beetle hits. What does the Amur Worm do? The Amur Worm does poison. Crit so you can kill faster so you can get back to Elden Ring. Güneş kremi kullanıyorsun umarım basket oynarken kullanıyorum. Crit. Worm be shit. What do you mean? The fucking worm is the crit. Crit max, there's no... I need to see him finish it, man. I crave it. Don't worry. You are in good company, my friend. There are many others like you. Yeah, I still have to kill the rest of the carts. I have like 3 more carts I think that I need to kill. Each with a unique, not ability, but like a unique perspective or something. I don't know, a perspective on life. A unique framework. No. Damn, I got fucking 4 spars, dude. Saw a video of you watching some old GTA trailers. Did you ever give GTA 4 a stream? Going back through and it's still pretty fire. I have. I already have played GTA 4 and I literally had to rage quit because it was fucking annoying. Like driving the cars were so... Let's see what this does to my fucking crit, dude. Driving was so much better in 4, in my opinion. You are insane. I did it after playing 5, I think, and it like pissed me off so much that I had to install a mod. Like, think about how angry I must be as a fucking boomer to install a goddamn mod.
Tricks, did Master Pig whisper to you just now? I've let go of our blood feud, but he still holds so much hostility. My brother's minions are everywhere. Stay close to me, kind monkey.
I don't trust her at all.
The Valiant Six had their ways of amusing us. What fun we had together.
I'll be honest, like, I'm never gonna let this go. Okay, Wyoming chatter. I'm not gonna lie, like, the monkey is horny, right?
You can pass by that crack ahead.
Like, the monkey is horny. That's definitely a problem for him. But having said that, at least I know I can trust the monkey. Her, the women are very untrustworthy in this game, low key. Like, I think
my paws beat your feet.
Maybe because like it's made by a misogynist, but like the women are relatively untrustworthy in this game. Or not the monkey, I mean the pig. The pig is horny. He's a horn dog. You know, he's pretty straightforward though. He's just a... What the fuck is that thing up there?
Girls will say that's father right there, and then father is a fucking elderly deity that is a new fresh hell you've never seen before, you know? Oh, that's just father right there. And it's like, oh yeah, let's dive into the fucking new pits of hell with father.
Down this cliff, there is a secret passage to her palace. She should be there, but she'd never give you the fan to be used against her precious son.
How come no fall damage here, huh?
Quite nearby, there is a deity we can turn to. One said to be Mother's old friend. If we could persuade him to come along, maybe he could talk Mother into giving us the fan. I'll go find him. Be careful out here.
Are you happy knowing that you never have to wonder if this game is woke or not woke? Yeah, I never have to wonder that. Which is awesome. Fuck. I hated these things in the other chapter. I hated these things in chapter 2, and I still hate them very much. They do big. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, god damn it. That scared the shit out of me, dude. Horror games when? This is a horror game. Dude, Ankara looks like shit. I'm not gonna lie. That didn't do shit to him. Oh! Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I'm not dead. Dude, am I doing a lot more damage? I can't really tell. Rock solid move, auto shield, auto break shield. Yeah, but I've used cloud this whole time. Like, getting the timing off on rock solid, especially when it's a parry that requires 2 steps, especially when this game's like responsiveness, like there's a little bit of input lag I've noticed, especially when you're popping off spells. It's gonna be difficult to figure out the timing 5 chapters in. Yellow Long drops an item for a really good weapon. You should fight him first. This chatter is the #1 Yellow Long believer. Like, he believes I'm gonna fight Yellow Long. I feel like he's just a doubt farmer. Can you fall off this cliff? Yeah. Oh god, I hate those fuckers. What the fuck? Where am I? Use the enemy skin texture. Yeah. What the hell is this? Oh god, there's so much lava defense. I think I have a lava defense armor, and I feel like I should probably be.
Monkey. No. This one is much weaker.
Who's talking shit?
Master. Monkey. Same thing. You fool. Master Monkey.
Before you keep continuing up, I heavily advise you go back to your shrine and rest. There are 2 bosses soon. Just skip these guys who are meant to exhaust your resources. Fuck the doubters. Oh, I should just like run straight line to the boss, you're saying? Kamala just dropped a policy page for your information. Dude, if you think I'm gonna look at that right now, you're crazy. You done goofing. Streamer, a word of advice. Why? That's a good thing, dude. What do you mean? It's like having a fucking walkthrough helper in the back seat, like right next door while you're fucking playing. That's a good thing. There's a miserable HasanAbi in the lava on the right. Bro, I was banned. Why does it say I am sub but I am not? You were banned? Why the fuck were you banned? What did you say? Gaming streamers normally hate backseating, but it's cool you don't care. I don't. There's a big one coming up here, if I recall correctly. Right there. There's a 3rd one. Where's the boss? Is he up here? Up to the right? Damn, there's like a bunch of fucking creeps all the way up to the boss. That's crazy that there's so many creeps that normally there's like, normally there isn't, you know?
Wanted monkey. Wanted star. Wanted dead or alive. Halt! Intruders to the princess palace face death.
Oh shit. Lower? What is happening? Wait, what just happened? What is going on? I genuinely don't believe it's possible to lose to this boss. I hate you. Okay, well, sorry. It is what it is. I don't even know what the fuck happened. I genuinely hate you. You'll never be able to hate me as much as I hate myself right now. Bro, this one chatter will not shut the fuck up about VSync. Make sure the VSync is off for less lag. Dude, my shit not. There's something wrong with my left hand. I don't know what it is. Since this morning, it's just been hurting. Sorry, just trying to improve your gaming. My VSync is off. Pretty sure. Calm down. Yeah, it's off. Too much pausing of the YouTube videos can hurt your left arm. Your basketball wrist? No. Oh, fuck. I hate that I have to go all the way up again. Read previous message. You missed the boss on the lava? Dude, I'm not gonna fucking go to the boss on the lava. He will nuke you with those white balls. Stay away. Ugh. Running up this fucking entire route is so frustrating. No, it's not that the lava won't hurt me, but fighting a fucking boss for no reason will. You almost got me. ES1 style run back. This is the first time. Normally this game is pretty fucking gracious with that. This is the one boss, I guess, like where it's not so gracious. But also I haven't been able to figure out what this boss even does. I just got like I basically got one tap before I did anything. I got one tap before I got anything accomplished. What the fuck? What is happening here? Dude, this goes on for a while, huh? Okay, there we go. There's one left. Oh shit.
Ready?
Oh,
Wrong dogs. It's so good. Ready? Go. 3. Ready? Go. I can't see. Right.
Oh shit.
Die. One, 2, no more, no more.
Bitch. I'm a god. Why do you doubt me? Why do you doubt me? Why do you doubt me? Don't ever. Because you're not a real gamer. Dog, I'm a gaming savant, dude. Are you kidding me? I'm a From Software gaming savant. Second try, doubters 18 million, yeppers 14 million. I won 2.5 million points today. Jesus Christ. Selling organs for channel points. I'm a down bad believer. Oh no. Where the bear? I don't see her. She's outside. You missed the first try. People are cooked. Yeah, well, sometimes it'd be like that. Almost done with the chapter? Wait, no. There ain't no way I'm almost done with the chapter. Yeah, it's a quick one. Oh, really? There's like still 3 more carts that I gotta kill. Why was I muted, brother? Dude, I don't know, man. Why are you asking me these fucking questions? You probably did some shit. Does this hurt you? Wait, why are Porky Pig's friends hurting me? Shouldn't they be my friends? Two-phase boss, 2nd floor, conserve resources and spell. 2nd floor, like up here. Blue by J don't have pull in the pork community, it seems. Don't fight next boss before going right from the last shrine. There's a missable one. He's gonna walk there later without protection and burn Lamau. 2 by J, explore the lava here for 10 heal gourds. Don't skip the lava place. Keep it in mind. What the fuck is that thing, bro? That's the boss, huh? Where's the gourd? Is it down here?
Test your muscles with me.
Man, chill the hell out. It's where the big boys are in the middle of the room.
I thought you said he was on the lava. That's good damage, dude. When you're in the poison state, 1600. That one looks menacing. What the freaking heck is this, dude? What the? That's a heckin' pupper right there, dude. What the Sigma? Fuck. Made me drop off here, you little asshole. Angry about, huh? Angry about. You want to fucking die? I'll kill you. I used a little bit of mana. Should I go fight this fucking guy or what? You better win. I put my life savings on this one, G. Okay, guys, I don't want to hear that. That doesn't give me confidence. I don't know how to fight these fuckers. What the dude, this isn't even a boss fight, chat. It doesn't even count. Well, what the fuck's he doing? Bro, I'm killing this guy by just cutting off his fucking Achilles heel over here. Crazy. Yo, chill. Go left from the big guy with the shield, 10 gourd. By the stairs. I don't know, they're going crazy. No, that's not a boss, chat. What do you mean you vote that was a boss? I can't even hit his head. I'm so annoyed. I'm not even gonna try. 1500 damage, goddamn. What are we fighting? Where are we fighting right now? I'm fighting a camera boss. Gold button, a curio. Let's see, that looks sick. When at full health, significantly increases attack. Moderately increases poison damage. Moderately increases the speed of building up focus points. Ooh, that one is good. I mean, this one is not that good. Slightly increases damage bonus. This effect is enhanced when equipping Jade Moon Rabbit. What is Jade Moon Rabbit? Yeah, I'm never at full health. Plus, I'm doing the poison build. Damn, these curios are so cheeks. Damage reduction. This effect is enhanced when equipped Gold Sun Crow. Wyoming Socialist. Got my girl crying in the club right now. Communist Wyomingite. Use the Jade and Crow. Is 1% more combined as fucking useless. You have Gold Sun Crow. Equip both. No, I don't think it's worth. There's an entrance where you killed the first big guy up the stairs. That's where the gourd is. Back in the last area, there's a dead card on the ground you have to interact with.
Does this heart implore? A humble drink, its solace I adore. A fine brew deserves a fitting gourd. Here, take this. The Bull King accepted his destiny, but their family strife confounds even the wisest. Why should we meddle? With a full gourd's draught by my side, let cares drift away. The Bull King accepted his destiny. Family strife confounds. With a full gourd's draught by my side, let cares drift away.
It's on the ground. Skipping dialogue. It's the same dialogue twice. Chatters get crazy with this sometimes. I swear to God. Fluff lore time. Coming up, we will meet Keeper of Flaming Mountains, who was the guy in charge of Over Heaven. What? Fluff lore time. Coming up, we will meet Keeper of Flaming Mountains, who was the guy in charge of the oven Heaven tried cooking Wukong in because Wukong crashed the party. Lao Tzu punished him for letting bricks fall into the mountain by making him take care of this mountain. Thank you, Fluff, for the lore. Have you played Ghost of Tsushima? Yes, I have. Great game. I played it on stream. I'm sure it's out there somewhere. Thank you for being a good son. You inspire me. Okay, well, you're welcome, Dad. I don't know. Can you go up this thing? It's not. Where am I going, bro? Oh, right on cue. That's funny.
Racing the palace will pay with your life.
These guys are so not that powerful, and they're just kind of annoying. Like, they're just a nuisance, you know what I mean? I didn't miss anything here, right? No. I think they mean you inspired him to be a good son. Yeah, like Sun Wukong, who is the best son. Sun Wukong, the best son of all. I attended UW. I am not a cow. What's UW? University of Washington? Because you better not be talking about
this cicada safe with you. It'll come in handy.
You missed the mythical gourd? Oh fuck, I forgot to unlock the mythical gourd.
Did you look upon him to save father? Save him?
or this mountain from its doom. Both are beyond this plan.
Mother, please, I am begging you. Father's life hangs on a thread which brother could cut short any moment.
Since when did you start caring for that old bull? Do you not think you can hide your secret wish from me? You wish you could rule this mountain with your brother once we are finished.
If you won't act, Mother, then I implore you to lend me your plant and fan to save Father.
Words from cunning foxes. You just want to trade my fan for a smile on your brother's face.
I owe my life to Father, and to your kindness for taking me in. Brother was good to me, but I would never betray my parents
there's hella
for him.
baddies in this game. I don't know why the fuck IGN said there's no baddies in this.
Say no more of the fan. We raised the boy. Guess this is what we deserve.
That's
But you...
That's a gilf.
Why are you here at this very moment?
Wait, is that the
Rakshasi.
Jade Emperor and his baddie?
I'm not
his
a part
side
of your
chick?
family, and I'm aware I have no voice in this. But Ping told me the Destined One had arrived.
The Destined One, who doesn't even know what he's destined for. Those old bastards must have pulled a muscle coming up with the name.
You and I both know who he truly is. When the time comes, your children, your husband, and even this very palace could all turn to ashes.
What do I have to fear from a mere pawn? He's no match for us. He can't even rival the power of my fan.
Once the truth is revealed, suddenly he is here. Do you not find it odd? Such a twist of fate.
The truth? The truth of what? Who are you talking about?
I heard the Destined One had obtained all the other relics. Rakshasi, your situation is grave.
The older lady is the wife of the Bull King. This is the keeper of the furnace, the servant of the furnace. And the other fox is the girl that they brought into the family.
Perhaps amid these schemes and plots, we've unwittingly become stepping stones for his rebirth. For others, I care not. All along, you are all I care for.
Damn, the furnace servant wants to fuck this lady?
I say we should leave together. I vow to treasure you dearly, just like when we're up there.
Whoa, bro.
I never thought that one day you'd be the only one I can rely on. I'm overwhelmed. Come, sit with me, and tell me what to do.
Don't let him, Mother! Don't you see? He is taking advantage of you! You lecher! I called for your help, not your treachery! How dare you!
A child of a concubine should know better manners. When I first crossed paths with her, your bull of a father was no more than livestock, munching on a patch of grass.
Have you no shame? Mother, don't be fooled!
Enough of your endless prattle.
Damn, bro, what the fuck? He
No,
zapped her.
that's better.
Bro, he just zapped your fucking daughter in front of you.
Have we not been this close?
That's crazy.
Since
He's
our
cooking a
time
bull,
in
by the way, which
Palace.
is insane, but...
Well, yes, I do miss the old days too. We were so happy back
She's
then.
gonna cook him. There's no way. You can't trust her.
What's in the blazes?
No tricks here. It's just my hoof. You deserve to know before we kiss.
You will live to repent this! Filthy lowlife! You dare take her form and beguile me!
My old friend, wasn't it fun? Have we not been this close since our carnage in the fox den?
You abhorrent fraud! My candid
Georgia!
words were wasted on your foul ears!
Candid, my hoof. Your revenants are everywhere. I thought you'd have better lies.
So wait, did Zhubaije get banished? Did Zhubaije get banished by the
Quick on your
servant then,
heels,
who cut
huh?
the bull's
Well
wife?
then, boy, let us teach this brazen adulterer a lesson.
So it turns out it was actually Zhubaije that got... It wasn't the Jade Emperor that was having sex that he
But
found.
you will behave
It was this
once
guy.
my sourceless water from Tushita drops. I've aided your journey once. Now I shall aid you again on your way to death.
What are you doing? What the fuck? God damn. Here you go.
Has sealed your fate.
What do you do? What do I do here? Where is he at? Wait, I can't hit him? That sucks. You knew I was cooking too good. Oh, what the fuck? I thought I... Whoa. Get his ass, you boys. God damn, you suck. Okay. Oh, he did get his ass. No. Bitch. Come on, bitch.
Yin Yang the drift. Demise.
Again. Shit. Oh, fuck. God damn it.
It's a nasty poison.
Wait, that's it? Where's the fucking guy? Wait. Oh. Get down here.
From yin and yang.
Get the fuck down here, bitch. Get down here now.
From land and sky emerges the divide. Now, you shall be feasted upon by my yin-yang fish.
Phase 2, remember? Oh, yeah, I didn't conserve at all.
What a
I went
stingy
crazy.
host. Such a meager fish. Hardly enough for a platter.
Yeah, that's the famous last words, bro. Zhubaxie, you should know better by now. Did you get to talk to the horse twice? Oh, I hate this. I don't know what to do here. This is my least favorite type of boss, bro. One that fucking hides. Oh. Oh, come on. What the fuck do I do here? He's I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. I'm so cooked. Oh.
Your defiance to order ends here.
Is that... Can I... When I kill him, is the fight over, though? Or is there another... Yeah, no, that was hard. Why not transform? I fucking gave up. That's the last phase. Okay, I forgot that this is a 2-phase boss. I just, like, dumped all my shit. I dumped all my shit early. Yeah, I have the Supreme Gourd. It's got 10 heals. I'm good. What is it? Is there... This is a Spellbinder sort of fight? I don't think so. I don't think it's a Spellbinder fight. The fish has hands because it knows you wouldn't eat them. I mean, it's probably better to use a pillar stance on the fish, but I don't got that dog in me, so I'm gonna do something here. Where's that one point? The weapon you can get from yellow longs for pillar stance? Dog, I'm not using pillar stance. Smash is better for fish since it moves around a lot. Yeah. Karmic justice for not believing in Wyoming. I'm literally not believing my Wyoming less because of you. Down to 9 channel points. Come on, don't let me down. You're doubting when you should be down in the top of the hour ad break. Okay, that was what you should be doubting because it's right here. Wait, how do we get to the boss battle from here? Should I be using burning? I don't think I should be using the burn thing. Would the needle work here, chat? Do we think the needle would work here better? Wind Tamer could be good too, but he doesn't do any fire damage. Definitely do needle, or maybe I mean the wind needle also slightly increases critical hit chance and critical damage, which is like not a lot. Oh, actually it's a decent amount. 6 and 2%. Shit, the needle's pretty good. The tiger is what tanked my channel points the other night. Wait, where the fuck is he? Where's he at? All right, let's do it. I'm gonna try to conserve my points this time.
I should make you one of my revenants. What say you?
damage thing that it has. Okay, Kubaisha, you're fucking kind of cooking. My bad. My B, bro. My apologies, bro. Fuck. Fucking lock in, dude. This is my first pot so far in the battle. Where you at, bitch? Wait, what the fuck?
Endless meditation.
Can you kill him before he transforms?
Nasty poison.
Oh shit. Whoa, chill. Chill. Oh shit. Whoa, chill. Chill. That was literally the safe bet. That was the safe bet. That was the easiest. It's not even a hard boss battle. That is so fucking stupid. I'm done. I'll do it tomorrow. I'm done. I'm not doing it any longer. I'm done. No. I'm gonna go spend time with my family. That's crazy. I'm gonna go live my fucking life. I can't believe how easy that was. That's the easiest boss battle in the history of boss battles. And I just got absolutely cumstered for no reason. Motherfucker say, okay, buddy. Dog, I did okay, buddy in the beginning of the stream. The fuck do you mean, okay, buddy? Anyway, love you guys. See you tomorrow. As always, we got a lot of news to talk about tomorrow, and the debate is happening. At night, after I'm done with my stream, I'm gonna go to Jason's, and I'm gonna do a stream with Jason for his subathon. And but that's later in the night. But then also tomorrow is one day out from the debate. I'm gonna turn my stream into 60 FPS as well. Peace, love you, bye.
Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne, bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. nothing was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming.